Are we back? I think we're back. I gotta fix my camera. Video. Configure. That guy. This. Hello? Oh no. Why, internet? Why must you die today of all days? Oh, life's cruel. Life's cruel and unusual. Hold on. It's doing its thing. It's trying. He's trying. Oi. Oi. Alright, Sonic Central will begin shortly. We're running in the reds, though. We are running in the reds. Hi! We're not looking good. Things are not looking good. Everything's a nice bright red for me. Red connection. Everything's running real slow. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Oh, we got a minute. Ah! It's loud. Ah! Oh. Hey! Well, we'll try our best. Hi, Susie. Thank you for seeing me. Hello! Hello! The quality might be real rough, so I apologize. You can, if it's super bad, make sure it pops up, or bring it up on YouTube as a backup. We'll wing it. We'll do our best. That's all we can do. All right. Internet issues aside, I'm still excited for this. I'm still excited. I have high hopes. My Sonic Central reaction will be genuine. One can hope. But I appreciate everyone being here. And my biggest prediction is Sonic and Smash Bros. I think they're finally going to be brave enough to add Sonic to Smash Brothers. It's a long time coming. They really need to. Oh, and the hat. And the hat. How could I forget the hat? Hold on. Bob! There we go. Oh, I'm sweaty. I'm sweaty. Okay, and then... Oh, I forgot to start on YouTube. Here we are. Okay. 10 seconds, baby. I hope the audio's good. Ugh. How do I put this thing? Oh, God, it's a mess. Music! Do we want subtitles? I don't think we want subtitles. Okay. Here we go. Bad internet or not. Sounds good? Okay, cool. Yo, that's Sonic and Shadow. Marble Blast Ultra? I mean, Sonic Spinball 2? That was so close.
To the 4th annual Sonic Central.
The 4th one?
My name is Ivo Gurskovich, and I'm here with the one and only Izuka-san. Your passion for the blue blur is noticed by everyone here on the Sonic team.
Even
and it
me?
inspires us each and every day.
Whoa.
So thank you for all of your support from the bottom of our hearts as we take Sonic to the next level together.
We'll be working hard on developing content.
How's the audio?
That will thrill and inspire you.
Also,
Sounds
in
good, right?
2024, we launched our Fearless Year of Shadow fan celebration campaign.
Yo, we got
This is a special
music.
theme designed to encourage all of you to celebrate the exciting character and also to get you to embrace your own inner fearlessness. We even built and went on tour with a custom Shadow-inspired motorcycle.
Yo, look at that giant
What do you think,
shadow thing.
Izuka-san? Do you think they'd let me borrow that bike for a weekend?
He's not on a bike.
Evo?
Yo, look at that helmet, though. That was sick.
As usual,
Great, thank you.
in this Sonic Central, we have tons of announcements. You'll see new game footage, learn about awesome products, and get details about upcoming partnerships and
New
events.
game footage.
Make sure you watch the full video so you don't miss anything.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
We're kicking
Mobile!
things off with some exciting announcements
We
for
expected
Sonic
this.
mobile games.
We expected
Time
this.
to grab your friends and jump into Sonic Rumble.
Sonic Rumble! Yo, look at him. The curse Sonic. This is, I mean, it's a fun idea. The music's good. Look at all the goofy characters. The mini boys. Yo. I mean, it looks so much like Fall Guys. Customize. Yo, can we get Sonic? I was just about to say Pirate Sonic. Is Gamma in this? That's the question. Can Gamma be remembered and not just Omega? Yo, boss battles? Hunt? I mean, this looks pretty fun. Sad that it's mobile only. Guys, did you know I'm live right now? Barely. Barely live. Play with friends? I don't have those. Yo, Sonic Riders. I was gonna say 2. What is it? 4? Looks cool.
Have a blast with
Winter
friends and family alike in Sonic Rumble.
PC.
Look out for this
We did it.
exciting new title on mobile and
I'll play it on
this
PC.
winter. New characters are joining the excitement in
No.
Sonic Dash, Sonic Dash Plus, and Sonic Forces.
What?
Starting with Valhalla Surge.
Yo,
a formidable
Surge, I still gotta
Viking
read the
warrior who
comics.
Can turn the tide of battle in your favor.
Yo, move it, Omega. Sick.
Oni Mephiles embodies a
Oni
fearsome figure
Mephiles?
from Japanese folklore. Coming this Halloween.
How come we get the coolest
Warrior Shadow is
characters?
the epitome of fearlessness and is ready to conquer any
In
challenge
mobile
that comes
games.
his way. Charging into the game this November.
Warrior.
And for the cherry on top, the delightful Dulce Amy.
Dulce?
Inspired by all things sweet and with charm as delightful as candy.
Strawberry
Her unique
shortcake
boost is
skin.
Powered by sugar, giving her an extra burst of energy
She looks
to
sweet.
outrun her rivals. Coming at the end of this year. Get excited.
Oh.
It's official. Shadow arrives as a new playable character later this year in Sonic Dream Team. Sonic Racing has
Whoa.
cool updates designed to
I
rev
can't
your
believe Sonic
engine and
Racing is still
satisfy your
around.
Need for speed. Players now have access to time trial mode.
Whoa.
You can test your skills and unlock new character styles. Rockstar Rouge and DJ
There's
Vector are
Rockstar
available
Rouge.
now, and Popstar Amy is coming
And
soon.
Popstar
Look out
Amy.
for new updates for all Sonic mobile
Man.
games on the App Store.
I should just
and
play
Google
all these
Play.
mobile games all the time.
This year is our Fearless Year of Shadow
Okay,
campaign.
okay.
A year-long celebration designed to inspire our fans to break barriers and be fearless.
I'm always
Just like
fearless.
Shadow.
Hashtag fearless, says Shadow. Can we buy a motorcycle? Sonic on it. Yo, those are some sick moves. Moto GP. Yo, the man's racing. The hog's racing. What is this? Yeah, so there's an Apple Arcade exclusive Sonic game called Sonic Racing. It uses like the Team Racing like logo almost, but yeah, it's just like a kart racer, I guess, but no team. I don't think there's any team aspects. What is this? What are we watching here? Just like, hey, the community, yo, Sonic community, baby. I wish I was in California where all of this happened, and only California. It's fine though. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool. I don't like being in California. It's stinky there. Stinky. Yo, we got cosplay. Now Sonic Symphony is something I could have seen. Yo, emeralds. It has been a good year for Sonic. I won't
Be sure to follow
deny.
us on social media to learn about all upcoming Shadow activations.
Sure. Shadow activations.
Introducing Chow Tale.
Whoa.
A whimsical 8-episode series of animated shorts featuring the
From
adorable
Chow's?
fan favorite Chow. The story follows Sonic as he visits a Chow garden many times over the course of a year.
Oh,
Chow
that's
Tales
gonna be
coming soon
cute.
to our social media channels.
That's
So don't
cool.
forget to follow, like, and subscribe.
That I will follow like it.
Take on
Roblox!
Shadow and Foe, Sonic
No!
Speed Simulator on
I forget
Roblox.
this is like an official thing.
Face off against
Like,
the
you'd
new
think it would be a
version of
fan-made
Neo Metal
thing.
Sonic, who's back for revenge.
No.
But this time, he's supercharged.
Oh,
Play as Super Sonic and dish out major damage to
Oh my
earn
lord.
exclusive new rewards.
exclusive.
Do you have what it takes to defeat this robotic doppelganger?
They
Available
should make
now
a
on
Chow
Roblox.
game. It's about time.
Go bananas with Sonic
Super Monkey
Super
Ball.
Monkey Ball Banana Rumble.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Well, aren't the Sonic characters already in it? Am I crazy? Or is this DLC that was coming out? Yo, exclusive. No! Cosplay a Shadow. More Roblox, and it's in the Sega Pass. Wow. If that's what you guys were waiting for, Shadow Monkey, baby. Whoa, free! Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go get those balls. Alright then, available now. Yo, there's their shadow drop.
Experience a
Tichu was
delightful
right.
new adventure in Super Monkey
The
Ball
Sega
Banana
Pass.
Rumble. Available now. 2 Point Museum.
2 Point Museum? The hospital?
Shadow-themed pre-order
Or I guess
bonuses for a limited
museum.
time only. From unique gift
What
shop
the
items
heck?
to outfits, decorations, plushies, and staff costumes.
Not
You can
plushies.
design your museum areas to be completely Sonic themed.
Wow. Wow. Who doesn't love 2 Point Museum with Sonic and Shadow statues and interactive displays? Oh. Yo, we got the staff outfits. Yeah. That's what I've been looking forward to. It's one of my favorite games of the year. 2 Point Museum. I assume these games do pretty well because they promote them a lot. The 2 Point series, I guess.
Well, that looks really fun.
Yeah.
What do you think, Izuka-san?
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
It's
so now let's see
cool.
what's going on in the world of Lego Sonic? Take it away, guys.
Lego Sonic.
Roll the video.
We don't have one.
What?
Do we?
Can someone
What?
please get Sonic on the line?
Is it gonna be Eggman with another song?
Hey, Sonic.
Oh.
Where are you?
Oh, hey, boss. Just doing some shoreline strategizing.
You know how that low tide snow brings
Sonic,
up
no.
activity. Where are you?
I'm a Sonic Centro.
Oh, we still doing that?
Of course, we are doing right now.
Oh, so we're live. Okay, I guess I could eat this marshmallow really fast. Would that blow some minds?
Sonic! Hey, buddy! Time for snorkeling!
Fred,
I said no water.
Who's that guy?
Come on, man. You designed this version of me. How do you not know this stuff? Anyway, boss, call Shadow. He's probably battling something.
Oh, okay. 1 minute. なんで俺がシャドウに電話するんだよ。
Make it quick, Izuka. This beast is formidable.
The Lego stuff's always so goofy.
Conflict.
production value. You and that monstrosity are live on Sonic Central right now.
Nice try.
But Izuka-san
Is that the Bio Lizard? I just realized.
entertainment.
Action packed.
Is that a new set coming out?
Oh, Shadow, get some info.
Okay, I kind of want that.
Water is wet and it cleans off the dirt. Just is gonna look spiffy when it deals out the hurt on Sonic and Knuckles in it.
He's rapping again.
The rodent and he shall appear.
He just said crap.
Catching some rays, I mean working, while Shadow clobbers your grandpappy's prototype for the fans. In twice the time I would have. Wrap it up, Shadow. These segments need to be zippy. It's a pacing thing.
How typical Sonic.
What is going
Lounging in
on here?
paradise while Shadow does all the heavy lifting.
Who's that?
I don't care. Vanilla. No, coconut.
This, you gotta give him points for trying.
So I'm tired of crying, Boomer.
Anyway, you gonna beat that boss or teach it to roll over, Shadow?
Come on, the fans are falling asleep.
I told you, my eternal battle is not your entertainment.
Yo, when does that set come out? I want it.
Real smell that. Just take something. As I was saying. Some segment, huh? How?
Sheer luck is my guess. You know that's Shadow's secret weapon.
Well, the bio lizard was nearly an appetizer. I'll introduce you to my egg drillster soon enough.
Not the egg drill stir.
Know that certain defeat comes swift on its heels. Eggman out.
And there you have it, folks. Practically rehearsed.
What is
Hey,
Shadow
Give the
doing?
kids at home a snappy little...
Super Shadow.
Okay, big reveal. I get it first, Shadow. No, it's super first.
Break this call. I give it a 5.
Action, drama, and marshmallows.
Just cut to merge.
All right then. That was the
You
segment.
need more Sonic in
The
your life?
merch.
Well,
Yo,
we've got
this is
some
as Sonic
terrific
Central
products
as it
that you're
gets.
going to love.
Uh-huh.
Boost your creativity
Yo.
with the Shadow the Hedgehog escape toy. This set includes a buildable motorcycle and lab section to roleplay adventure stories with Shadow,
What
a
the
Plucky,
heck is
and
going on
Rhinobot.
here?
Adventure meets
Have I entered all-
imagination
Oh my
in the
goodness,
Knuckles
it's
Guardian
Snoop!
Net toy set.
Snoop, you showed up at the
The
best
Mech and
time.
Glider,
Then roleplay guarding.
You can
stealing,
roleplay
and recovering
Guardian.
the Master Emerald,
Dude, I hope you're
Knuckles
doing
and
great.
Rouge.
Also, apologies. My connection's trash
Keep
right
afloat
now.
with this
It's
Tails Adventure
dying.
boat set.
But I hope you're doing
Packed
great,
with
buddy. It's great
interactive
to see
play
you.
options. This boat playset includes a built-in speed sphere
Sonic
launcher,
has a
karaoke
has a
machine and dance
vest.
floor, plus
He can't
carousel
swim,
connectors on the
so.
back. Help Knuckles and Amy defend
Yo,
the Master
we'll
Emerald
help 'em.
Shrine. Choose different ways to protect the Chaos Emeralds on Angel Island and rescue the piggy
Just
from
what
the
I
villainous
needed.
Egg Robo.
The greatest set.
Save the day in this fun-filled Supersonic versus Egg Drillster set.
I saw
Join
Maria.
Supersonic and Shadow as they rescue animals and defeat evil Dr. Eggman.
That's cool too.
Get your build on with these cool toys.
I want them. I'll take them
This
all.
6-inch Shadow the Hedgehog
Yo,
customizable
6
figure
inches
by
of
Jack
Shadow?
Specific is sure to be a hit with collectors and Sonic fans of all ages. Mix and
Yo,
match
and they're
the
hitting us with the
swappable
adventure
pieces,
music. They know what they're
including
doing.
hands and posable
They know
wings
what they're
to
doing.
build your
Snoop, how
favorite
are you
Shadow
today, buddy?
presentation. Show off your
Maria!
customized masterpiece with pride using the
And
Rocket
Snoop.
Killer display base. This
Dude, it's
figure
great to
is
see
coming
you.
soon.
Dear Maria,
Hold
count
ultimate
me
power
in.
in the palm of your hand
Yo,
with
Sonic
Brown's
controller?
wireless controllers.
No
Featuring
way.
a collectible figurine and multi-layered design.
Now they
This
say
officially
collectible
licensed
collectible
controller is in
figurine.
a world of
Are
its
you supposed to
own.
break open the controller?
Available for purchase in October and Shadow the Hedgehog version coming soon.
I don't think
First
you're supposed to
four
break it
figures from
open.
Sega are thrilled to reveal the development of an incredible new statue
Whoa.
for Sonic X Shadow Generations, Shadow Evolved.
First 4
Get
figures,
ready
they're
to add
too
this showpiece to your
expensive.
collection.
They're $1
It's
million.
time for you to cruise in style with the Shadow the Hedgehog Alpha 12 helmet, featuring Shadow's
This helmet's
mischievous
really
smile
cool.
and trademark red eyes, complemented by a striking color scheme that captures his
Damn, how
fearless
much is this
personality
helmet? I
with
want it just for
enhanced safety
collectible
features
purposes.
and aerodynamic engineering. You'll get the best
Aerodynamic?
performance possible while being the coolest rider on the road.
I'm always the coolest rider on the road.
Joining the Palverse Palais product lineup is Shadow the
The
Hedgehog.
what? Palverse?
Look forward to Shadow the
That
Hedgehog's
one looks
release
pretty
in
cool.
April 2025. Keep an eye out because more details will be coming soon.
Okay. When I win the
Coming in
lottery, I'll
late
buy all the...
2024,
and
Sonic
that
the
will be all
Hedgehog
of your
and visual
winnings,
artist
teach you.
Louis de Guzman merge their worlds
did you
to
say,
create a
Louis
collaboration that
Maguzman?
reaches new heights and new speeds.
No, Sonic.
Stay tuned
Don't
for
look like
updates
that.
on special activations and first looks of the collection.
Not Louis de
Speed on
Muzgman.
over to your nearest Topgolf to play with Sonic and friends.
Where is there a Top Golf? What is Top Golf? Yo, is it gonna look like that? Because that'll be sick. It doesn't look like that, does it? Can you play? Do I have to play that for Sonic Sunday? I think I had to play this for Sonic Sunday. All skills welcome? What? Guys, finally the Sonic golfing game we've all been waiting for. Oh no! Yo, you can get the rings? Top Golf Sunday! Is Top Golf even real? I don't know if this is where I live. Oh. Well, that shot still worked. Yo, who doesn't want to play Sonic Golf at a real golf course? It's been so long since I've been to a driving. I've never been. This would be my first time. I've done mini golf a million times, but
Enjoy Topgolf the Sonic way by surrounding yourself with good
Why
friends
Sonic
and
Central?
good food with this exclusive Topgolf experience.
wow, coming soon though.
Hey everybody,
Hi.
I'm so excited to be here
Batman.
at Sonic Central. I'm Tiffany Smith and I'm joined by Evo. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so you know why you're here, right?
I do.
We are here to get to the bottom of what Sonic posted on Batman Day.
We are.
If you guys don't know what I'm
What
talking
is it?
about, take a look.
I have to, right? It's a new Sonic game, technically. How do you beat it, though? This is crazy. This is what I'm most excited about. What?
It's so good!
It's fun, right?
For a lot of you guys watching, you know I'm a huge DC fan, but Sonic the Hedgehog was the first game that I ever played all the
Really?
way through. Yeah,
You did?
Yeah. So I'm very excited to be
Wow.
here and hear more about this mashup. What does this collision actually entail? Can you give us some details?
Well, it's going to start with comics, and that's going to start in
Whoa.
March of 2025, and we're going to have one issue a month.
So you're talking about comics, we're talking about the content. Does this mean we're really going to get to see Sonic the Hedgehog and some of his friends maybe teaming up with the Justice League characters?
I think so, and if you want to talk about it, we can.
Yeah.
That's actually
who's
super
overseeing
cool.
all of this?
So we have a writer who's super well known and everybody loves him, and that is Ian Flynn.
So good.
Ian Flynn.
Okay, so I know you're not going to tell me the artist, but we've already seen one mashup. We've got Shadow as Batman. Can you show us some of the other ones?
Sure, let's do
All
it.
right.
They're gonna show them all?
Knuckles,
Wonder Woman.
Amy,
So
Oh, of
classic.
course.
Sonic, of course,
Green Lantern
Silver the Hedgehog,
What?
and Cyborg.
Tails.
All right, I'm
Tails
gonna
against
call it right now. I'm gonna
Cyborg?
go
I guess that
Amy.
makes
My favorite
sense.
is Sonic as the Flash.
I'm gonna go Shadow as Batman.
We know where you're.
Oh, what a cool list of characters.
So epic. I'm so excited for this. Is there anything else that you want to share with everybody watching?
Yeah, sure. So besides the 5 comics that we talked about for March 2025, we're also going to do a collected edition of all those comics, as well as merchandise, including apparel, accessories, toys, collectibles, and all of this will be for fall 2025.
I know what I'm going to be reading, buying, wearing in 2025.
Nice.
Me too.
You've shared a bunch of stuff with us, but I think there is possibly one more secret that you want to share with everybody.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it here on Sonic Central exclusively. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we're going to continue the celebration of DC and the Sonic universe through 2026.
Shut up! So the party
What?
is literally just
What do you
getting started. We
mean?
thought it was just till 2025, but now 2 years, baby.
2
Just getting
years?
started.
I'm so
Of what?
excited. Thank you so much, Evo, for joining us. And you guys,
Those comics I'm
make
really
sure you let us
excited
know
for.
your favorite mashups and enjoy the rest of Sonic Central.
So I wonder if it's gonna be like an exclusive story.
Ready
Like,
to face the darkness?
yeah.
We're thrilled to share the latest on Sonic X Shadow Generations.
they all fit really well. Oh. No. Please, we don't need to see Maria. It's all good. It's all good. Burrito, you must be having a fit. A good fit, though. Spoilers!
Black Doom. I destroyed you once. I will do it again.
This is cool. Man, I can't wait for this game. Maria!
Finish this here and now.
You know we're playing this day one. I'm not waiting to Sonic Sunday for this one. It comes out on a Tuesday. I can't wait a whole week. I can't wait a whole week. We're playing it the Tuesday it comes out. Oh my god, the wings. Spoilers, yeah, everyone close your eyes. Close your eyes. I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget already.
Use it as my own.
What am I even looking at? Oh, slime. Oh,
This time,
he's
crush
back.
every last one of them.
Yo, side scrolling. He's so angry.
The warrior that will destroy you.
No, not that guy. Not stupid time, dude.
Maria?
Relive memories, battle against villains, set the timeline
Maria?
back to normal, and save the world. Pre-order the way
Maria?
past Cool Collector's Edition today and get this exclusive Sonic and Shadow Dreamcast statue.
I want it
Only
so
available
bad.
at
It's so
limitedrungames.com
expensive.
until October 6th.
No.
Past and present
Oh.
collide in a
Are these
frantic
gonna be on
chase for
YouTube?
truth
'Cause
and
this would be sweet
understanding
to watch
in
'em on
Sonic
stream.
X Shadow Generations, Dark Beginnings.
Why did Shadow look like a baby there? Oh. I can't wait for this too. Oh, we got Rouge, baby! Sorry, I'm quiet. This is so cool. Oh my god, look at this animation! Holy crap! That's gonna be
Coming
so
to YouTube
freaking
and
cool!
Sonic the Hedgehog official social media
September
channels starting
25th?
September 25th.
Tomorrow?
Additionally, PlayStation versions of Sonic X Shadow Generations will have an exclusive extended
Tomorrow?
edition featuring deleted scenes.
And deleted scenes. I'm gonna poop.
Take a trip back to the early 2000s.
That's
and
so
peek into
cool.
the mind of a mad genius. In this
what's in the book?
nostalgic commercial for Gerald Robotnik's journal.
I'm very excited
Now
to
you
skim
can
through that.
visit ancient ruins,
What the?
space stations, and the dark depths of an
I
old
do.
scientist's
Snoop, I do need that
grief-stricken
Dreamcast statue
mind.
so badly.
All through the
It's too
rambling,
expensive,
barely
though.
coherent pages of Dr. Gerald Robotnik's journal, the publication that's especially created for absolutely no one. Dr. Gerald Robotnik's journal is packed with breathtaking accounts of dubious scientific exploration, government meddling, and so much more.
Government
Today,
meddling.
through this exclusive offering, you can get Dr. Gerald Robotnik's journal for the special price of when you call and use your credit card, we'll
give you a taste of my revenge. All of you ungrateful.
You'll also receive Doomsday,
Who took everything away from me?
ancient robots of mass destruction, and the ultimate life form. So order today and send to a child you love.
To order the indecipherable pages,
Send despair to a child you
want to know
love.
about Gerald Robotnik today, must
I
be
want
the
this.
order to call.
I mean, like, I want it. I'm gonna get it, but I
All
want
physical
it.
Day one editions of Sonic X Shadow Generations come with this 24-page journal.
Heck yeah.
Pre-order now and secure your copy.
Pre-ordered, baby. I'm ready.
As you can see, the rest of the year is packed with new and exciting content,
Yeah.
activations, programming, products, partnerships, and much, much more. We can't wait for you to experience all
Am
of
I
the
gonna
fun.
cry?
The Sonic universe will continue to grow and innovate. We hope that you will enjoy every second, make new friends, and like Sonic, enjoy Chili Dog every now and then.
There's plenty more adventure coming your way.
Adventure!
Make sure you stay up to date by following us on the official social channels.
There it
linked
is,
in the
guys. Sonic Adventure 3
description below.
confirmed.
Thank you for tuning in to Sonic Central.
Wait! I have one more! Mr. Evo, Azuka-san, I just got word.
Word about what? No way.
Really?
Well, fans, it looks like we've got one more thing.
One more.
for you.
What can it
Let's
be?
roll it.
What can it be?
What's up, Sonic fans? We were so incredibly blown away by the reaction to our trailer. I wanted to record a special message thanking you all for the support. We are so excited for you to see this film. It's Sonic's biggest adventure yet, only in theaters this December. Cannot wait for you to check it out. Thank you again for all your incredible support. You guys are the best.
Oh, a little Sonic movie action.
We make these movies for the Sonic fans. And their love, passion, and energy really drives us all to make sure we're creating something that's fantastic.
That guy really is Sonic, Snoop. I think he's the real life
We're so lucky
Sonic.
to have the support of the fans, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that support. So we just absolutely want to honor that and celebrate what it is they love about these characters.
When you think back to where this all started, it's such a gift that we get to keep telling Sonic stories. And we never take that for granted.
Baby Sonic!
It's incredible to be able to tell stories that give Sonic a real journey and an arc.
Told you got this.
Hey, we got this.
The first role in Sonic is
Plus
an
DX
outsider
Part
who
1.
was really just looking for connection. In Sonic 2, he wanted to be a hero, but he had a lot of learning that needed to happen. What helped him get there was, of course, his squad.
Yo, his
Sonic
bros!
3, we're continuing Sonic's character journey to include this new leadership role. For the first time, he's going off into battle and having to make choices. And no matter what you're facing, no matter what challenges come your way,
Yo, he's
as long as you
moist.
really be true to who you are inside, you'll make the right choice when it matters most.
I just got goosebumps.
Are they
What
showing
we've tried to do
anything
with each
new,
successive
though?
movie is to go a little deeper into the Sonic lore. First we brought in Tails, then Knuckles, and now in movie 3, Shadow, Maria, Gun, and Gerald Robotnik.
In the saggy flesh.
Saggy flesh, baby!
Fans are just gonna lose their minds when they see what we've got planned.
Oh,
we had
no.
great action in Sonic 2, but now we're just taking it up a whole other level.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
We've had a blast in the last 2 films.
Nothing,
but we
Tate.
can always do
Nothing.
more. We can always push it.
Nope, lots of cool announcements just for like various Sonic stuff, but they don't really do games here. Unless you're excited about the
I don't
mobile
see us
games.
slowing down at all.
Oh, they did the thing! They did the
We are
thing!
so excited for you
They
to see everything
crossed!
that's coming. and we know how much you love surprises.
No.
So keep a sharp eye out for Easter eggs. Looking good, guys. We're gonna get back to work because we got a lot of movies.
Nice
to make,
shoes.
but thank you again for all the amazing support. You guys are the best fans in the world.
Wow. Wow. That was Sonic Central, baby. Sonic Central. It's exactly how they always are. Very some cool announcements, some neat looking things, the usual. You got the Chows, you got the Sonic, you got all the good things. But no game announcements like all the other ones. There's no game announcements, but that's okay, because we're just here to get a little extra Sonic stuff, The Lego set looks cool. The anime looks fantastic. The new Chow anime they announced is pretty cool. Yeah, that was solid. It was fun. Fun, cute, a good time all around. But thumbs up. That was probably one of their better ones, where I feel like the stuff they showed was pretty exciting overall. If you are a big Sonic fan, or just, even a what's the word I'm looking for? Not as huge of a fan. I love how they turned off. I love how turned off by Hollywood Jim Carrey is, and yet he keeps coming back for Sonic movies because he knows that they're quality movies. They're quality. They're good for the family. They're fun. That's what we like to see. So yeah, solid. Exactly what I expected. But we are now just chilling for a minute while I watch my connection. How's the quality been for you guys? Has it been cutting out a lot, or how is it? Because I keep seeing I've been in red the whole time, so I apologize for that. I don't know what's going on with my internet. It doesn't like to be friendly today. Yeah, Rumble on PC is cool. I guess that was the biggest announcement, is the new Sonic Rumble game, which is a like a Fall Guys-esque Sonic game that is coming to PC, which is cool. Because it didn't have to, but it did, so we'll be able to play it. But again, I apologize for my connection. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it'll fix itself, although it's been 30 minutes and it hasn't changed, so we're just gonna have to pray. Oh, Sonic Top Golf. That's what I wanted to see. Top Golf, close to me. Let's see what we see. Okay, not now. Let's see. U.S. locations of Top Golf. Let's see. I'm not gonna have it up on stream, but okay, the closest one to me is very far away. Not very far, but at least an hour. So open 12 p.m. It's $20 an hour, apparently, but there's a member fee and there's chips. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going to the Top Golf place, but gonna go get my dinner. Probably not gonna stay around for Astrobot. Yeah, it's true. So if you guys don't want to be spoiled on Astrobot, you're more than welcome to jump out. We're gonna play that until completion and then jump into Yars if we finish it before the Sony show later tonight. But yes, Burrito, I really appreciate you being here, buddy. And again, apologies for the inconsistent quality of my stream. Sometimes life's just cruel, and we just have to roll with the punches. Oh, look, now it's going to green. It'll drop to red, though. I don't trust it. It was green for a minute, though. Didn't cut out, but image quality, yeah, was inconsistent. Apologies for that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It was due time. We had a lot of good streams without internet issues, so, knock on wood, but I expected it. I expected it was time for my internet to be a jerk at some point. Let's see. Gonna go at my dinner. I hope your dinner's good, but I'll swing by later. Now that I think about it, I've never seen you and Spider-Man in the same place. Have fun saving the world. I would not be surprised if Burrito was secretly a superhero. I think at some point, Burrito, it'll slip. He'll tell us. He'll be like, hey, I'm actually, what hero? Burrito, I think, is the Flash. I think if Burrito was anybody, I think he'd be the Flash. Spider-Man would be pretty cool, though. But Snoop, I hope life's been going well for you, buddy. It's been a while, so I hope everything's going well. I hope gaming's good. I hope work's good. I hope your face is good. It's great to see you. I pressed a button. Actually, I'm going to run a quick speed test just to see if it's going to tell me what's going on. But yes, we're going to be jumping into Astrobot in just a couple minutes. Let me just run a cheeky little speed test here. Don't look. Guys, don't look. Okay. The Sonic X Burrito X Flash collab gonna go crazy. It certainly is. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Let's see. Download speed. Great. Great. We're looking at great numbers. Great numbers. I would show you, but it says where I am right now. Although it's not where I am, but it says a location. You know how it is. No need to dox. Plus, it might show my IP. Okay, and upload. Upload's good too. What the nuts? Yeah, my upload's 33. It's 34. Hello? Hello? If my upload's 34, why is the internet stupid? Why is the internet stupid? Yeah, it is having problems. What else? Popular service with reported issues. Chase? Mortal Kombat servers. What? What the heck? So why am I in the red? Yo, OBS, you slut. Why are you being stupid? Why aren't you working? Why? Why? Oh, I'm throwing up. Oh, I'm throwing up. Okay, well, that doesn't help anything. Maybe it is on Twitch's end. Anyways, I'm going to change hats. The Sonic one's going to get sweaty. Enjoy my sweaty head. Don't look. Oh, look at me. Look at me, sweat boy me Bob. There we go. Goodbye, Sonic Hat. Goodbye, Sonic Hat. Hello. Retro, or rare wear hat. I'm going to put that in front. In front, methinks. Phew. Phew. Yeah. I just see it dropping down. I wonder if I can check anything on my end as far as this. I know. Well, once my hair grows back a little bit more, it was fine before. Like, it wasn't bad, but I look better with a hat anyways. The hat switch, he means, but I know. I should turn it backwards. Like I'm catching a Pokemon. Let's see. Kilobits are all looking good. Stream output. Okay, calm down. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just a crap day for it. Crap day for proper streaming. But you know what? We're not going to let it stop us. We're still going to finish Astrobot in way lower quality because, you know, that's the plan for today. Either that or we just stare at each other. Just 7 more hours. How long until the Sony show? 6. Tim is rare wearing that hat. Damn! Oh, the man's got comedy. The man's got jokes. The man's so funny. That was a good one, Teachu. I like that one. I like that one. Let's go to the ISP and riot. Yeah. Although I don't want to riot because they've been good. They've been good up until today. I legit don't think I've had internet issues in a couple months at least. Granted, I did take, a whole month off from streaming. But even before that, like once I fixed my internet issues, I really haven't had much problem until today. I don't know what's going on today, but Itachi, welcome in, by the way. I hope you're doing good. I hope life's feeling good for you. Where's my PlayStation controller? There it is. There it is. So again, final warning for Astrobot. We are in the final worlds. So we're halfway through World 4, and then there's World 5, and then we beat it. So if you don't want to be spoiled, you're more than welcome to leave. But I recommend coming back because we will be watching the Sony, I'm going to say it that way, the Sony Showcase, the Sony State of Play, and it'll be at 6 p.m. Eastern. So about 5.5 hours? 5 hours and 20 minutes, right? Around that time. It's Eggman. He didn't want us to see. No, he wanted to ruin the fun. He wanted to ruin the fun that we planned for each other. The good time. Guys, it's not Sonic Sunday. Don't look. It's a lie. It's not Sonic Sunday. I guess it was for a little bit. But it ain't anymore. It ain't Sonic Sunday. No. The Sony Showcase. Would you like to watch the Sony Showcase with Shmi? With Shmi, the Sony Showcase? Okay, I need to go here. We're going to switch our game to Astrobot. A-S-T-R-O. Bot. Okay. It's fine. I don't, there it is, Astrobot. Done. And then on YouTube, the same thing. Go to edit. Go scroll down, and then game, we're playing Astrobot. Astrobot. Da-da-da, doink. Save. Okay, we saved. We updated. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And then shut that off. Turn this on. Activate. Yo, it's already the Sony showcase. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. There's the boy. There's the bot. Oh, wait, are my sounds working? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. But yeah, the Sonic show was fun. I think if we get any Sonic announcements, it'll be at the Game Awards. Game Awards or the Tokyo Game Show, which is like also they're doing stuff today for it, I think. Right? I think they're or maybe it's later in the week. Where are we? We're in Chameleonville. Right? Did I get everything in the other place? Okay. 100% did that area. 100% did. 100% did. That area's not open yet. And now we're in Chameleon Town. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh, yeah, I missed some things in these levels. You boys got to replay these levels. Let's go here first. Spooky time. Snoop, who knows? Tonight there could be some. I'm gonna stretch her. Oh God, I gotta play. Oh. Tonight there could be. Oh my God. Something at the Sony show. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some kind of tease or something. There's a lot of rumors that it's going to be very, well, not even rumors. I guess they confirmed. I guess not. It's going to be simulcast, so both the U.S. and Japan. So if there are like Japan exclusives or franchises that are very big in Japan, it'll be announced then too for everybody at the same time. Which usually I guess they have two different shows. I don't think I wanted to go that way. Death. So there's hope. There's hope. I think we'll see our boy Sora show up just for a second. Because, I mean, what else does Square Enix have coming out? Oh, my goodness. What else do they have? They had their Final Fantasies. They need something new. Oh. Ew. What is this goop? Get over here, bird. How am I supposed to get you? What? That thing's rude. I don't like him. What? What am I missing here? I think my copy of the game's broken. Oh! What are you looking at over there? Birds? Oh. Why? Oh, it's a trap. That's why. Uh-huh. What is going on here? Oh. I understand. Now we have our ghost busting equipment. VR helmet. What was this one again? Oh, the time stop. Oh. Haha, idiots. See ya. Oh, you fools. Phew. That was cutting it close. Hello, you. Forspoken 2? No! Stop! Oh. I hope to see something good. I'll be working during it, so I'll have to catch up to everything afterwards. Dude, that's torture. That's torture. You gotta let them know. It's like, hey, I'm sorry, guys. I can't be at work right now. Oh my God. There's a guy! You just have to be honest with them. Oops. Oh. Yeah, I hope nothing crazy gets announced then while you're at work. Although you're in an ad right now, so ignore me. Ignore me. Well, you have to ignore me because you're watching an ad. But, you know, I got the speed. Oh my God, they're throwing these knives so fast. I really wanted Forspoken to be good. I was so upset. Maybe it is better than I give it credit for. Oh God, I'm screwed. Oh. But I played the first 5 hours and I wasn't feeling it. Oh. I wanted to feel it. I wanted it to be good. Oh, puzzle. Okay. What's in the fire town? Oh. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yo, who needs a DS? Oh, God. It's Barry Burton from Resident Evil. Okay. Could do with some piano lessons. That hurts Chris. It could be Chris, I guess, but it looked like Barry to me. Uh-oh. Do you think there will be any Insomniac at the Sony show? I think if we see it, it'll be Spider-Man DLC. Which I'm not upset about at all. I'll take Spider-Man DLC all day. Because I don't know how well the last Ratchet & Clank sold, so I don't know if they're working on any more Ratchet & Clank stuff, or if they're kind of out of the business. Not out of the business, but it's been a little bit. You're free! He looks so sad in there. He's like, what am I doing? What am I doing here? Hello, bug. Is this a trap? Aha! I found you, faker. What's this? Oh. Yeah, so my hopes for the Sony show, and we'll talk about it as we get closer to the event again, but I'd really like to see some new... I don't even know what I want to see. I'm so excited and happy with everything that's coming out. Like, I don't expect a new Sonic game. We got a new Dragon Ball Z game. Resident Evil would be sweet. Some rumors of that. Oh, no! Yeah, some rumors of a new Resident Evil, which would be really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm looking for. I don't necessarily mind the remasters as long as it's for stuff that we haven't seen in a long time. I don't want something from like PS4 era, like what we're gonna see with Horizon and stuff like that. I want old stuff, old obscure stuff. I don't know which way is the right way. Yes, yep, Snoop, I am getting it. Unfortunately, I'm getting it for Xbox because my friends that I used to play Dragon Ball Z with, like when I was a kid and stuff, they're all getting it on Xbox. So I had to get it on Xbox. Ooh, which I don't mind. Ooh, but if it has crossplay though, we can totally play. I don't know if it has crossplay. I guess I should have checked. I didn't think about that actually. If you wanted to play it, of course. If you wanted to play it, but I can't wait. That's a day one. Actually, I got the deluxe edition, so it's coming 3 days early. Because that's just how excited I am for it. Budokai, the Tenkaichi series is hands down like one of my favorite fighting games ever. I'm gonna die! Okay, there was no safe place there. There was no safety. Oh, it was that low part. Okay. It's fine, we'll do it first try, boys. Easy pickings. Oh. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh no. Okay. I keep forgetting I have the time mechanic. Okay. Any secrets for your son? Oops. That looks like the right way. This looks like bone. Okay. Good enough. Who's in here? That's a lot of death. Oh no. The lightning will help. Oh, the spooky levels are so fun. It's Jill Valentine. You're free, Jill. But rescued. Boink. Boink. My hope with Dragon Ball is that I will be a successful Bobbity main. That's my goal, is to be the best Bobbity player in the world. And I think it's an honorable goal. I think it's very achievable. And it'll be a great day. It'll be a great way to stay in shape. Get out of here. Oh. Not today, Ballman. Okay. What are we missing here? That's devious. Bobbity is the great... Oh, God. Bobbity is the greatest Dragon Ball character ever. Hands down. I want to be a Bobbity and Pan main. Bobbity, Pan, and Videl. Speed, yes. Yes. Alright. More speed, please. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Yo, we're crushing it. Oh, God. Y'all never stop me. I am speed. Okay. What the heck is this guy? Oh, no. Is that a puzzle piece? I'm still missing a puzzle piece. Uh-oh. Go! Okay. Haha! I found you! Puzzle. We're going for it. It's worth it! Oh my god, no! Yeah. Snoop, the roster for the game is nuts. Ooh. Yeah, 184 characters, I think, now. Which was, like 20 more than they initially announced. Which is a nutso. It's too many characters. Ooh. Ow. Haha! Not today, ghosticles. Bing. Bing bong. Oh no, it's raining. Stop. Yeah, it's the roster's ridiculous. No! Do we know if we can transform? Yes. Yep, you can transform mid-game, but not every character can transform as they properly could. So, like, for instance, like, early Goku might not be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Like, you have to play as, like, end Goku. So the paths are kind of... They're not just, like, base-level Goku to Ultra Instinct. Depending on who you pick, we'll be able to transform according to that. I don't know if you can fuse mid-game. That I'm not sure. But that would be really sick, too. If you could do mid-fusions. I imagine you can. It seems like they're doing everything that you could do in the previous games, so... okay, we need one character in this level. Who are we texting? Oh, goodness. Let's see. Oh, I must pause for a second. Okay, well, at least the very last week in October, and it's like okay. Sorry, I just had to catch up. They gotta bring it all back. It's huge. Yeah. The fact that this game even exists in the first place. Let's start there. Like, I never in a million years expected a new Tenkaichi. At any point. Just because Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was so huge and so crazy. But I think the fact that we got Super, we have Daima coming out, we have like tons of new characters they can add, it only makes sense to do a newer one. What's up here? Treasure! So it is. It's so freaking cool. Hello. What did you drop? Oh, treasure. I didn't find that last bot. Or not last one, the first one, I guess. The one I didn't get originally. Where are you, beginning bot? Early. Yeah, so they had to go all out, which I'm very excited for, especially because not only do you have like the main story you can follow, but they have their like alternative routes, so you can like change the fate of certain characters and like do different different things. Like you can create new scenarios, and they have like the voice lines and stuff, so I'm curious what kind of scenarios people are going to create. It seems very full of content. Oh god. Hello. Missing character. Where are you? I guess there's a reason I missed you, because you're hard to find. Ugh. I hear a duck. Is he in here somewhere? Oh, I'm very, very excited for this. Even more so now. Thanks for the... Of course, dude. Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot. There's going to be quite a lot. And I mean, every character has their own move set, so even if you're playing as like one character that you like know the moves of, depending on which version, they'll have different moves. Like it is just so, they knew what they were doing. What's your favorite reference? Oh, in this game? Oh, I don't know. There was a lot of cameos I was very surprised about. Like Vib Ribbon is quite the obscure game. There's some games even I don't know about. Nothing here, huh? Not to say I'm the know-all of all characters in these games, in Sony games, but I'm always impressed when I see something I don't know when it comes to gaming, so that's cool. It's always nice. It's always nice. So there's, yeah, definitely a lot. There were like some Sony toys, like a Sony pet dog thing that I've never seen before. Spyro, of course, was really neat. There's some super good ones. Lots of Capcom stuff, which is great. We saw Klonoa. He was fun. Yeah, I think what surprised me the most is there's a whole level based on Ape Escape, which was fantastic. Like, you're literally going around catching the monkeys with the net and hunting them down. Like, it's a full level, which I thought was really cool. Ooh. Sony does. They have so many games in their historical catalog, which, I mean, I think a lot of us do forget that they don't own every single one that's shown here. But some people think they do, and they're like, why don't they make games with this? It's like, well, they don't actually own them. The other companies do. You know, Spyro, stuff like that. Where is that guy? Do I really have to go hire the bird to find this one stupid guy I'm missing? But yeah, it's crazy cool. Alright, I got enough to buy the bird. I'm gonna buy the bird. Because he's gonna be in a stupid place. It's weird because Crash was like, right? Yep, Crash, Spyro, and wasn't even owned by Sony. I know. I mean, it's a little technical there because does Sony own Naughty Dog? Or did they own Naughty Dog at the time? Because Naughty Dog has been exclusively Sony since the beginning, right? Other than like early stuff, like pre-Crash, I guess. Okay, where's this guy? Where is he? They really should have. Yeah, I think that was a big mistake on their end. They do, but Naughty Dog never owned Crash either. Oh, who owns... Oh, did Activision own Crash the whole time? Ooh. Or who owned it? Universal? No, Universal had Spyro. I thought Naughty Dog owned Crash. Well, they obviously don't anymore, but... That's funny, I didn't know... Well, I don't know, but did Activision have them the whole time? Oh, it was Universal. So Universal had Crash and Spyro? That's weird. Please, go under, thank you. Oh, now that you say it, I remember, what's his face at the beginning? Cortex. Universal Interactive Studio Production. Are you looking somewhere, Bird? No. So Universal had Crash and Spyro. And they sold them both? Idiots. Idiots. I heard the tweet. No? Is it actual birds? Yeah, they should have bought the rights. Especially considering how big Crash is now. I mean, maybe they just thought Crash wasn't going to be any more than what it was. Bird, you're not very helpful. Oh. This thing? No. Oh, there he is, right in front of my face. Oh. Well, I'm glad I got the bird. I don't think I would have found him. I mean, I probably would have, but I just suck. See ya. Crash and Spyro kind of died, to be fair. Yeah, like... Well, they died because they weren't doing anything after, right? So like Spyro had his trilogy, Crash had his trilogy, and then Crash Team Racing. But it only died because they weren't making anymore, right? Was it? I don't think it wasn't popular by the third one. But then again, I mean, I was a kid at the time, so I was just excited when they came out with new ones. So what am I looking for here? A portal and a puzzle piece. Okay. Portals usually end up being at the end. Eh. Yeah, but after the fact, like all the Spyro and Crash games, that's when they died, for sure. But I think if like Sony kept Spyro and Crash, I assume they would have the same teams working on it. Maybe not though. Maybe the teams would want to move on. Yeah. But I mean, those weren't like great games, nor were they made by the original developers. So I feel like they kind of lost their way because they weren't made, like, I don't know, with the same love, I guess, as the other ones did. After playing them, of course, I've seen how they are, and they're like okay, but they don't have the same charm or feeling as the other ones did. Oh god, watch out! No, get off this! Oh my god. Oh, this is the inflation level, of course! Watch out for that guy. Oh no! Oh, thought I died. But yeah, maybe it was just a changing of the gaming landscape. Because I know there was a turning point where like first-person shooters became the biggest thing ever, and dark and gritty games, things like that. So maybe it was. I always thought those games were really fun, even as I got older. But I might be in the minority. Unrelated, but Amy as Wonder Woman it's really cool. That art came up real quick, and it was all so fast. But yeah, everybody. So I'm curious what the comics are going to do, if it's going to be a full-fledged like crossover, or thank you for the raid, oh yeah, thank you for the raid, yo, Shadow Killer Munchkin coming in with that beautiful raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Collection Revolution. I'm a nerd that collects video games, and today we're playing a million different things. We watched Sonic Central. We're playing Astrobot. We're going to try Yars Revenge, or Yars Rising, assuming we beat Astrobot, and then watch a Sony State of Play. So I hope you enjoy all those things. Shadow Kayla Munchkin, I hope your stream was incredible. If you need to go stretch your legs, if you need to go throw your controller down a well and wish good luck to the future of gaming, please go ahead and do that. Or if you need to, make a couple pieces of popcorn and then attach it to your elbow so you can be elbow popcorn person, please go ahead and do that. I have streams a lot. I know life is crazy. So if you got to go to your post-stream shenanigans, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, feel free to stick around and watch this madness with my terrible connection. You know how it is. And let me give you a little shout out here. Oh, wait. We already got a shout out. Someone's way ahead of me. Way ahead of me. And I also hope your birthday was great. I hope you had a great birthday and TwitchCon was good. Yo, back from TwitchCon. How'd it go? How'd it go? I saw a lot of videos, a lot of pictures from various people. It looked like it was a great time. TwitchCon is something I still really do want to go to. I just haven't. It is expensive, but I'd still someday like to go and meet with the good people of the world. Oh. Ah, no! That one's on me. I accept that death. I accept it. But yeah, I hope you had a great time. Ooh. Thank you. And thank you to whoever gave a shout out. Ooh. Ha! Float. Alright. So that puzzle piece, I don't actually know where it is. Because I think I went the wrong way last time. I don't think I went this way last time. What's that? What are you doing to that flower? Is this romance? Are we about to see some love? Oh god, I didn't mean to. Please. Please. It's all okay. Da, da, na, na, na. Let's go. Get out of here. Yeah, I think this is what I missed last time. I hate these are my least favorite enemies in the game. Their attacks, unpredictable. Ooh. They always get you, too. Those idiots. You can't ever go fast enough. Oh. Oh. Pain. Oh. Good. Favorite stream, Tipsy Tune. Saw him. Yes. Pictures with me. Mom and Dad took them. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. It's nice. It's nice to have the parents help you out. Take some cool pictures. And yeah, I hope you had a fun time meeting them. Oh! I'd like to go to TwitchCon one day. Yeah. I feel like it's something that, you know, we gotta do. We gotta do. If you're a streamer, if you're a content creator, if you just, you know, like making things, like meeting people, seems like a good place to be. Ooh. I hear it's great for networking. That's really one of the big pluses to it. Next year, I'll see you there. Bring Strawberry. Oh, God! No! It deflated early. Yo, I'd love to meet Strawberry. And Susie, of course. Of course, the dream team. And Tichu and everybody. Oh. Eh. I have no idea where that puzzle piece is. That's probably not good. Don't worry, child. Uh-oh. Huh. A flower! We did it! Oh, no. Let's see. Twitch Rivals was there. How did that go? Isn't that like a show where you can see people go against each other type of deal? Where there's competition? Strawberry booth next year? Ah, the wind! No! You've killed me. Yo, I suck at this level. An AMA panel? Oh my god, that would be kind of funny. Like, here, talk to this AI horse. Ooh. Ask Strawberry anything. Can we go up here? Oh. The wind! Okay, that's puzzle piece. Is that puzzle piece 3? I'll be so mad. Oh, shoot. It won't let me know. How do I know what puzzle piece that is? I don't think that's puzzle piece 1. Susie, always thinking ahead. Oh! Oh my god. Die! Oh. Huh. Yes, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here and raiding in. I appreciate that. And have a good one. Bum-ba-da-da-da. Where are you? Oh. The reason why the reason why the visuals are low quality is because you're not playing on the PS. That's it, guys. If you're ever wondering why the quality, that was puzzle piece 3. If you're ever wondering why the quality's low, that's why. That is why. Sir, I don't want this. I don't want this. Do I have to buy the bird again? Because I'm that bad of a gamer. Fall. Alright, it's fine. PS5 Pro, best system ever. Only way to truly game. Every other game you've played before is sad and miserable in comparison. Unless you're playing on the PlayStation 5 Pro, you've never gamed in your life. The future is now, thanks to science! Yeah, it's sad. I feel bad. I feel bad for everybody who thought they were playing video games before and didn't realize they weren't. Wow. Wow. You know there are people who think like that out there too. Who are like, yeah, they actually are not a gamer because they're not playing on the best hardware. That's sick. That's sick and twisted, I tell you. I tell you what. Can't believe I had to buy another bird. Wait, there's something over there? I'm dead! This is why I need the bird. It's whatever I'm looking for. Oh, over there? Hurry up. No! How's someone supposed to make it over there? Tell me, video game. Where am I? Who am I? Oh, this is how you're supposed to do it. Please! Is this bonus? Bonus! Bonus! The portal? The portal. What the heck? Bambooular! Wake up, bots. Yo. Now we're deep. Okay, I think we did it. Oh. What? What? Wait, I still need the puzzle piece first. But, okay, you know what? I gotta continue on. We'll come back, I swear. I swear. I spent the money on the bird, so I'm not gonna spend it again. I know where that is now, so I'll just get that and come back. Yeah. Guys, see, I'm smart. I'm smart. It may not look like it, but I'm very smart, okay? I know math, like 70 times 11, and I know basic Spanish. Siente. That's right. Oh no, too much air. Oh. So I'm ready. I'm ready for the Smart Olympics. Get off. Oh. Huh. Fly. Okay, bird, I get it. There's a secret over there. You have to teach me where the new one is. That's okay. We're going to move on. We're going to move on, bird. There's a new world out there. Unless that's the puzzle piece he's pointing me towards. Nope. He found the new one. Wait. Is it here? Where is this? Oh. Can I slice this? Ah! Oh! Come on! How was I supposed to know that? Tricky! Okay. I don't think my ego will allow me to use the bird. Well, that's fine. But I guess for streaming it makes sense. Oh yeah. I don't have the patience to look. Sometimes I do. But our goal today is to beat this, so. And you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll take it. But I get it. I get it. You want the journey of finding it, of exploring, of adventuring. That's all there. That's all there. Oh. Okay, what am I missing here? I got it. Bro, I've just been sitting here and never got the alert. Oh no, Jesse. Oh no. That's upsetting. Should I do a news story and say, hey, my stream's back up? Jesse, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we went through the whole Sonic show. Now we're just playing games again. Having a good time. My internet's still trash. I think it's going to be red all day, but sometimes you just got to roll with the punches. Got to roll with the punches, baby. Oh. Ba-ba-da-da. I feel like a dupe. It's okay. I did wonder where you... That's okay. You know, if I have internet issues and people don't come back, that's okay. That's okay. You know, no one has to stay here. No one has to sit here for a bad quality stream. You know, I may bring entertainment, but if it's bad quality... If you're watching me at 160p... Ah! My ship! It got 8! Danger Dojo. You can slightly use your finger? Yo, what an upgrade. What an upgrade from no finger to slightly. Yo, I've seen this stage. This is in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. I have to be Coco here. And do my weird little kick. Ah! Oh, he got 8! No! Okay. The image quality is very bad, but good enough to stick around. I wonder why it won't fix itself. Because currently my upload is 33, which for streaming, you need like 5. I thought the same thing about this level. Dude, it looks just like it. The Wrath of Cortex Coco level. Oh, back to the ninja stars. Yo, it'd be crazy if Coco was in here, because that's a I don't know if a deep cut's the right term for it, but it certainly is a quite the obscure take, especially because that wasn't Sony at all. That's also cool. You get to make your own platforms there. Ooh. Dude, the kick's so bad. It makes me laugh every time I use it. I'm like, why? Why is this even a thing? It's like she like goes down. She's like, eh. She like maybe I don't know if I could do a kick better than that. I guess, but ah. Oh, what is that bear guy? Yo, is Goemon hidden in the stage? Oh, Goemon. Where are you? Bum, 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 bum. Oh. I wonder, I'm trying to think how I could fix it. I did restart my computer too. I restarted my computer when I restarted my modem. So I was thinking that might fix it, but it didn't. It didn't do nothing. Yo, we got a Bop It Extreme break? Alright, let me kill these guys so when I come back it's not a bad deal. It's not a bad thing. Am I about to get blown up? Ah, hold on! I gotta kill the evil flower! Ooh. Ah! It's a monkey! Don't be mad. I just really wanted to eat 2,000. No, you're good. No, don't ever be upset when you redeem nuggets. When you spend your nuggets. Oh, where's my Bop It? All right. Let's see.
Solo, blasting, expert, novice, expert.
Expert.
High score, 25. Bop it, twist it, pull it, spin it, flick it, flick it, twist it. Oh,
I'll do a couple.
Score, 9.
The problem with this is it's the noises, and because there's so many, there's 5. Shut up, Bop It. There's 5 noises. Here we go.
High score, 25. Bop it, twist it, pull it, spin it, flick it, spin it. What? Dude. Score, 9.
9 again.
High score, 25. Bop it, twist it, pull it, spin it, flick it.
Oh.
You'll get it eventually. Score, 8.
One more. I can do better than single digits.
Bop it, twist it, pull it, spin it, flick it, flick it, spin it. Oh, dude, seriously? Come on. Score, 15.
15. I gotta practice this more. That's hard. Those sounds. Shut up, Bop It. Those sounds really trip me up. Yeah, go to sleep, Bop It. I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna test one thing. Guys, don't mind me. Don't mind me here. I want to see something. That's the thing. I don't remember the sounds. I want to see if this tells me refuse to apply style, blah, blah, blah. Dynamic bitrate enabled. Yeah, because it's just constantly going down to red and then coming back and down to red. Back, down to red. So I want to figure out what the problem is. I'll give you a B+. I'll take it. I'll take it. B+ is better than my school grades. How do you remember the sounds? It could be a B+. Boppet's very sassy. Boppet is not a good guy. I mean, he is, but he's just loaded with so much sass. What was the thing I wanted to find? View current log. So yeah, this is saying going back to previous bitrate. Yeah, it just can't keep consistent with the bitrate. But for why? But for why? There usually is, if I do this, yeah, and then analyze. Okay, let's see what it says. Let's see what it says here. I can go in the trash. Let's see. Capture interference. Display and game capture sources will interfere with each other. Maybe it's because I'm running an old version of OBS. That's about it, though. Dynamic bitrate. No, it doesn't say I have any issues, though. Rude. Rude. It just doesn't want to stream today. I guess the other thing is I could try to shut off YouTube and see if that fixes it. But YouTube doesn't usually take any more than usual. Like, nothing actually changes on my end. I guess other than I'm outputting from 2 different sources, but shouldn't that be on the same? I guess, I don't know. Well, we can certainly try it. Because I want it to be good quality. You know, I don't want you guys sitting here for bad quality all day. Especially because it's going to be a long stream. Alright, I'm shutting off YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll just upload the VOD after, the crummy VOD. But anyways, we'll see. I'm going to stop on YouTube. Let's see if that fixes it. If that makes it stay consistently higher, or nothing. Or nothing. No, yeah, because currently I'm running at, it's dropping to 1,700 kilobits, which I usually stream at 5,000, just for a reference. Okay, and it's going up. Oh no, it's going back down, back to 1,000. Okay, 1,800. So it's quite the significant difference, but I don't have anything running. Nothing that I wouldn't have running. It did go up. It's fluctuating, so like it'll go green and then it'll jump up to 3,000 and then drop back down to 1,000. Like it's good, still good right now, still good. There's hope. It's up to 3,400, 3,800. Oh my god, it's going to 4,000. Wait a minute. Are we good? Is it because I'm looking at it? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. YouTube was killing me. Yo, we're back to 5,000? We're back to 5,000? Yo, we're consistent? We're consistent? What the hell was happening on YouTube? What was YouTube doing today? It's fine every other day. Freaking YouTube. Oh, my chat. Did I exit out of chat by accident? I think I did. Hold on, I gotta update my chat. Hold on. Okay. Get out of here. You can shut off. You can go. I need to pop out chat. Alright, well, sorry YouTube. We'll get this upload later, I guess. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Numbers are looking good. Wow. So, what was going on at YouTube? That's weird. I wonder if, I don't know. I don't know. How bizarre. Well, whatever. We'll just do Twitch today. That's fine. You know, I can upload my reactions later. Whatever I decide to do. That's so weird. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. Like it is putting out 2 separate outputs as far as you know, the quality, or not the quality, but the bandwidth and all the other fancy tech terms. Do a fake reaction in HD. Exactly. I'll just re-record it and be like, this is my first time. Oh god. This is my first time watching this Sonic Central and Direct. Well, with the Sonic Central, I'll probably just do a quick, short version of that. Because not everything was exciting, but the exciting things were exciting. Yo, is this, who is this? Who are you? I don't recognize them. Samurai from something. Not Onimusha, right? Western warrior. A pirate and a samurai? Deadly. A pirate and a samurai? Is that the Way of the Samurai? Samurai, I haven't played that game, but... And that's Jin Sakai. It's gotta be, right? Oh, no! Dead. I'm dead, Sakai. Hello. Yo, I like the Astrobot picture in the background. Jin, you're stuck? Don't worry, I gotcha. The Ghost of Tsushima. Vengeful spirit, a samurai, no more. Hey. Hey. Don't say that. Bounce. Bounce. Okay. Whoa! I want to go over here. Wow. Can't believe it. YouTube was betraying me. And all the things I've given it. All the love and happiness. And this is how it treats me? For shame. Whoa. Oh god, we're dead! Never mind, you're dead. What the? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, wait a minute! I understand my mistake. I understand it all now. 1, 2, buckle my poo. 3, 4, shut the door. A hop, a hop, a hop, jump, a hop, jump, a hop. Hankering for a hunka. Oh no! Yes! Yup! Haha! Oh. Look at the story. The ancient history of the Astrobots. Yo, puzzle piece! I'll take all your ryoi. Huh. Hop. Alright. Oh. Get away! Anything I'm missing here? Hello? Hey, that's the guy from Onimusha! Ooh. I may have done... Wait, hold on. Oh, the timing was okay. Kind of. Eh. No. Well. Oh, I think we can do it if I don't suck. I can do this. I'm too proud. I'm too proud. There we go. Hello. Welcome in. Samurai. Demon swordsman. Took up the gauntlet against a demon army. That's cool. Man, I love video games. Was I trying to go up? Oh, I was. Oops. No! Well, since I'm here, I'm no longer too proud. I just learned the other day that Zelda got leaked, huh? Ooh. The new Zelda game got leaked because it's coming out Thursday, right? I saw someone on Instagram playing it. Like, they shared it to their story. They're like, this game's great. I'm like, wait, doesn't that come out in, like, October? Oh, yeah, so is it not this Thursday? Oh. But, yeah, kinda stinks. Kinda stinks that got leaked. Ooh. Zelda has low hype for some reason. For a Zelda game, for sure. For sure, I think, for whatever reason, it's like... The thing is, there's so many other games coming out, too, that I think everyone's just like, it's too much. It's too many games. Cool. But yeah, for a Zelda game, I agree. It feels like there's not as much of a, like, huge excitement for it as you do, like, with Tears of the Kingdom, you know? Did I get everything? We're good, baby. No! My platform! Oh, he had pink dots on him. That means he's a boss! Yeah, I guess. Oh god, I wasn't aiming. Ooh. Yeah, to me it's more exciting. I actually am much more excited for that than I am Tears of the Kingdom. Or that I was for Tears of the Kingdom. Traditional Zelda, I mean, granted, it's a little more free and open, if you will, because you can, you know, spawn items and things like that, but yeah, I'm excited for it. It's not a day one buy for me because I already got Silent Hill and Dragon Ball and Astrobot, so it's not smart for me to buy another game, another new purchase, but yeah, I think it's awesome for them to do something. Yeah, Yep, I'm excited for it. I still need to play A Link Between Worlds, and then I think I'll have played essentially every classic type of Zelda, other than the DS ones, I guess. I didn't touch anything on the DS, but... Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I forgot that was coming out too. I can't... Guys, I can't play all these games. What are they thinking? What is Nintendo... What are game companies thinking? Nobody can buy 27 million games. I mean, people can, but it's crazy. It's crazy. What do they show off in it? Is it cool stuff? Ooh. Oh. You can and you will. No, I will, but not full price for some of them. Ooh. There's a couple things I had to get day one because I'm a freak. Oh, Sonic. Did I say Sonic? So I'm getting, yeah, Sonic. What else? Sonic, Astrobot, Dragon Ball Z, and Silent Hill. Yeah. Ah, I got Sonic, guys. Guys, that's my whole life savings. Oh, no! Yeah, because, man, I want to get Mario Party day one, but I also can't. I mean, I could, but I shouldn't. That's it. It's I shouldn't. Oh! Ballsack! Oh. Yeah. I am very much looking forward to that. And the thing with that, too, is, like, it's not going to go on sale. Although Mario Party tends to go on sale, strangely enough. It's, like, one of the few that constantly go on sale. Ooh. Oh, that was messy. Oh. I feel you. Despite my monster backlog, I actually have a giant wish list. Yeah, there's just so much coming out. And it's unfortunate because I have, like, all the systems, so I'm always trying to play the new stuff anyways. Get my grubby little mitts on it. But as a content creator and, like, streaming and stuff like that, I know there is some value in, like, playing the new stuff when it comes out and making content around it, too. I'm never the best at the most timely content, like when new stuff comes out, because I like to enjoy it, too. I don't want to just play it just so I can have a review out the next day or whatever. So I do need to get better at it, being able to do it within the first week or something, but... Oh. Yeah. Also, this boss looking sick. Look at that tongue. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Mario Party's pretty hype. Oh, God. Right up to the uvula, baby! Heck yeah. Heck yeah, delicious. Ooh, he's purple now. The saws of justice. Oh, God. Oh, we made it. Ah, this boss is sick. Get out of here. Missiles! I say nay. Wait a minute. Don't destroy my platforms. Ah! No, there's two of you! Oh, there's more. That's what I get. That's what I get when I let my heart win. Oh. Don't be mad at me, man. Oh. Oh my God, it's in the shape of the boss. Run! Oh, stupid. Fun. Oh, it's so juicy. Ah! He's not very happy. Whoa! Oh, I did it, but I was too slow. Failure. Oh, from the beginning, failure. That's what I am. Oh, failure. We got it this time. 1, 2, 3, dead. Tongue time? Nope, fireballs. First try, boys. So what's everyone got going on today? Any plans? Any adventures? Also, this is a little loud. Let me know. Turn it down just a little bit. As you can tell, oh, I did it too early. Yeah, oh. As you can tell, this is my plan for today. Yeah, because I'll probably stream until the Sony showcase, or the State of Play, and then I will, I'll probably end stream after that. Then try to upload a quick YouTube video of if there's any hype announcements. Ooh. And then, oh my god, I suck at this boss. My health! Ooh. Hey. Oh my god. Clearly that wasn't the run. Alright, no more Mr. Nice Guy here. It's funny you can roll him around over the bed. Goodbye! Oh, that was quite early, but it's okay. Bum, 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 punch, 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 punch! What character are we gonna get out of this? I didn't even think about that. I wonder if we'll get like a Horizon level. That would be crazy, because the amount of love Sony has for Horizon is nuts. So if they did a Horizon base level, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But what did we get? Ape Escape, Uncharted, and what was the other one? Oh no. Ape Escape, Uncharted, and God of War. Oh, I don't like having a big hole there, but it's okay. Yo, why is he laughing like that? Oh, apparently my backpack didn't want to turn on. Punch, 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 punch. Heck yeah. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da. We got it, baby. One, a two, a three. Oh my! One, a two, a three. Final round, baby. Oh my missiles! Oh, that's half the map. Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't love what I did here, but it's fine. Oh, now what? Not more missiles. Oh, true. The fruit. Ha! Good. Order, order, order! Alright. Make it a little tense, don't you think? Alright, we got him. See you later! Oh, his eyeballs. What do we... Oh, we're gonna take his nose ring? Oh, no! Stop! He's dead! Oh. Oh, no. What a way to go. I feel like this game gives off that N64 platformer feel, obviously with better graphics. Yes. Yeah, this game is such a Nintendo... Loco Roco? Oh, is that what the bonus level's gonna be? Loco Roco? Are you kidding me? I love Loco Roco. What the hell? That's insane. That's pure insanity. Here I was thinking it'd be a big PlayStation franchise, and instead it's Loco Roco. That was the first game I got on my PSP. Back in the day, long ago, it was Loco Roco and Daxter. But I played Loco Roco first. But yeah, this game is like such good platformer vibes, like N64, GameCube, PS2 era. Like, it's just so, I can't believe it's Loco Roco. That's amazing. I'm so happy about that. I love Loco Roco. Bum, 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 bum. Going Loco. Now, do I remember any of the characters? No. So all the references, all the characters we pick up, I'm not... Oh, this is so funny. So I wonder if it's going to play like the game does. Oh my god, it's so colorful here. Hello, Loco Roco. Even just hearing the music. Hey, yeah! Oh. You could have given me 100 guesses, and oh my god, it's motion control. You could have given me 100 guesses to what this level was going to be, like, before I picked up who it was. I would have never guessed it. It's funny how Sony was like, we have no IP in this. I can't even, like, factor why anybody would say that. Oh my god, it is just Loco Roco. It's so good. Oh my goodness, hold on. Oh, shoot, I might have to get Loco Roco remastered now. I never did get it. Whoa! Oh my god, you can even separate them like it does in the game. Seriously. Seriously. I didn't even know they owned Loco Roco. Oh god! Well, it's just how I played it back in the day. Dying. Yeah, Sony's insane. I wonder if when they said they have no... You're free! No IPs, maybe they mean no... Speedy Blob. No profitable IPs. Not to say Loco Roco wouldn't be, but I wonder if their eyes, like, the no IPs means, like, we have nothing that'll be popular. But I don't know. Who doesn't love Loco Roco? This is insane. They probably mean like, yeah, like we have no IPs, which is still crazy to say because they have like 20 AAA big ones. A lot they're sitting on too. Like they could bring back Killzone or Resistance. I mean, if they're looking for stuff like that, not spend 400 million on Conquered, which I mean, from what I see, oh, this is so cool. From what I've seen, I don't think it's actually 400 million. I think that's more hyperbole or whatever, but... Whoa! Glorious cheese! Oh, don't mind me, guys. I'm in heaven. I am in bliss. No. Because that's crazy. I went to look up other game prices, and there's, like, just nothing like it. Oh! What do we get this time? The block. The exuberance blob. I think maybe if you factor in everything, like the TV show and marketing and whatnot, yeah. The other thing is, and I don't know if you watched the video, but the guy says that the company, before Sony bought them, spent $200 million to make the game. So the company already, like, they were being by backers and stuff. So I don't know if you could really include the 400, like, count that as 400 million. I guess you can, because I get that is like total production. Sony didn't specifically do that, but I guess it is. Yeah, the game itself, I doubt it. Like, it's possible, but yeah, I don't see. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't see it now. You know, if they do, like, you got to think about it. If they did a full animated episode of a show for that, like, Game Over show or whatever it was called, is it called Game Over? No, whatever it's called. That probably costs a lot of money, but not hundreds of millions. Loco Roco! Ooh. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I want all the coins. Yeah. New cutscenes for the games, yeah. That would certainly make it expensive. Now the ice world. Yeah, I mean, reading the things like Sony saying that this was going to be like the new Star Wars and stuff, I don't know. That just seems so seriously tone deaf. Ooh. Yeah, this is crazy. This is like next level bonkers that this level exists at all. Deep voice, bottomless stomach. And it feels so good to play. I mean, motion controls makes plenty of sense, right? Oh, let's pop it up. Part of me thinks there's a trophy to get every coin. So that's what I'm going to try to go for. Come on, guys, get that coin. No! No! Go back, my children. We can get it. Oh, there goes that dream. Get over here. Bum, 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 bum. And the music. This is how I felt with the Ape Escape level, too. Like, insane. The fact that they did this at all. Maybe it's hit all the trees. I'm not going to hit all the trees, though. Go ahead, break into little bits. We'll have fun together. Bum, 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 dun. Look at him go everywhere. No, I'm missing things together now. Woo! Oh. That was just amazing. That was so... I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy. Why can't games like this come out all the time? Why is it that we get a game like this once every 20 friggin' years? Granted, the last Astrobot was what, 4 years ago? But yeah, we need it more frequently. And it doesn't have to be Cameo City. Just make another local Roco. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You have so much money, so many teams. Get them to work on the stuff people love. Do I have to blow into it to fix it? Not yet. Too early. Don't worry. I'll get all the junk out. Oh my god, there's so much junk in there. Good. I was like, anymore. Oh. We gotcha. This just makes me want to build my own PS5. Super cool soda. Oh. Uh-oh, aim it. Ah. Anybody thirsty? Coolant. My favorite drink. Don't forget to recycle. You're safe, my pretty. Looking brand new. I don't know why it's all twisted like that. One final world. Push. There we go. Keep it cool, baby. Bum 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 bum. Look at this. Look at this Cameo City. I didn't get a lot because we were halfway through a level. Oh, is that enough to make the golden? Nope. Oh, is a new area gonna unlock? I thought we unlocked it all. Behind the statue of Pepito. I don't know if that's its real name, but that's what I'm gonna call it. Let us go save Pepito's land. What? 120? That's nothing. Let's do it together. Yes, everybody now. Oh. Thank you. I was like, who's not grabbing? Oh, a bridge, my children. I say break the rope. Ah. Vib ribbon. Thank you. Yes, more children. Oh my god! Ah! Where do you need me, guys? Right? Right here? Okay. Pepitos! You're free now. Over here. Birds! Angry Birds reference. I don't think anybody's grabbed. Oh, okay. Everybody now, ready? Pull! Oh, Sonic. The egg Sonic. I don't care what anybody says. It's Sonic. It's blue. It's Sonic! Defender ship juggles humans for fun. Resogun? The ship from Resogun? Okay. Okay, that is a Sony property. That all makes sense. I'll take it. I know Sonic won't show up in this, but I want to believe. Don't worry. I'll save you, child. Bot rescued. All right, everyone stack up over here. Oh, wait. Hold on, before we do that. Oh, that's where that guy is? Okay, yeah. Ba 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 da ba da 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 da. What other PS4 games are there? Velocity? I don't think it's PS4. PS4 exclusive. Wait. Haha! Oh god! I broke one part of the wall. Well, let's do it again, everybody. Once more now. Where's everyone going? Well, I hope it's enough. Let's go! To the top. Okay. Oh, they had to hold this up. Dang. Oh, wait. I want people over here first. Help me out, my army. Whoa, God, we broke it? Oh, we're too fat. Come on, guys. Do we have enough? Uh-oh. Sick. Okay, I see all those guys over there, so we gotta save them. Somehow. 250! Wow! Ain't enough. Get away! Oh, we're moving this? What's there? 3 guys up here? What are they afraid of? These little things? Never mind, they're terrifying. Heck yeah! I'm gonna sneeze. Another sneeze? Maybe? One more? Okay. I felt it coming. I felt the sneeze coming. Come on, guys, over here! Our next egg shall be born. Oh, the fabric of reality. Don't rip it. It's okay, we can be friends. Nope. Oh my god, stop. Please! Ah! Oh my god, where are we? Lava. My guess is we got a ship, so if this will also be a ship. What's an iconic ship? There's Resogun, there's... I can't think of any other ship-based games. Did Armored Core start on PlayStation? I'm gonna guess a mech from Armored Core. Oh, it's the Griffin thing! Barrel Muncher. Sometimes does what it's... If that's not the best description... Sometimes that's rare. So it never does what it's told. Yo, the Last Guardian. See ya. You enjoy your pit of despair. Bye! No. Get out of here. That's messed up. Alright, I think that's everything in here other than the 250, which we can't get. Hello, my ship. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. To space we go once again. And guys, don't forget to stand every once in a while. Stretch your legs. Oh, that's what we'll be needing to do today. Oh, yep, I can feel it. I can feel it, Mr. Krabs. Oh. There it is, the Goose World. The Goose World. I don't think I got everything over here, though. What'd I miss? 2 puzzle pieces. Bonus worlds. My legs. What opened up? Hello, bonus worlds. Oh, did I miss 2 puzzle pieces? Oh, I missed 1 in here. I missed a puzzle piece in Loco Roco Land. And then a bonus world somewhere, right? Aha! Get over here! Heck yeah. Back to Loco Roco, I guess. Where's that puzzle piece? I must have just went the wrong way somewhere. But you know what? I'm not upset. I'm not upset. Do I own Loco Roco Remastered? I'm gonna look right now. I'm gonna look right now. I don't? What a chump. What a chump. What a loser. What a stinking poopy head. What a dumb dummy. Is it on sale? LOC. Unless I own it physically. I might have it physically. Oh, it's part of PS Plus. Wow. Oh, they have them all on here. Midnight Carnival too. Ah. Oh my god. And it's got Korochiro. I didn't even play this one. Or Midnight Carnival. Or Loco Roco 2. Okay. Something to think about. What about Loco Parents, though? I want to play that one. Anywho, just good to know. Good to know. Okay, I'm not going to need the bird. We're good. Can I skip this? Skip! Oh. Ba-ba. Warms my heart. Ha, get it? Heart? Because there was a heart right there. Ah! Speed run time, baby. Oh, God. Take all the extra money, though. Lightning my eyes. Bum, 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 dun, dun. To the new land. That is puzzle piece 1, I believe. Oh, you haven't, Susie? It's pretty cool. So what you're seeing here is basically how the game goes. You play as this like Morbus blob. Is Morbus a word? This weird like blobby guy, and yeah, it's how it controls. So you press the triggers to like lean the game back and forth. But you can separate and become a bunch of little guys, and you can collect more like I don't know, juice or what would you call it? Other Loco Rocos to make yourself bigger, and you can go through levels, and so it's kind of like a puzzle platformer because you have to like figure out how to get through areas using your size and stuff. This game has been educating me on play. I know. I think that's such a cool part of it, is people who have never seen these PlayStation franchises before, they're like, oh, what's that? Oh, what's this? Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. All right, now keep our eyes open for the puzzle piece. Hit the tree in the middle. I bet that's what has it. No. Everyone reconnect. Yeah, it's wicked fun. It's super cute, too. Well, I'll play it at some point. Puzzle piece? Puzzle piece. Nice and slow. No one's making us go fast. Oh, Puzzle piece, where art thou? Well, I either missed it or it's around here. Wait, I don't want to finish. Oh. I missed it again. That's a tricky puzzle piece. Do I hire the bird? Do I really go to hire the... I think I can find it. I think I'm just taking a bad path. Bum, 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 and it's just more Loco Roco. With the rolling in music, it kind of gets me... Yeah! Yeah! It has that kind of fun vibe to it. It's not so much about, like... Well, no, I guess it is kind of about growing bigger. Because a lot of levels you do want to get as big as possible. Because it kind of works as your health, too. Like, you can get hit by enemies and you'll lose some of your little Loco Roco guys. Oh, get out of here. So that's Puzzle Piece 1. So the one I saw before is Puzzle Piece 2. Ah! Oh. Okay, puzzle piece 2. So wherever the next puzzle piece is, it's up ahead. What's that over there? What's over there? Break apart, my children. No, okay. Well, hopefully the puzzle piece is not up there. Oi! Oi! Break the wall. Somewhere around here, I can feel it. Somewhere around here. It's an interesting character, though, right? So that's that. Maybe I gotta collect all the coins here. Ah! Nothing down there. That looks painful. Nothing. Yo, King Omega Wolf, welcome in. Oh, I hope you're doing incredible today. And enjoying the Loco Roco madness. These are weird. Ah! That was terrifying. That was terrifying. Alright, it has to do with the trees. You get all the trees, you get the puzzle piece, right? Right? That's gotta be it. Wait, there's a flower over here. Are there hidden flowers in the snow? Oh, I'm happy to see you. I like hanging out with you. What was weird? The ghost. The ghost, the game? What was weird? I don't remember. Who am I? Who are you? Who are we? Maybe we gotta get all the flowers to show up. Uh-huh. Puzzle within the puzzle. Eh. Yo, but I hope you're doing good today. What's for dinner? What you making for dinner? Any more secret flowers? Yeah. Heck yeah. It was! Haha! Oh no, please! Dun, dun, dun. Then I'm good. You know what? Let me get some extra coins though, because I'll probably do a little bit of grinding for coins. At some point anyways. So. Tree! Give me the coins. Alright, good enough. Good enough. Ooh. Back to the menu. That should be all the puzzle pieces. You're my awesome brother and friend, and I'm your friend and brother, and you're an awesomer dude. Awesome, dude. I can read. Yo, I love the happiness. I love the happiness. I love the hype. And I appreciate it. And yeah, dude, you're awesome too. Everybody's awesome. Okay. Did I get the trophy for that? Forget 100% on the levels. Rescue all bots in Lost Galaxy. I think I did. I'm going to assume I did. Oh, sad day. Our last world. Unless there's a bonus super world after all this. Wait, he loves the CPU? No! What a prankster. What a jerk. Oh, yo, we're going to Aladdin's world on the Sega Genesis? Alright, if you insist. The Genie of the Lamp? Really? Like the genie, but they're saying the genie? Ah. No! Okay, I didn't want it anyways. Okay. Goomba, your hopes for a Star Fox level. I don't know. Maybe the final boss. I would say that might be your best bet. Is there's a final boss that lets you use this. Go! Yeah! Oh, the wind! Ah, we crashed! Oh. Who's that little robot guy? Hey, buddy. Oh. Oh no! Who's in the plane over here? That one? They're on top. Don't worry, I got you, friend. Heck yeah. Oh, but there's a cameo before this guy. Somewhere over here, I guess. Ah! It's poop! Yeah, this music feels like tropical. Who's up there? Oh my god, they're so familiar. Who the heck is that? Oh my god, what are they from? Galactic Pirate, Seeker of the Seven Star Swords. Rogue Galaxy? Oh, is that the main guy in Rogue Galaxy? Haven't played it. That's my guess, though. That's my guess. No, not the clothespins! Ah! Alright, who's over there? Oh, another character. Don't worry, friend, you're safe. Oh god, you're not safe. I killed them. What's that monkey doing? Are you in a director's chair? What a goofy monkey. Oh no. What's this? Oh. Ah, so many nuts. Woo! Checkpoint would be nice. Don't worry, sad elephant. I'll save you. These stinky robots will never. Oh, never mind. You're doomed, elephant, just like I am. That's why we always fly attack. Ooh. Don't forget about the secret area over there. Ooh. Stop. You're free. He filled up the area with water. Oh, I don't want to hit you. Yes. Yeah. Okay, good vibes all around. Get out of here. I know, that elephant was cute. Poor guy, just wanted to have a good time. Oh, watch out. The evil Mirage. Ah! The invisible wall of doom. What about over here? No, but there's buckets. I want it. Yes. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Get out of here. There's so much to find in this level. An alien. No! Aw, sad day. Ah, double sad day. Ba, 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 da. Whoa! What is this, a piggy bank? Do I just throw it? Money! That is what a piggy bank does. Aha! The genie. Okay, I need a better picture. With all the monkeys in front. Another one to add to the collection. Thank you. Bum, 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 da. Alright, what do we got left? Eh. This is quite a fulfilling first area. Get out of here, pumpkin. Or watermelon, I don't know what you are, but you're evil. I know that much. Did we get everything? Looks like it so far. Get out of here. Oh, I can't attack. Okay, it's fine. I don't want to. Parkour! Anybody trapped in a jar over here? You need some assistance? There was an enemy. Is there a portal in this level? There is. Okay. Keep my eyes open for that then. Alright. Haha! Oh no! This is bad. Ah! This isn't what I wished for! Oh! Okay. Bum bum ba na 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 na. Ah! Move it! Is that Cat? Yo, what are you doing here? Heck yeah. Gravity shifter. If she's not in a rush, she's in a daze. Ah! Alright then. Alright. Is that someone else? Is that? Oh, that's a monkey. Sorry, monkey, I gotta leave you. They don't want me to save monkeys in this game, just other Astrobots. Ugh. Specifically says, do not save any monkeys. I don't know what they got against you. Oh, lordy lord. This is gonna be bad news. Do it again. Haha, stupid. Oh, it's the bulldog. It's been a while since we've seen that. Oh god, I was trying to spin. We did it. Uh-oh. Did it, but at what cost? Get out of here. Don't worry, you're safe. Wow, he was torturing him. This is the darkest timeline. Get out of here. Ring, ring. For who the bell tolls. We're good? Okay. Ah! The spikes! Okay. Oh my god, he jumped. It's over. Ah! Boom, ba-dum, ba-boom. Bing! Dead, all of them. Don't worry, I'll save you up there. Okay, okay. Still missing a puzzle piece. There might be a portal somewhere. Wow, wow, wow. Run! Goodbye. Hey! Yum! Don't know where I want to go on this, so we'll just... Is there any benefit to the inside? Just death. I just wanted to kill you! Oh. Puzzle piece, yes! There it is, our last character. Who is that emo? Oh, it's Cat's friend. Ugh. Raven, maybe? Defender of Hexville. Seems cold, but they'll crow on you. I think that's her name is Crow. Crow or Raven. Alright. Everything but the bonus section. Oh. Let's do it, baby. What's that? Get out of here. Heads up, baby. Get it. Ah! The wind! I'm gonna say, no thank you. No thank you. No thank you. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, that sucks. That sucks real bad. The wind was too rude. Let's try this again. Give me that skull. Come on. Come on. Rude is what I'd say. What do you want from me? I can't play like a god. Ha. Phew. Okay. Should be it for the stupid genie. Dead. Oh, almost dead. Phew. Back in the lamp he goes. Oh, okay. If only there was a secret right up here. Oh, nothing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha, clever. Oh god, too far. I wish for infinite wishes. Your wish is granted, but every time you make a wish, you also lose a finger. Terrible, I know. Oh. I'll get you, secret area. I see your tricks. This area seems too far. But maybe. Oh, I had the rocket. I forgot. I wish I could grow my fingers back. Wish granted, but you're stealing fingers from everybody in your family. Every time a finger grows back, it's one of your family members. Hello! Oh, the elephant made it! Oh. I'm in the final world. Yep. Right near the end. So, unless there's another one. Unless there's a secret, I guess, 7th world, because this is the 6th world. Yep. Yeah. So we have our bonus world here, the Lost Galaxy, so I guess that could be it. But yeah, it looks like there's only 2 special stages left. Maybe 3. High Suction Hero. Yo, that kind of sounds like it sucks. Maybe not. I want whatever that is. Give it to me. Oh, data. We definitely still have a lot ahead of us, though. We still have to, oh my god. We still have to do the difficult levels. Oh. Whatever shape we have left. I think square? No. X? I don't remember. What is this one? Oh, what? Hey, the building. I forgot about this power. Concrete! I say nay. Oh, okay, that works. It's clue. Oh, it's a clue movie. Oh, die. Thank you. Oh, you're still alive. Take me up. You're free, my son. It's a crazy thing that exists. And the fact that the guy still tries frequently, it seems, is nuts. Dedicated, I guess. It seems like he really believes it too, which is, you know, all the power to him. Oh, I don't have enough. I must go back. Ah. Take me up, Sonny. Oh, never mind. Alright, wait for it. Hold. Puzzle piece 1. Woo! Oh. Who's that? Who is that character? Sand. Oh, blobbies. Yes, blobbies. Okay. Hopefully we get something in this. More blobbies. Oh, kill zone. Militant mutant in Helgahan. Red Eye catches you. No, I get it. Oh. Hey, we finally can touch some of these galaxy particles. The stars. Uh-oh, ice. Don't worry, penguin. I'll save you. Are you safe? Haha, you're free, Mr. Penguin. What is this, water? Oh, it's ice. Oh, it's an ice ramp. That's cool. Yo, ice is nice. Oh, God, where am I going? Ha. Go. Did I want to go up there? What was that area? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. You're free. Melt. Oh, do I just suck it up that way? Head all. What do I need? Guess we just go on that? No. What am I missing here? Is there a ground pound? Melt it. That's what I was trying. What do you mean, suck it up? It. Oh, on top. I'm stupid. Oh, go. Oh, different elements for different situations. I don't know about this guy. Yahoo! Okay, I see a puzzle piece over there. Woo! Woo! I missed. Ah! It could be. And I feel like I have used it in a game. It's like Portal. Although Portal doesn't use it for the whole game, but... No! Oh, you know what? I don't need to go this one anymore. Wahaha! I love that the ice becomes a ramp. That's really cool. Ah! You win. Oh. Portal 2 is incredible. It is like... yeah. 100%. 100%. One of the greatest ever? I think. I don't think you're mistaken. Ah! Do I want this? Oh. Plus, even the co-op campaign of that is crazy. Like, I can't believe you got a whole single-player campaign and a co-op campaign. That it's crazy. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Thank you. I will suck up your brain matter. Yeah, it's legit 2 whole games in one. Uh-oh. A little bit more time, yeah. Perfect. I'm out of here. We were getting abducted. Don't worry, pal. I'll save you. You don't want to be stuck in a rocket as it gets blasted away. Oops. Get away from me, jelly brain. Thank you. Are those bananas? So just kill zone, guys. Thank you. To the moon! Heck yeah. Time for a peanut butter bar break as it sets us up. Ow. That's money in my pocket, baby. I feel like I'll be grinding for a lot of coins. I feel like there's still a lot of things in the gacha I gotta get. Yeah, so my guess is we'll finish this world, and then there'll be like one big boss at the end. Why is the snowman scary? Sure. Do the snowman level. Oh, seriously, it sounded like a haunted level. Uh-oh. We got hit, but we're fine. Oh my goodness. Yo, who's ready for Christmas? I sure am. Oh no! Wait, I've seen this level. Who's that up there? Is that old Ellie? Can you have old cameos too? Oh no! No, that's friggin' what's her face from Beyond Two Souls. That's funny. Gifted Soul has a not so imaginary friend. That's funny. It looks just like Ellie. If I was Sony, I would elevate Astrobot to mascot territory and go in hard promotion wise. It's like they barely even acknowledge how good this game is. It's crazy. They must know. Not only based on the reception and reviews, but like obviously internally, they have to be aware of how good this game was and how much love and time and attention. It is funny because you can see a lot of Astrobot branding all over the place. Like for a long time, he was just on the Sony website. Like he's just part of it, you know. Like he shows up if you're looking at like all the pages. He's just there in random places. So he has been notable for a while, like part of the whole ecosystem. But I agree. Like I don't think as many people were aware or understood Astrobot really before that. Because he did have a couple games, but it wasn't anything like Crash or anything like that. I think this game certainly helped it. This was one of the more accessible ones. Because one of them you needed a VR helmet, the other one you needed to buy a PS5. And granted, you need a PS5 for this one too, but I don't know, at the time, it was like a free game, right? And it's weird, some people just completely turn away from a free game when they get a console. Like I know a lot of people who still didn't play Astrobot when they got a PS5. I don't think KJ did either. Just to think of someone like more close to home, right? It's just funny. With this feels like the first major release, probably why it's just called, yeah, which is sad because they've had so many really amazing ones. And I would argue at the very least the VR one is a major release, but you're right. I mean, this one certainly feels like the major because it's the most accessible. I would argue that Astro, the other one, what? Oh, okay. Astro's Playroom is more accessible because it's free, but like I just said, there's a ton of people who didn't even play it. Devi, welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, don't worry, puzzle piece. I'll save you. Oh, God. Never mind. Devi, how's it going? Oh, excuse me. Yep, it is surprising. I don't know what's next for Astrobot, what they could do next. But whatever it is, I'm here for it. I missed a puzzle piece? No. Can I go back? Ooh, it's downhill from here. That's fine. Wait, we can do it. If I was a puzzle piece, where would I be? I thought I got the puzzle piece. Oh, in the middle here? Oh no, that's just the floaty thing, isn't it? Yeah. But maybe we bring it somewhere. Above! Nope. I'm bringing it backwards. Might be over here. I'm good. Just staying dry for the last few days. Oh, has it been raining a ton where you live? 2-player? Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Yeah, get the family involved. Oops. Oh. Was it in here? Oh. Always hit the snowman, guys. Always hit the snowman. Whoa! Oh. Yeah, because this is what the other games have been like too. Like as far as gameplay goes, it's very similar, if not the same. I mean, you have the jetpack, you got the attacks. Like, yeah, I would say it's almost 1-to-1. Is that gonna be enough? Nope. Yeah. Oh, if they did an open world one of these, that would be awesome. That would be crazy. Oh man, because a lot of these levels do feel really big and open. So if they just like have them all interconnected, I think you can really get some crazy things here. It's been raining like mad in England by England standards for the last few days. Really? Yeah, well, definitely stay dry and warm. Oh, I do love the rain, though. I am oh, no. Who's in there? Just some guy. Oh, he was too scared to go on the ice, and I killed him. Uh-oh. What's down here? 1 foot in front of the other. Guess we're about to get a power up over here. Oh, never mind, just death. Yeah, been a fair few. Jeez. Any reason? Is there like a I don't know, some kind of typhoon or something, hurricane coming your way, or is it just Rain City? Run into this, fool! Okay, it doesn't work like that. Oh wait, maybe it did. Aha. Dead. No! How do I kill you if you... Oh! I'm gonna say that took care of him. Power up, please? Oh, it's a bomb! You're free, my son. Yeah, well, I hope you're safe. Hope you're safe and avoiding the rain. Yeah, I like rain to a certain degree. Like, if it's really? If it's an obnoxious amount of rain for like days and days, nah. But I'll take rain like 2 days back to back. Like a weekend rain. So then I can just sit in my room, even though I do that anyways. But with the rain, knowing it's out there, waiting. Not been too bad, but where I live, but I know what parts of my route to work get flooded, so it's all good. Oh, so you know what places to avoid then. Ooh. You're like, oh, it's gonna get bad here. I'm not going. How do I get up to you, sir? Oh, is this where I have to make it fall? Oh, no! That's dumb. That's dumb. Okay. That's a cool level, though. Huh. 1 foot in front of the other. Da, 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 da. Fall! Don't worry, Connor. I'm glad he showed up. So this is the, oh, I still missed someone. The Deviant Hunter. So this is the Quantic Dream area, which means we must get someone from Heavy Rain. Who would we get? If we got someone, I hope we get Shelby. That's what I want. How do I leave? Haha. Oh, Shelby. Where are you, Shelby? He's probably the more recognizable one. I guess the woman is too, but I can't remember her name. But apparently there's somewhere around here I haven't been yet. I'd like another explosive. Oh, they're over there. I'll save you. Not like that, I won't. Ba, 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 ba. Debbie, been playing anything good lately? Is that toast? Toast and fish. Uh-oh. Always trust in the toast. Get out of here. Whoever it is, they need my help. Oh, it's neither. It's freaking Death Stranding guy. Patriotic Porter. Successful deliveries are real bounce they must. Another one I gotta play. Ooh. Ah! That one's really tough for me to get into. Death Stranding. I really want to. But every time I play it, I'm like, oh my god. I don't have the attention span for it. It's slow. You can lose. You can lose bad, too. It's not just like, oh, I messed up. It's like, oh, no. It's the end. But I know I'll really like it the more I play it. Ooh. Just have to grit my teeth and do it. A few here and there. I'm just waiting for Dragon Age. Oh, yeah. Does that come out this year? Okay, you know what? I don't want to fight any of these guys. They're stinky. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I did play Dragon Age. Not Awakening. Oh, or Origins. What's the one that came out on Xbox One and PS4? Whatever that one is. Oh. Dragon Age. Maybe that was Awakening? Was that Dragon Age Awakening? Oh my god. Waluigi, why? Why? Alright, kill the frogs. Yo, Fizzola, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Tuesday, isn't it? Oh, it's a flower. Here I am thinking it's something cool. I mean, it is cool, but... Oh, excuse me. Oh, he was feeding his fox friend. Look at all the fish bones. And I stole them. Here, join me. Oh, no. What's up? What's up? Fizz, not much. We're having a good time. We watched Sonic Central earlier, which was, it was fine. It was fine. There were some, you know, cool looking things, but nothing that'll blow your socks off. Oh. And then, yeah, we're blasting through Astrobot. Having a grand old time. Bum, 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 bum. But what are you up to? Oh, Inquisition. Thank you. Ah! Inquisition. Yeah. Yeah, that one's fun. I actually don't remember if I finished it. I see you, puzzle piece. But I had a good time with that. Ooh. Ah! Alright, all the puzzle pieces. We're missing one cameo, which I think he's frozen inside the end. Oh, stupid poopy! Who's sending me messages? Yeah. Wow, that game's 10 years. Oops, did I want to do that? Can't believe that game is 10 years old now. It's weird to think anything on the Xbox One / PS4 is 10 years old. Is this big enough? Oh god. Well. Wait, is there something up there? Do I want to go up? Uh-huh. Ah, the portal exit. Alright, I need to... Oh. But... Can I... Well, I guess I could respawn a, Oh. Sucky, sucky! I could respawn the, ball. Haha. Okay, I'll come back for you. I'll come back. Does this thing get smaller? No. Been waiting a long... Yeah, that's actually... Wow. 10 years since the last Dragon Age game. That's a long time to wait for anything. Come on, get it up there. Come on, you can do it. I think this is what I need to do. I did get up there at one point. Maybe not. Maybe I need to collect more snow. Definitely looks like I gotta hit him with this. Or maybe I just gotta go down as my body. Time to die, snowman. Yeah! Oh, we're going in his soul? No! No! Oh. Ah! No! Ah! No! Yo, why is this music so good? Where am I going? This way? Ah! They don't die. They're impervious. Dang. So what? That's it? Now, if I choose to die, do I spawn back up there? Or was there a checkpoint down here? Let's see. Come on, put me back up there. Put me back up, balls. I don't think... Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because that guy... I had to get that guy. Oh, I'm back at the beginning anyways. Lame. Lame. That's right. That's okay. Just gonna run through it again. Luckily this game's... Yeah. Luckily this game's still good enough. Oh, he put it down! Betrayed. Betrayed. Alright. Yes, sneaky. Yes, sneaky video game. See any secrets want to show up yet? For your old pal, Mr. Krabs? Haha! Nothing? Alright, you figure out your life. I'm gonna go for this one. Haha! Aha! A secret lamp! Yes! Haha! The X levels. The Lost Cross Void. Oh no. Time for some more challenges! Origins is fun, but it has aged poorly. Yeah, I tried to get into Origins because Inquisition was my first one. And then I tried to get Origins and is the second one called Awakening or Origins 2 or whatever it's called. And I couldn't get into it. It's a little too not really my style anyways. Like I like fantasy stuff, but I didn't really like how it played too much. Wow. Alright. Quickly stopping by from Maine. Hope and Astrobot going well. Bale, Lord Bale, welcome in, buddy. I hope Maine is treating you mangerly well. Mangerly well. Yeah, that's true. Dude, I appreciate it. You having fun? Did you guys do anything crazy yet? Oh. Lord Bale with the resubscription. I feel a sneeze coming. Also, how's my ad space? Dude, check it out. You still added, I think, what do you have up until, I skipped a stream, so it's probably up until Friday, right? I think it's still Friday because I skipped a stream last week. I see you decided not to cut in the chat. Nope. You only paid for this ad space. You paid for this, but I gave you bonuses. I gave you extras, you know? We got you here. Got you here when we're just chatting, which we're chatting a bunch today because of the PlayStation showcase. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. We're just gonna run to where we need to go. Oh, vacation subversary. Also, Bale, let me say thank you so much for resubscribing. I'll allow for perfect. Now we know future deals. When future deals are made, we can cut in. We can cut into chat. We can make it true. This is a learning experience for both of us. A learning experience for all. But thank you so much for resubscribing for how many? 37 months? Jesus, man. Jeez, I feel like I owe you a cake or something. A cake to celebrate. I'll draft up the contract. Yes, get every detail exactly right. Oh, no! Ooh. Huh. But yes, dude, I hope your vacation's going great. Did a hike this morning. Dude, how do your legs feel? Owes me cake, but not ads. But yeah. Dude, when it's a product, when it's a service you paid for, I'll give you a cake as a friend. Oh God! Cake as a friend, but as a business, I have to do what the rules say. Oh, Giant Snowman reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie, which should have a remake by now. 100%. 100%. It's, if everything's being remade, it's insane that there isn't a remake for Banjo-Kazooie. Insane. Oh. Especially because Microsoft can't make any games. Nothing's coming out from them. A couple things. We got, what, Indiana Jones this year? Stalker 2? 3? Stalker 2. That looks really good. Not sure if that's an Xbox exclusive, but... Yeah, how about Fix 2 as well? Oh. One foot in front of the other. Oh, on the plus side, at least I can speed run through this. Never played 2. Oh no! Let's see. What else did I miss? Yeah, 2E. I don't like 2E. Ooh. 2E, I mean, it's got some, like, cool levels, and, you know, more Banjo's always good, but how they go about everything is just such a nightmare. It's a slog to go through. Oh, stupid. Oh. You can just get lost. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I finished it, but I needed a guide. I needed a guide to tell me, like, okay, now that you have this power up, go to this level, this level, this level. I'm like, okay, now do this, this, and this. Grunty. Yeah, oh, the industry sucks. All of it. Bale, enjoy the rest of your vacation. You have a good day. Thank you. And, dude, you have a great time, too. Dude, the train thing. Don't even get me started. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The train. Dude, nothing drives me more nuts than how the levels eventually get split up, where you have to do, like, half as Banjo and half as Kazooie. And you have to, like, you get to an area as Banjo, and they're like, okay, now you need to split up as Kazooie. And you have to go back to, like, this crazy area to make sure you're Kazooie, and then run back to there. It's just, it's insane. I don't know how you could go from Banjo-Kazooie to Banjo-Tooie, and I don't know. I don't know how they thought what they were doing was good. Maybe they just thought they gave you more game. It was really big. It was like, you just get more, but I'm stretching. Oh. My issue with Tooie is that you just never know when it's safe to leave. Yeah, and that's the problem, is you have to get things from other levels to fully 100% any of those levels. Like, I get it. That's how you had to, in other collectathons, you'd get, like, different upgrades and stuff that would make you go back. But you have to constantly go back and forth. It's not just like a one-time revisit. It's like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. Yep. You never know what you're missing. It's just, it was such a miserable experience. It's a giant turtle! Turtles in trash. Is this whole level about saving the turtles? Look at all the plastic! We gotta clean up the ocean. Oh, was there someone in there? Who the heck's that guy? Tribal. Oh, was that from Papillon? Papillon? Marches to the beat of an almighty drummer. I haven't played that game, but I hear it's good. A soccer ball? What do I do with this? The whole game is just wandering around aimlessly hoping for something to happen. Yeah, I got lost many times. Even with the guide, I'm like, what is this? Yes, clean up the ocean! Aw, this is the best bonus level ever. You're safe, turtles! Yay! Yo, can we give awards for best level? It got good reviews, but yeah. No, it's, as much as I love Banjo-Kazooie, that really... And it's funny, too, when you think about it, because Banjo-Kazooie, since the first one, hasn't really had, like, a great game. Like, not that there's been many, but... Although the Game Boy one might be good. I haven't tried that one. But, because then the next one is Nuts and Bolts. Which Nuts and Bolts is okay, but as a Banjo-Kazooie game... Oh, clean up all the oil! It wasn't the best. Yeah, I bet the Game Boy one's pretty good. I feel like it would be anyways. I don't have a duck. Okay. What? I only got one duck. Where's the next duck? Oh, there it is. Ugh. Yeah. Yep, that's why we need like a new good Banjo-Kazooie. Oh! Okay, I love how this whole level is just cleaning up the environment. Yeah, Donkey Kong 64 is better. And that game's a friggin' bastard to go through too, but somehow it works. I believe I have nostalgia goggles for it, but even playing, like trying to beat it a couple years ago, when it came out on the Wii U, that was the first time I tried to actually beat it. Like as a kid, it was just fun to explore, but when I tried to beat it, it sucks. It's a slog, but not nearly as bad as Banjo-Kazooie. And not sucks that it's bad, it is just like, same thing, the tedium of constantly having to switch between the monkeys and not knowing which monkey is a good monkey for an area. Usually there's like bananas to indicate like, hey, be Diddy here, be this, but there's still a lot of headaches. Oh my goodness. Nuts and Bolts was almost ashamed of its yeah, yep, they were constantly making fun of themselves the whole time, which again, that's just not, I feel like that's not in good spirit of Banjo. I really like Donkey Kong 64. I have no nostalgia. I think it's just good. DK64 does a good job telegraphing what you need to do, where you need to go, even if there's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I still think it's a slog and rough at times, but I don't think it's anywhere near a bad game. Oh, I didn't mean to pop that. I need it still. Come back to me. Thank you. Yeah. I think yeah. No, I guess that's it. That's my thought. It's definitely good, but it is a pain. It is very much, if you're trying to 100% it, even just trying to finish it, I guess. But the worst part of 64 are the barrel mini games. Oh my god, those are torturous because the time's always so tight. Like the early ones are okay, but the yeah, they're so tough. Like especially with the Nintendo 64 controller or any controller, because the aiming is not great on some of those. Oh no! Oh, idiot! Did I get everything here? I've just been talking through this whole level, as one does. Yeah, that's how I put it on the Wii U. But even that, I didn't feel like the controls were good on that. I remember it as a kid with the N64 controller being a nightmare, but even on the Wii U, I felt like it wasn't accurate. Ran a bit too fast, making one of the games impossible without pause. Really? Ugh. Oh, was that the last one? Oh, I missed one. No! Man, every level I had to replay now because I'm the worst. In fact, I'm just gonna restart. You know, I'll finish it because I'll get 100 coins. Oh, tilt. Ooh, it's a boss! The Mega Glooper! No! Oh. Don't worry, Mega Glooper. I will clean you up. Oh. You've been properly glooped. Ah. Oh. Lovely. Just lovely. Oh. Heck yeah. Good level. It's really amazing how this game has so many bosses, even if it's small. Yeah, seriously, I can't tell you the number of levels I wrapped up where it's like, hey, here's a little boss at the end. I'm like, huh? What do you mean? Because all of these would be like full-fledged bosses in other games. Maybe a little bit longer and have health bars and stuff, but is there a bonus that opens up? Oh, a present. Wait, I got 100% this level though. We'll save you, turtles! Yeah, this game is seriously like one of the best. One of the best ever. Alright, let's go find that last guy. He must have just been hidden in my conversation. Oh, please don't do it. Okay. Clean up the ocean, guys. Remember this. And the noise it makes. Can you hear it? Sounds like popcorn. I missed a cup! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. How much are these worth? I don't know what I'm at right now. I'm at 4,675. They're worth 3? I thought they were worth like 10. Wow. Wow. It's fun. fun. Ooh. Hello, duckies. Gosh, clean environment. There. So it must be. Oh, is that him on top? I think I see him. Ah, why? Oh, we can swim! Hooray! Just how many does this give you? Oh, puzzle pieces give you way more. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Goomba, did you end up 100%ing Donkey Kong 64? Cool. Oh. Get out of here. Yes. Melt you, demons. Heck yeah. Or I can see where you could miss that guy up there, I think. Ooh. Give it the old suck. This whole area doesn't blow up once you finish it, right? Okay, that blows up, but not in the bad way there, love. Ooh. Mostly to get 100%, you don't actually need all the small bananas, just the medals. So I did that. I found Donkey Kong 64 relaxing and zen-like. Dude, that is, I mean, that's what you want games to be. Challenging, fun, relaxing, like whatever feeling you're trying to go for. It's cool. I don't know how many people could say DK64 is zen-like, but I definitely like, again, this is nostalgia talking more than anything, but I definitely get that strong feeling of zen, of peace, like with the music and how the levels look and like going through some of the darker areas. Like I could see that. But just trying to 100% it too. You're like, here's my mission. Here's what I gotta do. Final encore. Let's do it, baby. This isn't even a final level. This is a bonus world. Oh, dude, the FPS sections. You're right. Oh. What is this about to be? Oh, just a present. No secrets, right? No, just a present for me. It's a monkey! Final encore. But wait, I haven't finished the main story yet. Hold on. It's fine, we'll do it early. So that makes everybody jump, but does it hurt them? No. Is this the super hard level? I don't know. It feels good so far. Ah! What did that do? Oh, yeah! Dun, 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 dun. Our first cameo is... Oh, are these developers? Classical conductor. Excellent at conducting under pressure. Yo, the devs. Ooh. Ba, ba, ba. Open up. Oh. Puzzle piece. Don't be mad at me. Ah, what hit me? Oh. Do I have to watch out for something to hit me again? The drum. Move it. Ah. Yay! Confetti! Oh. Wait, is there something down here? I should probably check out down here. Oh, no! Oh, that's where we need to go. Then this is a bonus room. Ah. Wake up. Bum, 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 bum. Another developer! It's that guy! Spirited crooner? Singing isn't a sport, it's a battle. Don't ever call me a crooner. I'll be a gooner, but I won't be a crooner. Ah! Dun, 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 dun. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, wait a minute. No. No. Oh, God. What's the right way? That's a character. Is that freaking Fall Guy? What's the bean doing in this game? You're not allowed in this game. You just get out of here. Clumsy bean. It's the Fall Guy. What's he doing in here? He's not allowed. More Mario. Yeah, I've definitely played this level before. Dun, dun. But hey, I'll take the inspiration. Oh! All games should just be Mario and Sonic inspired. That's it. Do this. Fly. Okay. It's funny you have to control each... Oh! Each tambourine. Because if you do just one, he'll just move his arm. He'll just be like, eh. There's nothing to hit over there. Oh. Bink. Wow, wow, wow. I like that I'm the one who can make this move. Ah! Well, I guess the other one, it's jump. Like when you jump in Mario, they switch. But I can jump and still have a good time. Ooh. What was this? Oh, the flower. Come over here. Ah! You fool! Oh, like the spin, you're right. Oh. The spin. Oh, you know who we haven't seen? Who I think should show up in this is Rayman. Rayman would be a pretty cool one. This level just makes me think of the musical level of Rayman. But he feels like, because he originally was on PlayStation, wasn't he? Or was he on something weird first, like an Atari something? They do. I gotta watch that show that he's in. The Blood Dragon show. Apparently he goes nuts in that. Da, da, da. It's one of the... It was on a few things, but most people played on PlayStation. Right. Because I'm trying to think if anything we've seen... Yeah. I was going to say if anything we've seen has been on other consoles. And like Resident Evil, that was on Saturn. Ooh, the first one. So as long as they were popular on PlayStation, or maybe most remembered being on PlayStation. Oh. Hey, character came out of that. Yo, another developer? Amateur vocalist. Always down for a duet. Heck yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any character, because obviously there's characters that Sony doesn't own, but were, you know, prolific on the PlayStation. So I was trying to think like what other ones have been on other consoles. Let me there. Yeah, let me there. That's real English. Let's go. Well. I mean, we had Ryu and Ken, and they were definitely not PlayStation originally. So, it's a little Smash Bros. Effect. Ooh. No, I don't think this is the super hard final level. I think it's the final level for the bonus world, but it's a one cameo. I think once we do all the the letter special levels, I think a super one's gonna open up from that, which will be very challenging. Ooh. That's my guess, anyways. Maybe nothing will, because none of these bonus world levels have been challenging. They've just been cool. Like my new song? Wake up! Oh god! This level does kind of feel Fall Guys-y, I just realized. A music Fall Guys level. Booyah! Kazaa! See ya. Rude. Monkeys! The Top Hat boss! Alright, there's the... Who's that? Oh! Are you kidding me? What's she doing here? Alright, I didn't expect freaking ooh la la. Hello? What's she doing here? Is this just pink characters? groovy reporter. Up, down, left, right. Chew, chew, chew. Didn't Space Channel 2 come out on PlayStation 2 in Japan? Well, Space Channel 5 Part 2, I should say. Because I know, like, Knights did. So, I don't know, though. Because Sega had some weird games come out exclusively on the PS2. Like Knights, there was a Knights, like, I don't know, remaster, updated version. But Japan exclusive. But, ooh la la, I have no idea. That's that's way out there. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. That's the... Oh yeah, Dreamcast, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. But, ooh la la, I never in a million years would have guessed her. Because that is like 100% not Sony in any way. Oh, I still have some peanut butter bar left. Ah. Who the heck's that guy? Is that from Rez? Uh-oh. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. No! Oh, that sucks. I was doing really good. I was in a great flow state. Ah, oh, no, it's over. Oh. Oh. It's okay. Dude, it's the only way. It's the thrill. The thrill of combat makes me want to go fast. Boy, okay, a little too fast that time. Oh, God! Uh-oh. Huh. You want to speedrun these levels? Then you can post it on Twitter. What, my speed? And be like, hey, chumps. Hey, chumps. Do this. Do this. I don't know if it's still relevant to post these on Twitter. Yeah, if you ace this level, it'll be a good clip. I did pretty good. I did pretty good to the beat. Did all right. Did a little bit of slowdown, but hey, if you say it's good to post, I just might. Who's that? Oh. Ah. It's not like... It doesn't really feel like it's to the beat. Oops. No, not really. I mean, if it is, I'm not hearing it. Ah! Whoa! Hey! Hey! Hey, hey, hey. Not too shabby. I'll take that. I'll take that. Is that the Guilty Gear guy? Yeah, Gear Stalker. Quite a good guy when you get to know him. Heck yeah. Heck yeah! Speed! Alright, that's 2 for 2. These levels haven't been so bad so far, compared to the other ones. Those were some tricky business. Excuse me, sir. Oh, shocking behavior. Doink. I hope the last character in this is Mario. How wild would that be if the last cameo is like a Nintendo character? Because that's where it all started. Nintendo and Sony were going to work together. So it'd actually be kind of insane. Oh! Oh! Ha! Oh! Oh! No! Oh! Oh, you think so? Wow, that level's quick. The friggin' quiz show guy, Quizmaster? Tendency to question everything. Yeah, I think so. There were definitely some. I haven't seen Ooh La La yet. There's been a good handful. Loco Roco, I had no idea that whole level was in this. I feel like people would spoil that. Maybe not. But you're right, I think the Mario one we definitely would have seen 10 times over. Birdie Barrage. Who's the bird character of Sony? Tweety. Uh-oh, I unplugged something. Did I unplug the internet? Are we good? Something got unplugged in my computer. Is everyone good? Oh, was it my controller? Are we good? Everything looking good? All I heard was... Yeah, Mario would have blown up the internet for sure. You're right. Hey, Tekken, there we go. Oh my god. Oh. We good? Okay. If there was a day for things to go wrong, today's the day for it. See you. What are those things? Cannons? Wow! Really? Damn, that one's smooth too. Hell yeah, cold-blooded oppressor rules the world with an iron fist. First try, boys! That was flow state. If I ever had flow state before, that was it. So yeah, my suspicion is that there's gonna be like a super level that opens up from all of these. Maybe after we collect everybody though. Because it didn't seem like anything opened up just yet. Galaxy. Any more treasures? Yeah, for 100%. Yeah, I think so. We're almost there. Only a handful of levels left. Yeah, the Grand Master Challenge. Yeah. Whoa! Watch out! Oh, God! Well, this is quite the change of pace. It's very happy here. Oh, this better have tearaway characters. Hey! This level feels so tearaway, like... Tearaway? Maybe Sackboy? Yeah, this is like medium molecule all day. Bump, wait, yeah. Did we see? We might have seen Patois already. Patois! Is that the character in Tearaway? I think, or Patois? Well, because we have Patois that comes in stream, but I think it's Patois. Patois! That's how I hear it in my head. Whoa! Oh. Yeah, it's, yep, was on the Vita. It did eventually come to PS4, though. Oh. Did eventually. Vita's definitely the way to play it, but PS4 version's really cool too because they implement most things pretty well. Yeah. If you can't play it, oh, it was. It's Patois. Has a very important message for you. Fantastic. I knew it. This level felt so like Tearaway. Yeah. It only made sense. Oh. Good night, moon. I'll see you next June. Heck yeah. Yeah. I bet that one still is good, but not the intended way to play that. What do I need? Okay, save Patois. I think we're good. Someone's stuck down there. No. I wonder if every level is based off of some level from gaming history. Oh. Because some levels I can point out and I'm like, yeah, that definitely feels like it's from that game. But other levels are very just like, I don't want to say generic, but you know, like the type of levels you would expect from a platformer. Okay, I may be crazy, but my puzzle piece sense is tingling. Oh, I'll take treasure too. Did I get a puzzle piece yet? I haven't. There's 3 in this level too. I definitely missed one. There's no way. There's no way. I didn't miss one already. Too bad. Continue on. Ayo, okay, you win. Let me take your hair, kid. No! Aw, oh, that's stupid. Woohoo! Uh-oh. Oh, this better be a puzzle piece. Or a character. Heck yeah. Bum, bum, ba, bum. Hey! You got another puzzle piece for your son? Oh, okay. Oh, still a time limit. Keep going. A puzzle piece, I found you! Uh-oh. What are you, puzzle piece number 2? Oh, 1! There's hope. There's hope. Bum, 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 ah! Oh, try to hit it back. Take it! And 1 more for me. Any secrets over here? No. Don't think I want to be hitting that. Oh, I gotta get rid of my light. Goodbye, light. Oh. Nope. Hop. Hop. Hello. Piggy! Yeah. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. Ha ha! Cool secret, but not what I was looking for. Pretty sure there's nothing over here I'm missing. Nighttime! Good night, moon. No! Oh! I got spit on. Oh, where the heck is this checkpoint? Oh. Excuse me, pumpkin. Not today, purple guy. Oh. Purple guy, what is this? 5 Nights at Freddy's? Oh. There's a castle. No more puzzle piece for me. Hiya! What are all these duckies doing in here? Who invited these ducky balloons? Ooh. It's a guy. A bomb. Delicious. I'm still thinking it's gonna be Sackboy here. Has to be. Ooh. Any danger coming up? Oh. Something happened in there. Those guys don't like the night, apparently. Okay. Kirby! This needs to stop. This slander. Ah. Look what they're hitting in there. I don't know what slander there is, but... We're free! Nothing. Nothing?! These puzzle pieces are hidden very well. Hey! Never mind. The sun and moon. Oh, I see that. He's gonna show up! You know what? I'll let you believe. If I think Mario's in this, you can think Kirby's in here. No! Oh, yeah. It's proof. Ugh. I want there to be... Well, I guess it's just Smash Bros. I was gonna say, I want there to be like a gigantic crossover game with every single... Like an element from every single developer, significant developer, I guess, out there. But Smash Bros. And this, I mean, these two are pretty close. But I'd love to just see them all combine. Oop. Whoa! Oh, I thought I died. I was like, uh-oh. Is that Sackboy? I think it's Sackboy. It definitely looks like Sackboy. Oh. Don't worry, Sackboy. I'll save you. Oh. Get out of here. It did. I could just tell. I could just feel the medium molecule of the level. It just felt too much like them. Where do I go? Head off. Well, whatever's down there, I don't care about. Ooh, treasure. Maybe I do care about it. Sackboy! Hello. Heck yeah. Oh, my pants, they're chafing. Guys, don't look. Don't look. My underwear, specifically. It's the knitted kid. Such a crafty little guy. Such a crafty little guy. Get it? Because he's, you know, Sackboy. Go! Okay, that's that. So we got one more puzzle piece. And we're good to go. And maybe they'll just hand it to me. They'll be like, man, you did so good on this level. You can have this. Oh, wow. Dun, dun, dun. We're making pretty good time. I don't think we'll beat Yars, but we will certainly get some good progress in it. This, I'm going to assume we have less than an hour left. Unless that final stage is going to kick my butt. Ah. I want all of these. The boss could kick my butt, too. Anything? Nothing? I can't see it being... Yeah. No, nothing's been too crazy. I died on the previous boss a handful of times, but... Uh-oh. But not enough where it was, like, anything more than just like, oh, I died a couple times. The moon! Please. Don't make me redo this whole level for a puzzle piece. I'll do anything for it. I'll do anything. No. No, please. I'm going back. It's the only way. Right? Missing one puzzle piece. No. No, I don't want to redo it all. You can't make me. You can't make me. Is that it? Oh my god. No. Puzzle piece. Show yourself. Reveal yourself to me. Sad. Sad day. Oh. The music reminds me of that festival level in Crash 4, aka the only original level. I'm trying to remember the music. It doesn't sound familiar to me, but... Can't believe I had to go through that whole level again for a stupid puzzle piece. Oh. At least we got the characters. Ah! Oh, stupid! Stupid, I forgot. Oh. Oh. Dude, he would be all over this. It's we're fortunate. Very fortunate. Let's see. Okay. I'll do another level first, because that one's kind of a long one. Ooh, anything over here you want to give me? No. Alright, we'll do the secret lamp level. Wait! Get over here, you dummy! Oh. guess we'll do the secret pixel level. Retro Rampage 5. Ah. We got this. What do we got? Give me the fists. Heck yeah. I know. I feel like there was a flying level in one of the previous ones, though. Maybe not, but that's where my heart belongs. Ooh. Ha! Oh, dead. Ah! Alright. It's fine. Life's good. Oh, no. Why? Oh my god, why is the level falling apart? I mean, I knew it was, but... Are those guys stuck there? What are they doing? Did I do it? Oh my god, I saved you! Sony... unlucky salaryman. It's just one thing after another with this guy. I don't know if he's a real person, or... This is what ARMS 2 should have been like, by the way. Like, levels, Streets of Rage style. Yes! Yep. Not just like a one-on-one fighting game. Or, could it go up to 4 players? Yeah. No, they should have totally made it like an adventure game. Because that's... adventure with some action, just some good thing. Oh, the Genie's Revenge? The Genie's Revenge? Oh, shoot. I meant to switch over my laundry earlier. I forgot to do it. Give me 2 minutes. I need it. I need clothes. I'll be right back. Burb! Apparently I did switch it, or someone else did, because mine was good. My clothes were good, so. Yes, you're just in time for a Genie level. Or a Genie. I know. I guess maybe I did it last night and forgot. I know I definitely didn't do it today, but either way, we're good. We're good. Laundry's good, baby. The ghost did it? Not the basement ghost. Anything but that. So is this like another boss battle? A boss battle bonus level? Why does he have to get revenge? We just want infinite wishes. Oh my god, it's windy and icy. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Holy crap, who thought of this idea? Oh my god, it's a harder version. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh. Alright then. Yo, if I was a ghost, I would totally be a laundry ghost. Be like, hey, don't worry, I got your back. I got your back. I will fold your laundry. Well, don't die. I'll try my best. All right. Here we go, Chuck E. Cheese. My nose. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Missile frogs. Who invited you? Oh my god. You know what? It's fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. Oh! Oh god, okay, it's fine. Oh, it's not fine. It's not fine. Oh my god, please kill them. Yes! Oh no! Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? You got to make me poop right now. Okay. Who needs to kill them? Not me! Oh god, I might need to kill them. It's fine. It's fine. I did it! First try, boys! Who do we save? Link? I'm sorry. No, that's not Link. That can't be Link. That's not Link. Who is that? Dreamwalker. Helps you get a good night's sleep. Who is this? Dreamwalker. An elf? An elf dream game? Helps you get a good night's sleep. I don't know what that is. It really looked like Link for a second. I was like, huh? Huh? No, they're not familiar off the top of my head. Is there a game with a genie in it that they could come from? I don't know. They look cool. Orbital Blitz or Pirate. Let's do the Pirate. Yar. Yar. Oh man, now I want Chuck E. Cheese. Thanks. Chuck E. Like the pizza? I do like the Chuck E. Cheese pizza. Yes. Is it garbage? Of course. Ow. But it's the right kind of garbage. Pirates! Yar! We love me some pirates. Oh. Oh no! Yar, we be dead. Sorry there, laddies. It looks like me booty. It's just for me crew. Har. Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese pizza, it hits the spot. It's hard to explain though, because it's similar to like gas station pizza. Like I really like gas station pizza too. I know I shouldn't, because it's trash, but I do like garbage pizza. Hurry up! Oh my god! What power is this? Oh, the ball! I forgot about the ball. I have something in my eye. It's skin. Great. The lava is made of cheesy lava. Hold on, I got something in my eye. I'll fight everyone in the Chuck E. Cheese parking lot, then take their coins to play games. I'm not allowed, well, not me specifically, but adults aren't allowed in Chuck E. Cheese without kids, right? So how can I get the Chuck E. Cheese pizza if I don't have a child? The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. That tickles. Yar. Bomb time. Oh! Here's someone. Maybe it was my character. Oh, don't mind me. Stop! I have a kid we can use to get into. Thank you, Jesse, for using your child for a great purpose. You're telling me there hasn't been one secret to collect up until this point? I don't trust it. I like when they use the robot voice in the music. Yeah. Ooh. It feels more real, you know? Oh, what a dumb. Yeah, that's right. What a dumb. What a dumb dummy. What's that over there? It's a dragon? Do you see it? Who is it? It's Spyro's cousin. Is it the freaking Ice? What was that dragon's name? Ice or something? Our first character's a cameo? Oh, it is. Because we... Oh, God. What? Oh, I'm supposed to be the ball. We already got Spyro. So, it can't be Spyro. Who's got a dragon? Right in his nutter butters. Oh. Ripto. Don't do it. How do I break free? Ah. Oh, it's the knight from Demon Souls. Archstone Explorer has the tendency to see things in black and white. I think, anyways. It says black and white, so. Ooh. Although Demon Souls, I don't think, or Demon's Souls, I don't think is black and white. But that's my guess. Ah! Oh. Uh-oh. The lava pirates. I'll save you. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, it's sinking. I must go fast. Quickly, quickly, run fast. See ya. Puzzle piece. The burning. Okay. You'll never get my tootsies. Oh no! Oh. Fell in the lava like a chump. You'll never catch me alive. Aha! Doink. What secrets lie in this little hole, mousies? The Pirate King. Or the dead Pirate King. Oh, you don't want me to climb on these? Oh, I see. Oh! He's alive! Oh, he's dead again. See ya, Pirate King! You're welcome, my children. Roll! Dun, 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 dun. Run! Just kidding. You're stupid. Oh, so am I. Now, that's the right way, so this is the bonus. Oh, my. Oh, Monster Hunter? That's a good call. Oh, no. Why does this feel like the right way? Oh, no, this real... Oh, no, bonus. Cool. Bonus! That's not a bad call. Because I don't know if this is themed off anything. So far, we've just seen the knight. There's only 2 in this level, though, so... No! Ow. That was some hot lava. Dude, nothing's worse than accidentally going the right way. Nothing is worse. You try. You try not to go the right way. We did it. And it is... Oh, the late... What? Is it the lady from Elden Ring? Bloodborne? Nexus Dweller. If you got the souls, she's got the stats. Yeah, so I think she's the girl you talk to in Demon Souls. I think she's the Demon Souls, Bloodborne, one of those. Because it's always just like a hot lady. Where do I want to go from here? Oh, well, this takes me to where I need to go. Wow! Yeah, I think they're both Demon Souls. Demons Souls. I always want to call it. Oh, no! Quite the death. You won't get me this time. Woohoo! Yar. Oh. Okay. Oh no, torture. Who wants to suck me up first? Thank you. Thanks for the big sucky. See you later. Alright. Are we going pretty smooth so far? Puzzle, yes! Oh, I almost missed it. That would have been sad. Now we walk the plank. Arr. Oh no! How long have they been sitting there for? We freed them. That's all that matters. Oh, excuse me. Whoa! This looks dangerous. Treasure! I get it. We gotta go. There's danger. Leave me alone. Yar. Oh. We just belched at the same time and I looked right in your eyes. What is this feeling? It's called friendship, Saint. It's called brothership. It's called Captain Short Fuse. Okay? Well, welcome everybody. I hope you're doing good today. Hope you like watching. Oh god. Death. Oh, just kidding. Victory. See you later, Captain. Oh. It's fine. Oh, it's not fine. Things are going real bad. We're fine. Everything's fine. See ya! He's dead. Or very injured. Who's that in the middle? A baby volcano? Get out of here. Oh my god, hurry up! Oh! See ya! Phew! That was sick. Yeah, if two men... Ah! Oh! If two men look each other in the eyes while burping, that is the highest level of friendship or brothership. Also, check it out. The controller does little rainbow glowies when you beat the level. Little rainbow glowies. Also, ignore the Final Fantasy Rebirth sticker. I thought it'd be cool on there, but I don't know if I like it. But it's been there since I got it, so. Since I got Final Fantasy, not the controller. Wow. Oh, I forget. I had to go back and get that stupid puzzle piece. 200, the final boss. Well, final something. All right. Any more bonuses? I know there's at least one or two. Bonus. And here. Anybody want to show up? Okay. Alright, let's go do this level again, get the last stupid puzzle piece. Now here's the question. Do I get the bird? Or do I try to run through? Because I don't want to do this level a third time. So I can guarantee the bird, but it's 200 monies. I think I can find it. I'm confident in my abilities. I know where it's not, at least. Ooh. And who knows? Maybe I'll fly through this level. Because I'm not looking for any secrets. We're just doing it by the book. The way your mother intended. Eh. Dun, dun, oh my! Come on, bonk your head. There you go. Get out of here! I was kidding. It was a joke. All right, bonk it again. Hey, You know, if feet are so popular, why aren't there feet-flavored things? That's what I want to know. You know, if people really love feet as much as they do, you think it'd be a flavor out there. Oh. You know, like feet-flavored popsicles or something. Oh. This is what happens when I let my mind drift. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we did get that puzzle piece already. What's this guy? Eh. Ha! Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no! Okay. Oh. Alright, so we're at the teeth. Okay, we're going through this pretty quick, actually. It felt a lot longer when I went through it the first time. You're dipping your toes into a huge mark. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's just like, if you think, if you read things on the internet and they're like, you know, feet and even butt flavored things, you know? If people talk about munching booty all the time, then why don't we have butt flavored things? This is what keeps me up at night. Not knowing the answers to these questions. Not knowing why these markets are untapped. Oh, stupid. I don't know. But maybe you're right. Maybe we can do a joint venture. I'll supply the flavor, and you supply the capital, and we'll be good. We'll be good. Dear FDA, we have an idea. Don't be mad at us. Thank you. All right, we're getting close to the end, so we gotta be on our toes now. Gotta be on our toes. If I was a puzzle piece, where would I be? Because that took us... Alright, and that's the ending part. So puzzle piece got to be somewhere around here. Are you in here? I really thought it would be if you collect all these coins it would pop up. Feels like a very puzzle piece type thing. Not gonna go on that, because once you're on it, you can't get off. Bum, 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 ba-da-da. Puzzle, 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 puzzle piece. Just want to fight. This takes us to the secret area over there with Sackboy. I don't think puzzle pieces are usually in those altered areas. There's a nighttime button over there. Let's see. Maybe there's a jump we need to make. You puzzle piece! Haha! Dang. In such a stupid spot. Alright. Get me off this planet. Oh, I could have got another 100 coins. Foolish! It's okay. It's okay, we got it. Bing. Alright. We'll smash the lock here. Smashing! Whoa! Let's see, what's this one? Oh, question mark. So I wonder if there's going to be another level after that boss. Because usually there's the reference level, right? Like the Loco Roco level. So maybe there will be another. And maybe that'll be the super hard world. No! Did I lose it forever? Can I catch it? Yes! Puzzle my piece, baby! Okay. Ah. Yo, I like their chromium look. Ew. Bouncy. Who's that guy? Not familiar with him. Prototype pilot. With speed like this, who needs weapons? Prototype pilot. Ah! No! It's okay, I don't want to beat the level. There's things to find. But the otters. The otters were taken. Not my children. Oh. Stop! Oh. They always spit at the right time. Don't do it. Okay. I don't like. Oh my god. Okay. Well, a new final power. The chicken. Haha, take that, stupid. Oh, I still killed him. Get out of here, you chumpus. Aha, coinage. Not what I'm looking for, but I'll take it. Whoa. Yum. Oh, what? Ripped off, I say. Ripped off! Let's go. What's in here? I must know. Grab the thing. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Taken to a whole new world. Oh, don't want that. Zero gravity. Oh. Is that it? Just that one? A magnet? Oh, yes! Come to me, metal stars. Aha! Now what? How do I get high? Oh, the chicken! Duh. Who are you? Pilots. Anti-grav ace. A friend in speed is a friend indeed. I don't know what game those guys are from. Wow! Some space game, I guess. Or maybe, like... Yeah. Ah! Oh, it's Silly Willy! Coming in for his daily congratulations. Welcome in. Oh, no! Congratulations for my death. For my death. No! Oh! So many. So many. He's just so silly. Silly Willy, guys. You know who it is. Being so silly. Yo, welcome in. How are you on this Willy-rific day? Oh! Hello, Pinky. Are these Power Rangers we're saving? Speed freak. If you have the power, you don't need to be smart. That's how I live my life. Ah! Every day. Oh no! Oh, what? I jetpacked. Okay. Oh, I didn't want that anyways. I didn't want to do that either. It's fine. Oh my god, it didn't spawn. It didn't spawn. How do I hit you? Thank you. Fly! How's your day? I just got back from school. Yeah, I hope school's good. And my day was also good. None of these platforms are good. Okay, I guess I gotta do the old-fashioned way. Yes, my day's been good. We watched Sonic Central earlier, which was it was fine. Not much going on. Not much going on with that. Kinda whatever. And then yeah, we've been playing Astro Bot the rest of the day, and we're getting close to beating it, which I'm happy and sad. But I have been really enjoying it. Ooh. But with all good things, they must come to an end. Ooh. So we're enjoying our last fleeting hour with it. Ooh. Ah! But yeah, otherwise day's good. Day's good. Oh, what am I doing? Anything? What am I missing right now? Lots of characters, puzzle pieces. We're still early on the level though. Anything's possible. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of missiles. Bye. Goodbye. Oh, they're dead. Oh my goodness. Oh my. It's quite the big area. But thank you for asking. And your day was good, I hope? Oh. Did I say that? I don't know. It's my brain's mush. I haven't had a pure thought, or a normal thought in 150 years. Maybe a pure thought too. Maybe I only think of darkness. Ah! Okay. Oh. Yo, Speed Racer? Nova Stormer. What? Where are all these guys from? Oh. Okay. Oh. Alright there, Silly Willy. Being so silly. Have a good time. Have a good time. Unzippy. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. No. Yeah. Yes. No. Maybe. Ooh. Thanks. Ha. Oh no. What the heck's this thing? It became a green blob. Aww. Why? Okay. We got this. We got this. It's easy. Easy. Baby's first video game. Ooh. There we go. Alright. Ow. Wait. No green slime this time? Oh. No. Zipper! Yeah, no green slime this time. What the hecka, dude? What the hecka? What the freaking heck? Ooh. It's fine. I don't want no stinky slime guy. Oh. Heck yeah. That wasn't a cameo. Who'd I miss? No. On top? I see something over there. Ah! Don't worry, Cameo. I'll find you. Special robot. Leave no robot behind. Rickety bee. Well, we found that one there, so they gotta be like right here. They're pretty close. Maybe I can break through the ceiling. Oh, I see him. Aha! Oh. Okay, everyone relax. Coins first. Oh! was a villain coin. It was a trap coin. Can you believe it? Money. This is what money leads you to, guys. Death. Death. Just don't even think about money in life. Just live every day like you're a billionaire, spend all your money, and then when you're out of money, say, oops, and then that's fine. Then you get forgiven. By who? I don't know. You want me to go even higher? Okay. Spin! Why? Where has my skill gone? In the trash, guys. That's where it's gone. In the trash where my skill belongs. Hoppy. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. But not for me. What's this? Yes. Yes. Puzzle my piece again. Yes. Welcome to Soliana. Oh, okay. It's fine. Who needs to kill every enemy in the game? Not me. Unlike some crazies out there, I don't have to kill everything. What do I miss? One character. One character. You're not around here just hanging out, are you, buddy? Are you, buddy, old pal? Time to grind to my destiny. Uber foe. Oh no. I don't think I like you. Right up your butt. Get out of here. Ah! Oh my god. Oh. Alright, number 2. And I'm just gonna let those explode. Don't mind me. I missed. No. Can I hit your head? I can't. That's unfortunate. Oh, it's double unfortunate. Oh, that's all kinds of bad. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. Oh, go! Hi, Mrs. Berry. Welcome in. Is there? No. No, I missed the last guy. No. No, don't make me do this. Why do I have to replay every level now? Why all these levels torture me? Mrs. Berry, how are you today? I almost missed another stream today, but Barry reminded me that you started early. Yes! Started early, and I was going for a while, so there was always a chance. There was always a chance you could have caught me, but I'm glad he reminded you. I'm glad he let you know. So you can keep your streak alive. How are you today? How is your face? How is your eyelids? How is your... Oh, this thing. No! I didn't even get a chance. I mean, I did, but I'm sad. I needed it. I needed it. I need to show up again. What, I need to do a level? There it is! Oh, no, that's the puzzle piece. Well, I'll take it. Oh. Haha! Mostly good. I had allergy testing today, so my back looks a little alarming. Do they have to poke you with a bunch of needles in your back? Like, peep, 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 peep. Peep, 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 peep. What did you test for? Everything? Is that what an allergy test does? They test you for every possible illness? How do I kill those guys? Oh, no, I see. Well, actually, this level is going to be a nightmare. Oh. Yeah. This one's going to be a little rough. But that's okay. It's okay, because you know what we can do? It's just fly. It's all fine. It's all well and good. What is he still attached to? Haha! Okay. Please fall! You're dead! Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Oh. Okay, this... Hold on. Okay. That went pretty good, all things considered. Our last sports character. Tony Hawk? Is that Tony Hawk? Pro skater? Loves the daily grind. Yo. They snuck in Tony Hawk for sure. For sure. That it was a PlayStation game. Yes, on my back they did the scratch testing, and they did a round of testing on my arm that is actually the shallow shots. They did the common environmental allergies, pets, trees, grasses, mold. Is this your first time taking it? I don't know how often you have to do those, or if you only do it once because you're like, I need to know what I'm allergic to. But what do you think you're allergic to? Anything? That's cool though. Oh god, run! Alright, can't believe we had to do this level again. It's fine though. It's fine. It's fine. I love redoing levels multiple times. It's my favorite thing in this game. Okay. It's all good. I'm just gonna blast through it. No, the cows! Please! Not the cows! Anything but my dinner! Oh, hiya. Okay. Missile! Let's go, chicken boy. This is my first time being tested. I knew I had seasonal allergies, but never once narrowed down what part of it. Excuse me. What part of it? And now I know it's the grasses and ragweed types. I'll be starting the immunotherapy shots as a result. Ooh. So were the allergies like really rough? Enough to the point where you're like, okay, I gotta get these checked out because I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, that's great though that you have an answer to it, and not just like, allergies. Like, you know the real allergies. Oh god, this is bad. Oh shoot, thought I could make it. Not happening. Not the cows again, my love! Oh, that was close. Phew. Every spring is pretty rough, yeah, and I've been having so many of the small colds turn into sinus infections or ear infections, and I'm hoping if I'm not also battling allergies that this will happen less often. Yeah, I think that's wicked smart. Because then you can, you won't be as apt to get sick and stuff. Small chance it'll improve my migraine situation, which would be that would be awesome. Heck yeah. So what'd you call it? Immunotherapy? What does that entail? Is it taking pills, or do you have to do they go and stab you and inject you with healthy things? Ooh. Run. Oh, stupid chicken. Stupid. That's it. I'm not gonna eat chicken today. That's a lie. I think I'm gonna eat chicken. Weekly stabbings for how long? Also, what a brutal way to put it. Yeah, I'm just going in for my weekly stabbing. It's fine. It's all part of the plan. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Wherever they are, they're close. Uh-oh. I certainly made that more difficult than it needed to be. Okay. Wherever they are, they gotta be close. I hear something. Because if this was the puzzle piece... They gotta be somewhere over here. Maybe they're inside this alien. Oh, there's a checkpoint here. Foolish! I don't see anything. And I knew it wasn't like a fast process, but they did break my brain a little bit when they said it usually takes 3 to 5 years for full relief. Dang. So weekly for 3 to... Man. But on the plus side, that is a lifetime of not having allergies anymore. Which would be great. Hiya. guy's up here. Whoever I'm looking for is around here. Somewhere. Because the last guy was right there. So he's in between this area. Weird if he was so close. Oh no! Oh, down here. Sneaky! No wonder so many people don't bother with it, though. Yeah! If it takes that much time, where'd he go? Is it included in your insurance? Because I assume having to pay for it is not fun. Alright. That was that guy. Let's get the extra money. I figure I'll get started with it and see how it goes. That's a super long time to commit, but I'm not under a contract or anything, so if it ends up being too much, I don't have to keep going. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's a great... And it won't, like, mess with you to, like, stop it halfway or anything. Like, weird side effects. You're like, well, you're halfway there, so you're halfway immune. But yeah, I hope it works out for you. That's great that there's a solution to it. Just the fact it takes a while. Even with today's modern medicine. Oh, I forgot about the boss battle. I don't need those coins. I don't need those coins. I can get them easy elsewhere. Yes, my child. Alright. That is every level 100% did. Minus this and whatever bonus level I missed. If I missed any. Because this will put me at 299. Oh, you know what? I think there's one character here, so we're going to go here. Alright. Oh, no, I got everybody here. Oh, I wonder what that last thing to summon is. And then, yeah, so there should be a level after the one we do. That'll be everybody. Alright, to the boss, then. Woo! So, what is that in the main hub, then, that I missed? That needed 250 guys. Wow! It should be covered by my insurance, and we usually hit our deductible, so it's not bad after that point. It will definitely help us hit it earlier next year, though. And that's, you know, that's why you have it in the first place. You know, if you gotta hit the deductibles, ooh, it just shows you're actually using it, right? Haha. Oh, it's a bomb boss, okay. Whoop. Go! Yeah. Oh my. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. A golden bolt. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. What could the final level for this be? What is the most iconic PlayStation thing ever? The most iconic... Oh! That bird. Whoops! Oh, we're fighting on him? Oh, that's cool. Oh! Dun, 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 dun. Jump. Whew! Does that count as a hit? I'm going for his wing. Sounds like something shiny's over here. Yo, see you later. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta go for his neck. I see it. Haha, no safety helmet for you. Uh-oh. Oh. Alright, I gotta go. Barry Jr. has another soccer game this afternoon. Depending on how long you're streaming, I might be back in time. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Yeah, we should be on till like 7-ish. Because we have that, oh no! That PlayStation State of Play, so I should be on till then. Ew. But either way, thanks so much for being here, Mrs. Barry. It's always a pleasure to see you. Oh no! And good luck, Barry Jr. in your game. I hope he gets 100 victories. Oh no! Go this way. Oh, not yet. Thank you, you too. To the other arm. Kill them all. Phew. Phew. This boss is freaking nuts. Joke totally intended. Phew. Get it? Because there's lots of nuts all over the place. Nuts and bolts. And anyways, go. Oh, Spurred, you're not looking very healthy, dude. Oh no! Oh no! They got me again! Oh, it's not fine. That's a lot of guys. Oh! No! And one of those! That's rude. Oh! Just stay in the ball. They can't hurt you if you're in the ball. Go! Oh! Just ignore the enemies and get him! Yo, he's gonna have some serious brain damage. Oh no! Oh my god, his head! This is incredible. Oh. Who could be in this? Oh my god, is it the dinosaur? The T-Rex? Oh, it is Horizon! Damn it! Freaking Horizon! It's always stupid Horizon. I like Horizon 2, but good lord. The way they treat this franchise like it's their god is crazy. Let us go, Aloy. Let us go. Let us go. They could have done something crazy. They could have done Time Crisis. They could have done Bloodborne. But no. Cowards. They chose Horizon. Always Horizon. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's what I like. Did she count as a character in that level? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not. Just one character left. One beautiful character left. Is this a bonus level for Lego Horizon? Oh god! Hurry up! Oh, restart the level. Restart the level, it's fine. Speed! You won't get me this time. Ha. Excuse me, long neck. Machine learning. Alright, give me the bow. The bunny! Yo, what a good shot. Oh, carrot! Heck yeah. Oh, hi. It's me. It's you. We are now Aloy. Heck yeah. It's still a cool level, though. Ooh. Oh, you can aim with motion? Cursed. It's a cursed game we're playing. Can we hit those guys? Why am I using the gyro? Right stick all day, baby. Who are these ghost guys? I mean, I know what they are, but why are they here? Are those the... Oh, it's the spirits of the dead... Ugh! Astrobots. Ah! I got close. Ooh. Oh my god, my shooting's the worst. Let me over there, son. Bum, ba-da. You know, I see people joke about it all the time that Horizon's an industry plant, but they might be right with these accusations. Loyal Osram, as dependable an ally as they are a fighter. Bum, bum, bum. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Give me your treasure. Yar. Ah, put it down. I can shoot as fast as I can click. See ya. What do you got here? Was that's one of the... Okay. I'll take it. Security Scouter. Has its eye on you. Oh, look, everyone's working on computers. I wonder why. There's no computers in the Horizon world. It's just evil robots and... Oh, did that work? Okay. I was like, I don't think I hit what I needed to hit. Hello, PlayStation controller. Yahoo! I'll take my treasure. Oh, what? Oh. I guess spinning led to her death. Oh. You'll never catch me alive. With this aiming skill, nothing's gonna catch me. And I won't catch anything. Oh, it's back again because I died. Yum. I think I'm looking for. Ha-ha. Mm-hmm. Is that something I need to shoot? Haha! Puzzle piece! Yo, secrets! Secret tunnel! I'm just gonna shoot that. Aha! Accurate. An underwater segment. What is this? An action adventure game? Oh no. He's gonna chomp me into bits! Where is he? I will free you, my son. Wow. Please! Thank you. I guess they don't know how to swim. Paternal outcast trained a legendary warrior. Wonder who that is. Wonder who they trained. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Again. Thank you, tree. Do you want me to shoot you? I don't know what you have on you. Money. Guess I'll climb up him eventually. Oh. You're free, little robot! Heck yeah. What was his name? Grass? Something? Oh god, I'm sorry. I see you, secret... Oh. Secret puzzle piece. Thank you. Phew! Is that every puzzle piece in the game? That might be, unless there's another level with a puzzle piece in it. Spin! Yes, boy. Who needs to wait for the path? Oh, bouncy! It's a frog! Oh, okay. I hit the button. What the button do? I hit it. Oh, get out of here. Ooh. I'm not missing anybody, right? What are you watching over here, monkey? I found you. Oh. There we go. Bot rescued. Phew! Cherished wanderer, forever in pursuit of knowledge. Aw. That was Lance Reddick's character. Ooh, rest in peace. Right. Uh-oh. One, two, oh. Those monkeys are scared. Crocodiles! Wait a minute. I just shot those poor foxes in the face. A turtle! Is that a PlayStation over there? A PlayStation 5? Uh-oh. No! The dinosaur! Not Blunderjaw! It's always a freaking dinosaur at the end. It's okay, we can be friends. Oh, fool! Shoot! He's gonna eat me! Oh. Oh. See ya, chump. Don't fall over. No, it must be fun to be a dinosaur. Oh. It's fine. Okay. Oh, it's not fun. Oh, it's not fun. It's fine. It's fine. Phew! Please tell me you're dead. Nope, he's got one more. One more in him. Ah! Oh. Yo, talk about how sick that is. See ya! Bye-bye, Dino. I don't think he's okay. Oh, to our glorious PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 Pro. Oh no! Why? Oh, that missile does not just stay still. What? Oh, his nutter butters. Oh, we get to use his body as a bridge. Thanks, pal. It's been a pleasure fighting you. I hope you enjoy retirement. Or death. I don't know what happened to you, but... Oh no, the death couch! Like how she just sits in it. See ya! Goodbye, old PlayStation 5. I have one reason to be here. Back to the nest! Oh, we didn't have our shell either? Protected. Okay. So we definitely still have a boss or something after this. We got something else coming up. Because we still gotta get the CPU, baby! The CP poo! Okay. Back home where we belong. No, I like to present you with everything. Oh, after. Okay, it's fine. Oh, we have to clean it, I bet. Whoa! Ew! Scrub-a-dub-dub! Oh, yeah. Oh, why is it so crusty? It's so crusticles. Do I have to clean off every single piece? Gotta be thorough with this clean, I get it. Hey, clean enough. Ow. Crusty, round 2. There's even enemies on the crusticles. Power Wash Simulator, eat your heart out. Nice. Bum, 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 bum. What? Your non-linear cleaning method makes me itchy. I'm glad. I'm glad. I want you to itch. It makes me itchy, he says. No. If I did everything how society dictates I should, it would just be sad. Yeah. Also, they trick you here. This is not how you put the shells on the PlayStation. It's a lie. The mothership's so happy. Now pull the lever, Kronk. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait a minute. I know these cables. Ready? Boink. Yes. They're even in the shape of the buttons. The shape, the color, it all matches. Whoa! She be beautiful again. She left us. Oh no, she's good. Dun, 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 dun. I think she's just a giant astrobot. Yes, take cover. From what? All right, now we drop off all of our babies. Goodness. Yes. The beam. 304. That's everything. Oh, yes. Puzzle pieces. Ring, 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 ring. Is it going to be enough? No, we're still short. That means there's more. Uh-oh. We still need the CPU. Case of emergency. The crash site. Do we get any more costumes? I'm not going to change at the end, but... who we got? Oh, we got the cow. The cow. Oh. Alright, I guess, Oh, we have the 250 over there. Hold on, I want to see what that is. Hold on, guys. We'll do that in just a second. Just hold on, everybody. Follow me, everyone. The army. Come on, everybody. Make a bridge. Or a rope. Oh, it's too early. It's fine. Bum, 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 bum. I like sounds of the plucking. Boing, boing, boing. What can this lead to if we have everything? Everyone, come here. We have all the characters and all the puzzle pieces. Maybe it's just a picture? No! I didn't mean to knock you all down! No! I just want to get on top. Oh my god, what a disaster. Anybody? Yeah, 2. The pyramids! What was it? Another character! We can't trust nothing anymore. Who is this? The trusty steed. Trusty steed won't cause you any aggro. Alright, so the bot number was just a lie? Or does he go like in the animal place? I guess there is that animal farm place. Aggro! The horse from Shadow of the Colossus. I dig it. I dig it. Alright then. Now let's wrap it up, baby. Let's wrap it up. Whoa! Dun, dun, dun. It's beautiful here. It's beautiful. Our own little paradise. Our own little PlayStation paradise. Case of emergency. Wait, don't I have to be on it? I guess not. Maybe I was on it. Maybe I was, and this was all a trick. Oh my god, is everybody on it? The alien! Oh my god, even the controllers. Oh my god, where do we fly? Oh, they're just on all the consoles. What is that? We're sending out all of it. The PlayStation history. I'm ready, let's go! Oh my god, there you go, Goomba. There it is. Thunder Force music! The space level. What is going on? Oh my god, the puzzle piece! And I missed it. Hold on, I had to restart. I missed the puzzle piece, guys! I missed it! It's fine. Silly Willy, welcome back. That was quick. That was speedy. What's in my eye? Alright. Don't mind me restarting. If I miss it again, I'm not restarting. Future Tim will have to suffer with his choices. Oh my goodness. A space battle. Heck, I'll avoid it. Boom goes the dynamite. Ah! My batteries are low. This is not the time. Yes, my PlayStation 1. Kill him. What do we do? Oh, we're upgraded. We're stronger and better. By the power of Sony. Okay. Ow, we're hurt. Stop. They're dead. Okay. It's here, Goomba. Oh, Jack and Daxter. Oh yeah, now we're going through the PS2 era. Don't worry, you're safe. So are you? All protect you. Who's got the puzzle piece? No. Oh. Ah. Yes! The noises. Ratchet and Clank. Oh! Ew. Shadow of the Colossus. That's what they think is their best franchise. I get it. I get it. They're both really good. Ooh. Whoa, the colors! Oh my goodness. Ah, watch the lasers! I don't know if I'm supposed to be shooting. Yeah, I'm totally shooting. Oh. Ah, yeah. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ouch. Oh, baby. Phew. PlayStation 2. Oh. Defeated. Oh, yeah. Let's go, console. Oh. Oh. Hey. I want the puzzle piece. Yes, thank you. Oh, now we're in the Vita era? Vita PSP? Oh, might just be PSP. Oh. No, they got turned into slime. Oh, they're good. Oh, God, and the guns. Oh. PS Vita, PSP, PS3. Hell yeah. Who are we gonna get help from? Joel and Ellie? Oh god, they're dead! Nathan Drake, maybe? No! My children! God, PS3, they hate it. They left it to die. I missed. Whoa, okay. I did it. It became more than just that. Hey, it's the camera guy. I forgot he existed. Oh no, that's what's her name, Elena? Oh. Now we're in space, baby. The final frontier. We've always been in space, but we're in more space now. Ow! Hey, there's the Vita. Ooh! Yes! Yup. We found them, where did we find them? A little while ago. The power of the place. Oh my god, they give us everything for the PS4. Oh. We did it. Who is it? Kratos, Aloy. There it is. There it is. The puzzle piece. I saw it. Alright. Boom. I think that was all the puzzle pieces. They did. They really achieved it right at the end. Now what? Uh-oh. Oh! 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 Oh, he killed them all! No! Yes, the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro! Oh. This is all an advertisement. Don't worry, baby. I got you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Space Bully Nebulax! Uh-oh. Huh? Isn't that good? That means I'll get that power. Well, I got the orb. The octopus! Yes! What the heck? A fish launcher? What is happening? Okay. It's all fine. Get it? It's in the shape of square. It's a square. It's a square-shaped balloon. Ah! I had to hit that. Oh. See ya! I'll save you. What the? Get out of here. Move it, fingers. First lock broken. Ah! Oh, he's hurt too! Ah! Yeah. Yo, Spike! Thanks, pal. Monkey! Oh, that's the hands. Climbing? Guns! Sorry, I'm just saying a million things. Okay. Throw him! How many hits do you need? Okay, it's fine. I just need a couple. Phew! Ah! Green Alien ain't doing it for you? I don't know who they would do. It's usually like always animal based or some. It's aliens. It's always been aliens. Anything but the skull. I'll take it. Oh, the frog. Wait a minute. He changed it. That's fine. I like the rocket. Oh my god. Too early. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Ouch. It hurt a little bit. It's fine though. Phew. I'm going, baby. Whew. Yeah. Yo, we crushed it. That's cool too, because there's two phases of the boss I didn't even get to see. So if I like fight him again, there's 2 extra things that I didn't even know. Phew. The core. A lot to process. It's done! Astrobot! Oh, yeah! What a freaking adventure! Uh-oh. It ain't done! It ain't done! Everyone! Oh, yes. Taste the power of PlayStation! Oh! What if you fail here? Oh. The pirate ship! Oh! Imagine being hit in the head with a pirate ship. Oh! Whew. No! We won! Let go of us! Let go of me! Don't make the heroic sacrifice. No! Astrobot, no. They killed him. No. Say it ain't so. But I did it. Look, they're sad. They're sad in the credits. What? Ah! He got blasted back. Oh, a little broken. A little worse for wear. Oh, oh. But he made it. We have to repair him. Don't worry, buddy. Wake up. Wake up. What do you got? Oh, you got the arm. Give it. Wasn't it right in front of us? It's okay. Oh, yeah. Repair him. How you doing, buddy? Wake up. Wake up. Oh, no. Oh, God. What have I done? Yeah, give me your arm. Thanks. Ooh. Okay. Now, wake up! It's like a baby, right? Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Thank you. We need that leg. This would happen when your baby's sleeping for a long time. Yeah, we're like, we'll just get rid of that leg. We can't give him a new head, though. Wake up, baby! Wake up! What else do we need? He's like, I don't know what I need. A heart. A heart container, of course. Where all hearts belong. He's been reborn! Wake up, my child. Welcome back to the world of the living. Yay! He's safe! Yo, Astro tot? Tater tot? Oh! Oh. What the? The credits are a level? Oh, my friends. It's been a pleasure. Game design. Oh, even the credits. Oh, look at this. See, this is how you make people read the credits. Jane Kim. Phew. Who'd I get? Oh, the dog. What are you doing over there, Dante? Look at them all. Ah. Oh. Seriously, this game has been nothing but joy. Joy and pure gaming entertainment. The fists! A love letter to Sony, from Sony, to Sony, to the history of PlayStation. I would not be surprised if this wins Game of the Year. It's got some stiff competition, but this is what gaming's all about. I'm not crying, you're crying. I enjoyed watching despite not knowing much about PlayStation, right? It's just that enjoyable of a game. And like you said, you got to learn a ton about PlayStation history. Or at the very least, like, make you curious for some games. Like, oh, I wonder what game they're from. Like, they look like a cool character. It's the PlayStation 2! Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, and goodbye. Concept art. Time stop. Now, Jess. Oh, thank you. Bow, bow, bow. Time's running out, SpongeBob. Woo! PS1, baby. Oh, the gun. Did we even get to use this in this game? This is in the last game. Ooh. The minigun, shoot all the letters for coins. You get a bonus for getting them all too? Okay. Yes, give me all the money. All the money. No, I missed. Enemies, not today. Not with my minigun. What do we get? The monkey! Or the teddy bear? See ya, letters. Kenny! Oh. Ooh. Game direction, Nico! Excuse me, army of beautiful bots. A present for me? Yes! And you! Me! Phew! Yeah, I give it a solid like 6 out of 10, I think. Just, you know, 6 out of 10. Totally fine. Totally serviceable. Not as good as Conquered, but whatever. Yo! Thanks for the congrats. Oh, we get some special cutscenes with all the characters. I hope Sony makes more of this style of game, like more colorful and playful. Yeah, I agree, Susie. I think we just need more games like this in the gaming space in general. We get a lot from the indies, but we don't see it much from AAA. Did you get 100% before beating the game? As close as I could. I'm pretty sure I got everything in every level, so yeah, I think so. That final level had puzzle pieces, so there's one more puzzle I need to finish. But I think so. But something might pop up after these credits, because we still have to go spend our coins and stuff. We're gonna get like 10 minutes for Yars at this rate. And that's okay. That's okay. That's why it was a maybe for Yars. Bum, 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 bum. Senior producer. Oh, I should stand. It's been a while. It's been a while since I have stood up. Oh, oh, yep. Break my spine, why don't ya? Oh, look at the chicken nugget. Mistletoe and Doskoy. Doskoy. Yo, he's doing the crash dance. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yo, Outbreak, it's good to see ya. You're just in time for the credits. Oh. Oh, but we're still staying on. We're staying until the state of play, so. How are you, though? Welcome in. Welcome in. You doing good? Life treating you well? Still getting 1 million achievements, I hope? Squirty! Yo. Oh, Octodad. Oh, stretch! Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my legs. I feel some, cracks. The Katamari! Oh. No! I like the zoom in. You're good? Dude, love to hear it. Love to hear it when people are doing good. Doing good, being healthy. Oh, double pirate. I forgot we fought another pirate. Captain Pincher. I'm on 1.6 million. Holy points. Holy gamer score. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, very gassy. Oh, excuse me again. Hold on. Gotta get on my phone for a second. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Chief Kawa. The poo during Klonoa part? Messed up. Messed up, KJ. Messed up. Dude, what's up? What's up? Welcome in. Look at these credits. Konami, Oddworld, Octodad, Team 17, Koei Tecmo, and you. Croc! Dude, you say Croc? Croc was in the credits! I saw Croc for a split second! Croc was there! Where's Croc? Croc was in the credits! Oh! Is he special? You know, it wasn't like a picture of him, it was written. It said Croc. Ah! They were like, we need to thank all of our friends. Right? Right? Yo, Croc would be amazing, actually. Croc, Bubsy. I mean, I wouldn't be happy to see Bubsy, but let's see. Anything else? Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Is it a whole world? Oh, new galaxy discovered. Now you can reenact the thrilling final battle as often as you like. Croc is totally associated with PlayStation. Scan. Oh. I'm trying to scan in peace, thank you. So, there's one puzzle piece we missed. How do we miss a puzzle piece here? What a chump. What a chump. Where did I miss it? This level? Loser. Loser, that's what I am. We still have things to do, though, so it ain't over yet. Croc is it? It's true. You play Lifeless Moon? No. No, what's Lifeless Moon? Never even heard of it, I don't think. Ah, I'm dead. To the popular 2014 indie title Lifeless Planet, 3D platform that puts you in the center of a mysterious moon expedition. I don't think I've heard of Lifeless Planet either. Oh, are they good? I'm always down to play. I mean, my agenda of gaming is so full to the max, but I have no problem checking it out. What am I looking for? The last puzzle piece? Oh! Ah! Oh. Oh. I need to play. I need to? I'm down. Are they horror games? Yeah, this level was cool, Susie. This is, they got these cool, like, retro-inspired ones. Oh, God! Voxel. The correct term that you used. Oh, ha. Excuse me. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh. I'll have to look into it. Let me write it down. Lifeless Planet. And then I assume I'll find a sequel from there, but let me put in my notes. On sale on Xbox, PC, what am I looking at? Life, or just in general? Planet. Impatient because you want to just get the last. I know, I'm just flying through. You know, the sweet taste of victory. Yeah, I have no idea if there's anything else. I mean, it says we have all the bots. 304. Ah! Definitely Xbox. Xbox always has so many crazy things. So many crazy sales, but I never look. Because I'm always like, oh, I'll just play it on PlayStation. Oh. No. KJ, I don't need the bird. I'm better than the bird. Oh, are you slapping? Oh. Careless. Careless. Oh, God. All right, drop yourself. Thank you. Die. Thank you. Ah! We're at the end of the level already? Maybe I did need the bird, KJ. Oh, puzzle piece. Where are you? Puzzle piece. Hello? Where are you, last puzzle piece? Friend. No. No, the puzzle pieces aren't usually too hard to find. Some are tricky. Oh, the glass. There we go. Puzzle pieces, so that's 100% this area. Right? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alright. Back home. Because now we have to put in all the puzzle pieces for whatever the final thing is. Yeah, the Astrobot plats are usually not too hard at all. Nope, they usually just get everything. I'm back with the last of my puzzle pieces. That should be everything. The golden statue. The golden mod. Monumental achievement. That was the very last puzzle piece. Well done. Looks like a special friend awaits you at the top. Sonic? Congratulations, you rid the world of the evil bully and saved the day, but there are still many lost bots to rescue. Can you find them all? What do you mean, still many? I did find them all. What the... Yo, Croc? Croc hiding at the top? Many. There's one. I guess that's just like the generic, like, hey, you still have bots to find. It's like, well, I haven't been to the top of this yet. I don't know if there's anything up there, but... Oh, nope, just hanging out on top. Oh, at the top of my game. There you go. There you go. Who's here? Croc. 300. Go, my children. Make a 300-person tower for Croc. Go. Who could be up here? Who's waiting for us? Croc would be hilarious. To the moon. Who's on the moon? Whoa! Great Master Challenge. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All this for Croc. Okay, relax. Ooh, great Master Challenge. Oh, God. Oh, God. You win. Oh, we lived. I don't know, but he was, no! He was definitely there. They were thanking, like, all the companies. They're like, all of our friends who, you know, we appreciate. And Croc at the very end, the last one. No! Mario Galaxy Final Challenge? Can I, how many lives do I have? Oh, ha! Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, you nut. How'd I get it last time? I guess I pulled just long enough. What do we got? Okay, 5 o'clock. Still plenty of time. An hour away until the PlayStation Showcase starts. This level takes me more than an hour, then we can't watch it. State of play, I should say. Keep calling things showcases. Why? Take some water. Let's do this. Okay. Hit me. Oh, bugger! Timing on that's rude. Remember when reviews were saying this game is too easy? They definitely, definitely made it to the. Oh yeah. Ooh. This isn't too bad so far. I mean, definitely some of the other levels proved to be a little tougher. Never made it to this part. I gotcha. Yeah, this isn't bad so far. We'll see if it picks up. Oh god. I knew if I didn't go for him, he would have ate me. Nice. Jump. Oh yeah. Oh, this is cool though. Uh-oh. Oh, you nut. What was I supposed to do there? What was I supposed to do there? Okay. Now it's hard. Ooh. Dun, dun, dun. Hit me. Phew. Oh, one got on the head. I gotta spin. Okay, it would have blown me up otherwise. Don't do it. Okay. Okay, you can't attack while walking. Ah, okay, keep running. Ah. No! Oh, stupid! Final guy would probably be, oh, Ken Kutaragi, who created PlayStation. You're right. You're right. It'll totally be like a monumental figure. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I did. I got trolled hard. It was going good for a while. Yeah, Goomba, I think you're right. Because I can't think of any character that would perfectly encapsulate all of PlayStation. Enough to be like the final character, you know? That we haven't already seen. Like Crash or something like that, but... Croc! Seriously, Croc would be the greatest final character. And very funny that Argonaut just recently came back and they're like, hey, we got a Croc remaster coming. Just because he was in Astro. Ooh. Huh. So I'll skip these guys. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh, okay. No! Oh, the other one got me, stupid purple douche. Ooh. That's fine. Goomba, I know you're a hater. You don't appreciate Croc like a true fan would. And that's okay. That's okay. Croc needs haters to be stronger. He needs to consume the haters. Ooh. Oh, I've been too slow. You win. Oh my god. Oh, I hope they didn't. Ooh. Not for poor Croc. How come one always has to stick with me? KJ, that's what we were saying earlier, that it might be Mario. Because Nintendo did have a big hand in making PlayStation happen. Whether intentionally or unintentionally. So it would have been a very, very funny callback. Oh, no. Alright, I need to kill this guy, because... Oh! Oh! Phew. I don't like this. I don't like it. Not at all. What am I going in towards? Okay. Oh! Please. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. X. Triangle. The letters. Square. Oh, they did 3. Oh. Circle. Is that it? Oh, man. That was too short. It can't be over. Can it? Who is it? An onion? Is it the Parappa the Rap? Master Onion? Kick, punch, it's all in the... Why is it Master Onion? What? Really? That's... I mean, it's funny. throwback outfit. Oh, that's cool. Gen 1 dual speeder. Hey. That is so funny. I mean, sure. Sure. It would have been better to have, like, Parappa or something. Not Master Onion. We did it! Oh, I know. I know, I really wanted Croc. Oh. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's funny more than anything. Yo, the Katamari ball? Can we get stuck in it? Oh! And it's an achievement! Yes! No, please! I never knew what it felt like to be on the other side. Oh. Hello. Where'd he go? Oh. Did something else open? Hold on. Hold on, there might be something else. Oh, game doesn't have Croc, not game of the year. Blast, I think I'm with you. I was about to say, no Croc, no hope. Blast, welcome in, buddy. How are you today? Did we unlock anything else? No, that's everything. That's 100%, baby. So, what are we missing trophy-wise? My controller's about to die. Luckily, I have another one. Yeah, so we got to spend all the coins. What else? Yeah, let's just, like, do everything. Earn 150 prizes. We're about to do that. Witness all ship parts singing together in crash site. We got to figure out how to do that. Hidden trophy. Caught the gold butterfly and apes on the loose. Oh, that's the special challenges and all the missions. Okay. Defeat the 7 enemies with the trip caster. Defeat the what? The 7. Defeated 7. Oh, 7 enemies. Okay. Find all the eggs. Stop time and won the jackpot on all 4 slot machines in Slow-Mo Casino. That makes sense. Capture. No. 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 Capture a photo of 2 legendary explorers in crash site. Froze a hammer-wielding deity with the axe in crash site. Busted move with an iconic marsupial in crash site. Made a tough guy drop all... Okay, so this is like interact with the characters. Rayman was in the credits too? Astrobot credits suggest Rayman, Croc, and Stellar Blade, both bots, could be coming in a future DLC. That's actually insane. That they are known to just do random free updates. Like they did it with the other Astrobot game. They added like a speedrun mode and stuff. So I'm not surprised. Dance with 100 bots in crash site. So I think we can get the platinum. Nothing seems too crazy. I'm just going to get a new controller because this one's about to die. So that's crazy though, Goomba. I wonder. That's interesting that Croc and Rayman both got relegated to DLC. Hello. Dance with me, everyone. Oh, okay, everyone left. Come with me. Let's dance, everybody. Bot revolution. Everyone, watch them dance while I switch controllers. Also, what happened to your internet? Because my internet service provider said no one gets internet for 2.5 hours. Oh, no. Blast, how mad were you? Oh, during D&D? Dude, I would sell my internet. Sell it to a demon. Oh, I gotta shut off this controller. Oh, turn off. It's not on you. Charge controller. Controller number 2. Yeah, update. What the heck? So sad. So sad. Yo, but I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good otherwise. Around a 7 out of 10 because I was gonna end it like 5 minutes, so it could have been way earlier. Still sucks, yeah. Because then you couldn't relax after, at least with the internet. No internet, what do you do with yourself? You just stare at walls? Watch DVDs? What are you, old? What are you, me? I thought it said restarting your console, and I was like, no! There we go. Okay. Yo, Spyro's just hanging out. So, okay, everyone, you're free to go. Yeah, go live your life. I need to go spend my coins. Wait. There's something about taking a picture with a duo, with a treasure hunting duo. Is that it? No. Oh, you know what? I need to get everybody's collectibles. Let's go do that first. Yo, it's that guy. Everyone's got their stuff. Sly Cooper! You're free, punk. Anyways, where's the shop? That's the page. That's the outfits. What's that? Right here. Let me in. I tried using my phone to rejoin the Discord, but the cellular was down to... What? Dude, where were you? Oh, the golden outfit. Heck yeah. Like, where, not where were you, not like your location. Red Panda, more like where, but the house. It'll suck if you spend all your coins and you don't have everything. Dude, it'll be crazy. UFOs, giant teddy bears, shrinking children, fake news. I still don't know what this guy's from. The salaryman thing. Oh. Yeah. I think we have just enough. 80 more. Ooh, we might be like 100 coins short. A couple. 10 coins maybe? Royal Guardian and Fallen Fruit. Pirate outfit, heck yeah. Turbo Tangerine? Cat, right? Oh, it doesn't help if we get cans. Might have to do a tiny bit of grinding, but... Dude. Oh, the couch and TV? Hey! Couch and TV game thing. Settles domestic bets. Yo, he's playing Dude Raider. I want to play Dude Raider. Enchanted paintbrush for the graffiti kid. You gonna draw something? Nope, change his mind. Oh. I don't know if it's PlayStation or Asobi does. Also, this is 100% Tony Hawk. They just didn't call him Tony Hawk. Because what other skating game is on PlayStation that's iconic? Hey, the Yarnum Tourist. 100%. Oh, the gold. I can be gold member. Oh, sad. I can be the cheeky ape. Stop giving me cans. I don't have the coins. Oh, birthplace of culinary masterpieces. Yo, look at all the carrots. Are these guys bunnies in disguise? Doggy toys. Irresistible to robotic dogs. I mean, I might be crazy, but it looks like he's resisting it. Oh, the Gran Turismo outfit. Malware missiles. Nothing a lock-on laser can't fix. Yo, Rez, baby. I see a soccer ball. Oh, there she is! Susie, I don't know if you saw it, but Ooh La La's in this game. Insane. Very bizarre. Why was Onion Master the last character? Ooh La La would have been cooler. Malicious AI. Oh. My hero. How crazy is that she's in this? And the Bug Kid. Dog. Oh. Yeah, we're going to be short many coins, I think. Not the bean. I can think of like 50 better things than Onion, seriously. You know, and I like the character too, don't get me wrong, but it's just a crazy choice. Non-exploding barrels. Save your arrows. Yes. Yep, that was the Robo-Dog. Goomba had to look it up because I didn't know what it was. This eternal flame burns for a warden of the Nexus. Rallying banner. I never played this game. Papaton or whatever it's called. Papton. Patapion. Its bearer speaks for a higher power. Yeah, Susie, I wasn't sure what those robot dogs were. Because I had things similar as a kid, but they were like smaller. Like they were like handheld dogs. And those were much bigger. It looked familiar like the ones I had, but... Lad's Longsword. Yo. Yo. I always wanted one. Patapon? FNAF? Where's FNAF? The little green men? Did I miss it? The teddy bear? Was there a teddy bear? I swear, if I become a billionaire, I'd buy a house of robots. Patapon. Thank you. It's so good. Also, the devs are working on a new game called Rataton? Dang. Oh, bear costume. I was like, did I miss something? Yo. Rescued fish. Back where he belongs. What's this? Ancient interface. Gives us rare focus. I'm scared of it, though. Patapon. So what type of game is it? I've seen it for years, but I, again, don't know anything about it, really. Munitions. Ooh. Yeah, the other game I had to grind for some coins too. Oh, you can get that Jack outfit. Blast it. If you didn't do this, Tim would make 1,000. Take a. You're probably right. No, I would just give up. I say it a couple times and I'm like, one of these is right. It's a rhythm battle unit game? Dude, don't say that sentence in front of my family. A rhythm battle unit game. Charted territory. Jack is a franchise that should really. Jack and Sly. Sly, they tried to bring Sly back. And I don't know how Sly 4 did, but clearly not good enough to keep it going. Because if Ratchet and Clank can exist in today's world, I think all of those can. Raven, that's right. Raven's here. Memory recorder. This is either Chris or Barry. I'm pretty sure it's Barry, but he does a lot of Chris things. I don't know why. You play the role of a god, and you command your units with drums. Oh, weird. Skelly outfit was great. That sounds cool though. Goomba, you never played Sly? Village loudspeaker. Oh, she was eating the carrots. Sly's so good. It's super, super good. Oh, this was, oh my god, what's that game called? I just played it. Hold on. Don't tell me. Oh my god, I just played it like 2 weeks ago. The fast one. Oh my god. I can see it. I can see it in my mind. It's not F-Zero. It's not Fatal Inertia. It's... I don't want to look at chat because someone's going to say it. Oh my god, what's the name of this? I just played it. It's I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna be so mad too. I'm gonna be so mad. Wipeout! Damn it! I would have gotten it. I was thinking of something with an I. Yeah, I just played the collection 2 weeks ago. Just finished it, and it is good. It's tough. It's the first one's really tough, but in the collection anyways. I actually love that game and got some of my friends into it. Oh, what was that on? Remind me, is that on PSP originally? A literal party crasher. Purple would like this one. No, you're good. You're good, Goomba. I would have had to check chat eventually anyways. Demon Slaying Duo. When all else fails, dodge roll. 36. So I think we're gonna be 3 off. It's the Gust gem. I guess he's not doing anything with it. Oh. He just has it. He's just excited to have it. Arrow Flinger. Don't knock it till you've tried it. Heck yeah. Speed King. Join the high-speed revolution. That's cool. I was wondering who all those drivers were. Sir Daniel Fortescue. Effective against evildoers throughout the ages. Wipeout was on PS1 and many Sony consoles. I really like the later ones. Was one on the PS3 I liked a lot. I think, what was in the collection? It's Wipeout... It was Wipeout 2049, Wipeout Pure, or Wipeout... Wipeout something. Oh, Foreigner's Katana. Keeps the yokai at bay. Don't touch... Oh, he's from Neo! I was trying to figure out who that guy was. Treasured Memento. A souvenir from an unforgettable friend. Aw. Yeah, so I've only played what's in the collection, but... Oops, I didn't hold that hard enough. The family heirloom slays. You gotta love the archer units. Yo! The sack boy is sitting on the planet. Wipeout HD Fury, that's what it was. That was the one in the collection. Red Raptor, run! Run, Laura, run! I like that one. Let's see. Haha, Fungus Head. Hero's Broadsword. Amazing what you can find in prison. Peach coming in with the with the How's it going, Peach? Horn Protector. Dang. I love it. Another Wipeout vehicle. Barely defies gravity. Fireblade. Too hot for most to handle. Not your mom, though. Break it. The Sly outfit. Peach, how are you today? Trivia testers. These gadgets provide a real buzz. Model village. Oh. Who's this little Scottish boy here? Just playing with his toys. Oh, it's the stealth outfit. Are we going to be invisible? That's going to be a cool one. Aha, money well spent. Earned 150 prizes. Will make you want to climb mountains. We're so close. The loading door. Don't do it, Jill. The dogs are on the other side. Don't open that door. The Buzz, right? He was in here earlier. Oh, yo, some watermelon. You're doing good? Peach, we love to see it. I saw, what'd you post? I think it was on Twitter, that you found, what, 50 bucks on the ground? And got some games with it? It's patois, with the very important letter. Oh, with the stamp, that's so cool. No, the can! You're wasting my money. There she is. There you go, KJ. You can cosplay as your favorite character. Mountain surfer, heck yeah. Cool borders, baby, for cool borders only. So close. So close, yet so far. Meteor's podium. He who controls the baton controls the music. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll have to grind for a couple hundred. Natural onsen. Grateful calf. We'll never forget her saviors. Aww. Knight's javelin. You can throw this lance a lot. I forgot Arthur was in this. He was cool fine too. Capcom's like, hey, who can we throw in this? No Mega Man. The pinnacle of European engineering. Brazilian bullet. Sick. Explosive cask. Cask? I can speak. Makes meowsters go boom. So there's your Monster Hunter. I guess that's the closest we can get, right? Sword of Dreams. I still don't know who this freaking Link guy's from. Sword of Dreams. I did. I got Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip and a pixel art program. That is Link. It's not though. It's not. It's someone else. It totally so looks like Link, but it's not. I forgot the quip they had for it. You're right. Nerd Talk plays welcome in. It is Zelda. Peach, what's Tiny Terror's Turbo Trip? I've never heard of that game. Get straight to the point. There's another one for you, Blast. I ugly laughed at Lance a lot. It's a good one. Oh my god. So what are we? 3 short? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 short. Oh, are these just SingStar guys? Oh. We love the spear units. We love all the units. Where can I easily get 400 coins? It won't be that hard. You get 100 just for beating a stage, so. Oh, Alundra. Whoa. That's a crazy reference. I have Alundra over here. Alundra 2. I think I have the first one. Yeah. Thank you for looking it up. I've never played Alundra. Also, I have PAL copies because they were much cheaper. Alundra. Alundra. Oh, yeah. Holy crap. That guy is freaking... That's him. That's him, all right. Yeah, Alundra I heard was really good. Hence why I got him. Long ago. Ooh. Deep cut. Yo, it comes with a map. We got a map here, baby. We got a manual. The PAL copies are so thick. The cases. You guys got fat cases. Anyways, someday I'll play Alundra. Alundra! And I like the map. That's cool. Yeah, I got them wicked cheap, though. I think they were like 10 bucks each. I don't know what they go for now, but I was like, sure. Sure. Go in, Alundra. Oh, God, it's a mess. It's a disaster. Oh, no, everything's falling apart. Go ahead, Alundra. There we go. There we go. No. You know what? These games keep getting in the way. Move it, you chumps. You chumps. Yeah, Alundra's one I still want to play. There's a lot of PS1 games I gotta play. How do these fit before? Oh, like that. There we go. Oh, yeah, Lundra. Deep cut. Deep cut, baby. All right, so we also need to... Ow. Rude. That's cool. It's cool also that you can go and interact with every character if they have their, like, special thing. What is this? Oh, Loco Roco! Da, 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 da. Alright, so I need to... There's Knack, baby! Oh god, Knack, your hat! Yeah, you're fine, Knack. You're fine. The chef. It's a game made by the people who made Whoopo, where you're this kid who got a car and is trying to get Turbo Junk to upgrade his car so he can drive to space. Well, I didn't expect all that, but I'm also, it sounds cool. It sounds out there, and I love it. I love it. Does he, well, you can't tell me what happens, but I hope he makes it to space. I hope he has a good time. So who am I taking a picture of? Oh. Bowling? I'm gonna hit the bowling ball. I think I did this already, but... Heck, go! Wow. Wow. Oh my... Why? Also, I haven't played Whoopo. I think I have it, though. Whoopo? Sounds like the plot to Megas XLR. Whatever, those pins are stupid. Let's put on a new outfit. Oh, yeah. Which one do I want? Oh, I want to see what the stealth suit was like. Oh, baby. Yo, we're slick. Can you guys see me? I bet you can't. Bet you can't see him. You'll never catch me alive. I'm gonna be the golden one. Golden. I'm the golden bot. Gold member. No, I want to be... I'm gonna be Sly. Sly Crooper. As someone who's in Jersey, I approve of the giant robot car. Let's go, Sly. Alright, I also need, what was it? I need someone to drop stuff. Let's see. Yo, we got... Heck yeah. Oh, that was sick. So who are the people I need to take a picture of? That's what I gotta figure out. Anyways, let's go get our coins first. Let's not worry about all the other stuff yet. Fib ribbon. How much time we got? 30 minutes. Reminder, PlayStation State of Play is in 30 minutes to the Space Fam. So if you're looking to check it out with some friends, I will be streaming it. And it's supposed to be good. There was one leak for a game that I'm very excited is getting a remaster. I mean that it got leaked like months ago, but now it's officially leaked. So I'm very excited for that. Let's go to the first world or the second world, I guess. What's a quick level? Actually, we'll do like the very first level. Just run that one. Yo, you got a new graphics card? Yo, I bet it's awesome. How do you feel about it? Like, does everything look fantastic? Oh my god. New graphics card is nice. Yeah, I hope it's a big upgrade for you. Oh. I don't need no bird, I need money. So what are we shooting for? 400? I don't know if this is the best level to get 400 though. Dun, 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 dun. All coins are friends. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Here you go, soccer boy. Oh, you lived. Fool. Why did that explode? Oh, I guess I was supposed to hit him with the soccer ball. Oh, don't do it. My hope, and it looks like it's going to be the case, is that I can get it all in this one level. Because I get a guaranteed 100 at the end, so I just have to come up with the rest. Dun, dun. Run, my little floaties! Any coins? No coins? My Baldur's Gate 3 can now run on ultra graphics. So that's saying a lot of how much better it is. Yeah. What was it running before? Ultra. That's what I was looking for. You. My 3 coins. Drop. Yeah. Is that game hard to run on Ultra? I guess I don't really know the specs of it, but... Howdy! Yo! Johnson, welcome in. How are you today? How's it going? Ooh. Oh, is I'm running on medium to low? Yeah, so that's a significant upgrade then. Ooh. Ha. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Howdy, partner. Welcome in. We're just getting some last trophies in our little adventure here. Some little cleanup. You know how it is. Does anybody have any predictions for the PlayStation State of Play? Is there anything you're dying for? Anything you're hoping they announce? Rumors are all over the place, though. I don't know exactly what I want, what I need. I'm so satisfied with my games right now. And things coming out. I'm like, what else do I need? What else do I want? Yeah. Hello. Oh, Inflatabot. The inflation bot was in the first level. Shows how long it's been. Ooh. Chicks dig giant robots. It's true. There's one thing Megas XLR taught me. It's chicks dig giant robots. I forgot to get the bonus thing over here. You're doing good. We love to see it. We love to see it. Doing good. Feeling good. Coins. So you're getting 400 coins. It's not too hard at all. Or time consuming. Although I was pretty thorough throughout the game, so. Ooh. Hence why I don't have to get a ton at the end. Heck yeah, coins for me. Sweet, alright, goal achieved. Now, of course, there's a chance we'll get a can. I don't know if there's still a can in there, so I will still try to get at least a couple more coins than what we need. Ah, no! Thank you for the puzzle piece. Thank you for the coins. Yeah, so in case we need 100 more, I'll get us at least started on it. Because I don't think there'll be another 100 in this level. But... However, I do think there's some over here. One that pops up, maybe? No. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Broken. Now, this does all hinge on me actually getting the bonus here, so don't mess up. Don't mess up. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Hundo. All right. Now, if my math was correct, that's all we needed. Wah, see? Dive back in. Don't mess up. Didn't mess up. That's the hope. No mistakes, no issues. We're good. We're good. Now, our only issue could be I miscounted. But, you know we won't know that until I get there, right? We won't know that until we're getting it. No cans in here? Okay. I think we're good, baby. Iconic gate. A gateway to the world of entertainment. Dang. Squishy speedster. It's not just the road that bends. Okay. Legendary RC car. Hey, and our final collectible is a restraint remains. Remains? How about remains? Remnants is also a word, Tim. Shut up, Tim. Okay. We did it! Can! No cans. I can read, guys. Oh! Oh, everyone's getting their stuff now. Why did that one move in the front? No, I'm not going to ask. Remnants, guys, is the word. Okay, that's the word. The bird is the word. Oh, there you go. Enjoy your little comfy thing. Phew! There isn't even anything for getting everything. I probably feel I'm sad it's over. It has been such a good game to go all the way through, and oh, it's heartbreaking. Witness all ship parts singing together in the crash site. Okay, how do we get that to happen? I found it. I found it. Yeah, that final area could have been a little bigger, maybe. Wait, Laura, I'll save you. Oh, God. Oh, it's loving her. Okay. It's true. Wait, is this how we get the picture of both of them? While she's running, I get a picture of... I don't know if this is the achievement, but I'm going to do it. No. Okay. So what's next? Yeah, that's the thing. Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. Nerd Talk Plays, you should see the references in this. Where was Vib Ribbon? Where was Vib Ribbon? Somewhere. So I thought Vib Ribbon was over here. Yeah, if there's a reference, it's in here somewhere. It is funny because there it is. There was a ton of characters in the first game that didn't make it to this one, as far as like Cloud and some other really iconic characters. A lot of them did come back, but not all of them. Let's see. Master Onion. Yeah, Vib Ribbon. That one was really cool to find. Vib Ribbon. You got the old Sony mascot. You got, of course, all the God of War characters. The ship from Resogun. I guess some characters from SingStar. Here are the robot dogs. Oh, I want to just pick up the ball. Link. I gotta believe! The monkeys, of course. Ape Escape. Abe. What does that say? Don't go in here, you'll get hit. Ow! Oh my god, she teleported. Who the? Oh god! Killed him. Oh no, it crashed! Stop! Deacon. Amaterasu, don't forget Amaterasu! I didn't mean to hit you. Oh god, I just wanted to... Man. Okami, yep. What does he got? A golf club? Oh, wait, does he just have a bunch of... What do you got there? Oh, I'm gonna spin. He's got so much stuff! Of course, the dog! You followed! Bow wow. Can you pet the dog? I can punch it. He has so much stuff. Kiryu, dude. Hello, Spyro. Ah. There's the dog. Hello, dog. Oh, and here's the dog from Humanity. Humanity! Can he follow you? Oh, if you punch the dogs, they follow you. Guys, don't take that advice in real life. Octodad, of course. Who's sleeping in here? Alucard. He's waking up. There we have, what's his face? Richter. You can't pet the dogs, 0 out of 10. Let's see. Medieval, Sir Daniel Fortescue. Potentially spoilers for the Sony State of Play tonight. Legacy of Kain. Remaster. Dante. Hitting the clown. Air juggling him. It's so much. It's so much. Yeah, this game's awesome. It's just Sly, Joker, elephants. Anyways, what's next on the trophy list? How much time we got? Ooh, can we get the perfection before? Oh, these are the levels one. Okay, I'll probably do these on my own because I don't think we'll have time to do all those. But Stop time in one. That one too. Capture a photo of 2 legendary explorers. Legendary explorers. Thick as thieves? Maybe it's these 2. Sly Cooper and Joker? No. Because I thought it was an Uncharted reference. I guess it could be Sully and Nathan Drake. No. His money! Yeah, the Richter one's really cool. Especially when you hit him and he's like, wait a minute, I'm not evil. What the... Wait, never mind, I am. Back to sleep. Yeah, that's a really cool one. Legendary... I don't know, that's a tricky one. What else we got? Bust a move with an iconic marsupial. Oh, where's Crash? Crash, where are you? Klonoa! Yo, he floats. Look how the dogs just follow me around. Crash. Crash. Hello, dog. Will you follow me too? Yes, the dogs. Oh, you can only have 2 dogs at a time, though. Crash. Crash. There's Ulala. Crash! His helmet! Let's twist again. Any chance these are the 2 iconic explorers? Nope. They even let you know. My controller's already at 2. What happened? Pick to fight with 2 street fighting warriors. Oh. They put your dance. They put my dance in the game. That's just how iconic I am. That they were like, you know what? We need to include the streamer's dance because he's too cool. He's too cool, and he is Sony's blood. And you know, I had to say yes. I couldn't say no. I couldn't say no. That'd be rude. Right. Ah! How do I get him to freeze himself? What the heck? Oh. Get Thor. Uh-oh. What was the achievement? Was it to freeze himself? Oops. Where am I looking at? Trophies. Froze a hammer-wielding deity with the axe. A hammer-wielding deity. Okay. Oh, maybe you have to keep hitting out. No! There we go. Thaw, God of Thunder. Well, that probably would have been helpful. And who else? Oh, yeah. Street Fighter. Bring it on! Oh! Oof. Is that it? Oh! There we go. KO! Oh, so close. So close. I think that's everything. I'll capture a photo of 2 legendary explorers. Legendary explorers. Legendary. Capture a photo. Legendary. 2 legendary explorers. And what's the name of that one? Oh, Thick as Thieves, right? I don't know. The only explorers I can really think of are Lara Croft and Nathan Drake. And Thick as Thieves? Unless it's like Sly Cooper and Nathan Drake. Nothing. Oh no! Teddy! Unless it's the 2 brothers, but I think we did that. Punch everybody. Oh. She went evil. That's not good. Why is she so mad? Oh, I broke her. I don't know. I've been stumped. Thick as thieves. Thick as thieves. I don't know. Yo, look at them all dance. Oh, look at the other one. They're like, wait a minute. No trust. No trust. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I'm too much of a bad gamer. Choo choo! Yo, we're due for a Space Channel 5 playthrough. Oh god, we burned the paper. Oh no! If it breaks, even the zombie gets involved, they're like, oh no! Choo choo! The genie! Oh, an Astro bot. Well, I guess that will officially conclude. Hold on, let's see if these two are the iconic. No, okay. Yeah, I think that concludes Astrobot for us. I got those last handful of trophies on my own. But shoot, that game was masterful. A masterpiece from beginning to end. Lots of goodness, lots of greatness, lots of deliciousness. And I definitely got my money's worth. What did this take me? 15 hours? Oh. And one more little scan. Tim, you're gonna hate how you had to get that trophy. What? Is there a guide for it? I should look. No, they don't have the, capture a photo of 2 legendary explorers in crash site. Do I have to dress up as one and take the picture with the other? Yeah, let me know. I was just going to look it up after anyway, so if we can get it now, let's do it. Let's do it. Because I guess that could work as take a, like dress up. Choo, choo! Oh, whistle! Genius. Genius. Now here's the question. Do I just take a picture of everybody? No, I gotta find them. How do I... Okay. So I had to get them together? Alright, where are they? Oh. Let's see. I can't tell where anybody is. I know this is them over here. Snake and stuff, but we got Sully. I don't see Nathan Drake. Oh. Alright, Nathan Drake. I don't see... Okay. He fell over. So I'm gonna wait till she... Because she's running in circles, right? So I'll wait till she's closer, yeah. And then... Come in, everybody! Alright, keep our eyes on her. That looks close enough, right? Nice. Okay, so a little trickier than one could surmise. Thank you for the help, KJ. That was that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Whew. How long does this game take me fully? 9 hours. Oh, I don't think it included today's play session yet, because I was at 9 before I started today. So. But yeah, so we got just a handful of trophies left. We have, yeah, just the level-based ones. Level-based ones, and then the platinum. Not earned. Here we go. And then the platinum. Yeah, 15.8% of the players got the platinum, which, goes to show, pretty easy. Pretty easy. But yeah, I'll do all those, another time. So we shall close the book on Astrobot. Beautiful. Beautiful game, beautiful time. What time is it? Yeah, sweet. 10 minutes until the state of play. We killed it. Poor Yars didn't get the chance today. But I'm glad we had enough time to finish all that. All that goodness. Oh, please. It's okay, computer. It's okay. I know it's hard to run. I know it's hard to be alive. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, let's try it again. Whoa! There we go. There we are. There we are. So we're gonna pull up that little video, that little stream coming up. You know, we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go to YouTube. Pull that out. Well, you can pause my stream. We don't need it running in the background the whole time. Who's texting me? Let's see. Okay. State of play. English. Oh, yo, Goomba's video came out. Greetings from the future. Hick, welcome in. We're about to watch Goomba's latest video. Wario's rough transition to 3D. Dang. Yo, why is that picture so sexy, though? Why is that picture so Look at it. Look at it. Look at that sexy picture right there. You guys see it? You guys see it right there? Wow. Go check out Goomba. Go check out Goomba. Hick, how are you, buddy? How are you? Welcome in. We're getting ready to start the state of play in 9 minutes. So we're just gonna fill up time by chatting about our butts. You know, my butt's nice. What? Hick, how's your flight? How's it going there? How's life treating ya? Dude, I hope you're doing good. Oh, you know what we could pull up? Susie, this is a 6-minute Mario Jamboree trailer?
Welcome
Holy.
to the biggest Mario party yet.
The biggest? Yo, they got games? What quality is this? What quality? 720? What do you think I am, stupid?
Get ready for a 4-player frenzy.
4-player?
Party mode. Roll that dice block and move on spaces across each board. Get the most stars
Whoa.
to win. Here are the 7 boards. Mega
7
Wiggler's
boards?
Party.
That's a lot of freaking boards.
Every time Wiggler moves.
Yo, roll 'em raceway.
Ride a race car and steer your way to victory.
Oh, this one's kind of cool.
Goomba Lagoon.
Goomba.
Watch out for vanishing routes at high tide.
Oh. Spike's dead.
Rainbow Galleria.
Everything actually went super smoothly. Jet lag is a bit harsh. Only slept 4 hours tonight, but otherwise I'm feeling fine. Dude, that's awesome. What are your plans for today? And you said, what, it's 7 a.m. for you right now? I'm glad that went well, though. Dude, that's always my big nervous factor when I go to Japan is like, how am I going to feel when I get there? Like the first day, am I going to be toast or... It's almost 7 a.m. here on Wednesday the 25th, heading off to see Kobe soon. Dude. Just like Yoshi there, that's how I feel. What is this? Jamboree Buddy? Oh, they brought the allies back with the bonus dice? Okay. I like the allies. Oh, they do more, though. Okay. I thought that was a fun mechanic in the other one. Oh. Oh, double stars? Wait a minute. I don't think I like that. With random? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Activities to rip-roaring races. There are over 110
Rip-roaring
across various genres. In addition to button controls, some minigames are played by gently shaking or tilting.
Yeah, the buddy system, getting the double coins is crazy. Yeah. You can double up everything with the buddies. I wonder if you can shut them off.
2 versus 2 team battles.
No, that's cool.
Grab your Joy-Con controllers for these 3 unique modes.
Yo, 3?
Fly high through the sky in Paratroopa Flight School.
Oh, that's cool.
2 players can wing it together to get passengers to their destinations.
Yo, we can wing it.
Or have an aerial showdown by collecting Parabitty Buds.
Parabitty Buds?
Soaring activities await.
Oh, wow, they got a
Toad's
lot.
Item Factory. You'll control parts of the facility to get the ball to the goal. Work in tandem with other players by
Oh,
gently
what the heck?
rotating
Okay, this is pretty cool.
and tilting your Joy-Con controller. 30 stages await,
Whoa.
and they get increasingly harder. So coordinate and cooperate.
Dang, that would be fun to go all the way through. But you can play with a DDR dance pad. But can I? No. Never again. Well, yes again. We'll do it again. But can we play this with the DDR dance pad? I don't think so. I must admit that I'm not the biggest fan of downtown Osaka. Feels kind of sketchy, but that's by Japanese standards. Still felt perfectly safe. The room is great though. Oh, so you're in Osaka right now. But every day I'm in Osaka, I'm off to see some remote place or another. Plus the price was awesome. Yeah. So it's not like you're spending a ton of time in Osaka. That's just like home base while you go and do all the other things.
Cook to the beat in
Rhythm Kitchen.
4 players will work together using motion controls to whip up some
Oh man,
delicious
these all look so good?
Embark on
That's funny. I
culinary
never would have
quest to
expected all
become
these
the
games in here.
superstar chef.
All these modes.
Take the competition worldwide in 2 brand new online modes. It's a 20-player race to the finish in Coupathlon.
How do you run?
Collect
Winning?
coins during minigames to advance on spaces.
Oh, these are like single-player minigames, though. Oh, Emma,
Watch
the
out
champion.
for Survivathon minigames during the race.
Oh.
If you lose, you'll be launched backward and might drop in ranking.
Oh.
Can you cross the finish line first?
Oh my god, they got launched. Poor Emma. Dead.
Whoa! An explosive battle awaits in Bowser Kaboom Squad.
Bowser Kaboom Squad?
8 players will join forces to collect bombs and attack Imposter Bowser with a cannon.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Defeat him within 5 rounds to claim victory. Minigame. After each round, you'll play an 8
No, not the walking one.
It's an opportunity to get a helpful item that can turn the tide of battle.
Oh, sick. I can't wait for my honeymoon to Japan one day. Yo, Peach, it's coming sooner than you think. I mean, I can't promise that, but I hope it is.
Up to 8 friends can team up to play online in both modes.
That'll be a great time.
Come one, come all. Get your party hats on, because this is going to be a jam-packed blast.
Yeah, that was crazy. They added a lot to this game. Now I'm even more excited for it. When's it come out?
Available October
17th.
Only on the Nintendo Switch
And it includes a 3-month individual membership.
system. Get ready for the party with pre-orders. Available now on Nintendo
Or the game voucher.
eShop. A 3-month Nintendo Switch.
Cool. Susie, that did look really cool. They added a ton more than I expected. That's exciting. That's el excito. Oh, what does it say? 3 minutes. But first, let me change my category. Because we're no longer playing Astrobot. Just chatting. Okay. And good there. Here we got music. And there we are, folks. The PlayStation State of Play. It's not. I have to move to Canada first, which might be sooner now. Ooh. Yo, get that Canada adventure going. Wait, you just moved. You're gonna move again already? Let's see. I gotta tell you, eating that first plate of Japanese curry from my favorite chain, Koko Chibana was heaven. Oh, yeah. That will be the first thing. When I go to Japan, the first thing I'm going to do is get ramen. Get Japanese ramen. I'll pick some random place. Maybe do a little bit of research and be like, what's the best around? But, yeah, that'll be the first thing. Dude, that's so... I can imagine. Especially getting off the plane and everything, you're like, oh, I need food. I need sustenance. And that's what it is. Let me know what the volume is, by the way. My family's texting about a million things. Okay. There's a bug. Didn't even know there was State of Play today. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Yes. So this should be about 30 plus minutes, it says. So at a minimum 30 minutes. I don't know how much. They said what? PlayStation 5 and PSVR games, and what was the other thing? 20 or more games I think are going to be announced. or they're talk about it. I shouldn't say announce. Talk about 20 or so different games, if not more. The Last of Us remaster. Stop. So I think what we're definitely going to see, because the rumors have been crazy, at the very least, Horizon Zero Dawn remaster or remake or whatever they want to call it. Legacy of Kain collection was leaked already, so spoilers for that. I'm very excited for that one. But other than that, Days Gone, there was a lot of talk about Days Gone maybe, but that's all I've seen spoiler-wise. This bug's going to drive me nuts. Peach, that'll be sweet. That's very soon if it's the end of the year. Yeah, that would be awesome. Awesome to the freaking possum. Oh, and one more thing before we go. I know it's a minute away. I gotta shut off commands. I gotta shut off command. Pause. Pause commands. There we go. You don't want no distractions, no disturbances. To here. A minute left. A minute left. Then we're also gonna shut off the alert box. So apologies ahead of time if anybody raids. I actually don't even know if I have the alert box on. Oh, I do. Okay. I do got the Legacy of Kain games on my C. Yeah, because they've been on available on PC for a while now, right? But I'll take a collection. I'm a sucker for a collection. Assuming it's like remastered and stuff too. That'll be nice. Remastered, remade. If it looks nicer, plus new trophies, achievements, I'm in. I'm in. But yeah, other than that, my expectations, I'm excited to be excited. Because I feel like there's gonna be things that I'm gonna be very excited about. Because I don't really have many expectations. Everything that I would ever want is either coming out soon or is like announced already. So there are of course other things I'll be excited about, like if they announce a new Mega Man, a new Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, lots of Capcom stuff will be cool. But here we go, big money. And let me know if the volume's too quiet. I can turn it down or turn it up. What do we got here? Max there. PlayStation Studios. Astrobot! They remembered! Please. Please. I was full screen. Okay. Yo, Astrobot? Guys, I swear I'm not playing the game. Helldivers! Yo, is this announcing a DLC already? Are we about to see Croc? Oh my. 5 new online speedrun levels? Yo, when's this update coming out? Oh, damn. These are gonna be fun. I guess it's not over, guys. My time is gone. Croc's ready. Oh my goodness. 10 new bots! Stellar Blade! There she was! Helldivers, where's Croc? Croc and Rayman. Unless they're gonna keep the other ones a surprise. Free add-on coming fall. Yeah, that's actually insane that
Hi
we just
everyone.
beat it.
I'm Nicholas Ducey.
Hello,
the head of
Nicholas.
Team Asobi. We couldn't be happier with the reception to Astrobot and to see how much joy Astro is bringing to homes all around the world.
My
On behalf
home.
of Team Asobi, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
still have a few surprises up our sleeves. Today's trailer was a sneak peek at a DLC we'll release later this year at no additional cost. We'll have more to share soon. But for now, let's enjoy the state of play.
Heck yeah. They knew. They knew Astrobot is cool. Wait, don't show me the times. Oh.
Listen to me, burnt one. If you're intending to walk the midnight walk, you better be sure to keep your spark safe and burning.
Is this a VR game? Looks kind of spooky.
While I was in the black, I had a dream.
Yo, look at that motion.
There was a monster in the woods.
And on you go, like
A tail of fire. VR, they lost me. It looks cool in VR though, I bet. Ah. I wonder if that's gonna make you feel sick in VR. Like, it's already hard enough to see things in normal motion. I don't know if you're gonna feel, like, sick with the stop motion look.
You charming little wanderer. Where are you off to now?
And so it was that the burnt one and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
It looks cool, though. I wonder if you play it in both first and third person. Like, it looks like you play as the little guy, but also as the first person parts. Is that Shaggy narrating? I think so. Come to PC! Did it say, or you're just saying you want it?
When it happened. But I remember how I felt. Father told us to hide when they came to our house.
Who?
Then they took him away. Mother said I couldn't play outside anymore.
No. I want it.
She said the country was sick.
Now that you have the power.
But we would be okay. Mother always said monsters didn't exist. I thought they lived under my bed. We were both wrong. They lived inside our heads.
Barry, welcome in. I hope you're doing incredible. Is what I was gonna say. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I assume this is new? New IP? Hell is us. Hell is us. That just looks like a guy. He's just like a dude. Hell is us. Okay. The Last of Us 1 remastered. Sure. Doesn't look like a day one for me, but he's just the dude. Inspired by the internationally best-selling novel. Oh, Metro? VR Metro? Did we know this is coming? We might have known this is coming.
Oh, hey, Serdar.
Metro and VR would be really cool.
Ilyana, something happened.
Not Ilyana.
To be wandering out in the metro alone.
That is kind of the vibe I got. Death Stranding and Dark Souls.
Their bodies arranged in some sort of ritual. Please, just let Yana be all right. What is that? I keep hearing other voices on the radio.
You said there were people there.
Not people.
Did you not hear any of that?
Yana, is that you? I'm seeing things. Hearing things. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Sometimes we need to become the thing we fear.
I think this will be fun.
Something worse.
Metro Awakening. But I don't have a PlayStation VR 2, and I really don't want one. I don't feel like I need it. But it is a shame because there's some pretty cool games. There's an Alien game coming to it. Like, I want it. I want it.
How did it feel to learn the truth about the night sky tragedy? Long ago, you humans slaughtered each other.
Oh, humans!
Until the whole world lay in ruins. And
I like the movement of this so far.
You've been granted another chance.
Magic!
Gloria. It must be the will of your beloved mother goddess. However, I still have no trust in your kind.
I don't think this is Lord of the Rings. I mean, I guess it could be, but I don't know how. Online multiplayer. Choo Choo Charles too. Exactly.
Prove yourself. If you survive this trial, perhaps you might become one of us.
Again, another one that looks cool. Not a day one for me, but it's funny because a lot of these games look. No. I assume they didn't think about this. I assume they had this plan before the suing began. Even this is running at like 20 frames. Oopsies. No pals in this world. Is that an Aloy skin? They need to stop. Oh, you think Nintendo's gonna lose that? Freaking Pal World. Choo Choo Charles 2, the chewiest. Yeah, Pal World I think kind of came and went. I think Sony's about a year late on this one. Not that it hasn't even been out a year. It's out today! Yeah.
Thanks to Pocket Pair for that new look at Pal World, an incredible open-world survival game that's launching today on the PlayStation 5 console. We have a few more games with breaking news today, starting with the return of 2 beloved RPGs from the original PlayStation.
Excuse me? Lunar? Lunar? Hell yeah. Or Lunar. I've always wanted to play these, so I'll take it. I'll take it. But isn't there like, there's 2 versions and like one's
Lunar
got
Remastered Collection
cutscenes?
brings together
They'll
Lunar,
explain
the Silver Star Story Complete, and Lunar 2, Eternal Blue Complete, with updated visuals, widescreen mode,
I'm in.
and more.
With the picture, the moon, because that's what the cover looks like.
Lunar Remastered Collection comes to PS5 and PS4
Sick.
in spring.
I'll take
2025.
remastered collections all day, baby.
2 updates on Teenage Mutant.
I can't
Ninja
believe this got an
Turtles:
update,
Shredder's
by the way.
First, the Radical Reptiles DLC, which adds Mondo
Awesome.
Gecko and
This
Mona
game
Lisa
should
as playable characters.
always have
And
support.
for no extra cost, a remixed in-game soundtrack
Sick.
featuring some amazing.
Yeah, why
guest
is she so
composers.
hot?
Both of these updates arrive later today.
That's a good question. Not that you're asking the question. Sonic? Shadow? Where the hell's Shadow? Alright. Relax. Shadow. Why does he look... What is this?
Taken on another form?
What is this?
And yes, you heard right. Keanu Reeves is joining Sonic X Shadow Generations as part of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack.
What is...
This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie.
Huh?
It arrives December 12th. The Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack is included in the Digital Deluxe Edition, which lets you play the game 3 days ahead of its October 25th release date.
They had the Sonic Central today and they didn't show that in it? That's why Sonic Central sucks! It never has anything good. They always save it for something else.
Hello, State of Play. I'm Sakaguchi, producer of
Anyways.
Fantasy and Neo Dimension. 手作りのジオラマを使ったファンタジアンネオディメンジョン150
What is he talking about?
そしてランダムエンカウント
Oh,
を
is this
貯め
the
ていっぺんに戦ったり
Phantasmical?
スキルの起動を操作したりと
Phantasmical?
監視カードにも新要素を盛り込んでいます
I heard this game's pretty cool.
音楽はファイナルファンタジーシリーズで共に歩んできた上松さんですプレイステーション5にて2024
Yeah,
年
Fantasia.
12月
That's what it
2
is.
日
Thank you.
どうか皆さんに
Cool. That's awesome. That Sonic Movie 3, I also didn't know that if you got the digital deluxe, you get it 3 days early.
We're just
I'm
over
gonna
a
wait.
month away from the release of Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
Wow, it's coming
Check
out
in with BioWare
Halloween.
and Electronic Arts for an extended look at a climactic battle.
Like, I don't want to spend an extra, what, $40 to get the game early? That's crazy. That's crazy. So looking forward to this. I don't know why that wasn't in the Sonic Central.
We've gotten word
I don't
from the
know.
wardens.
Have they found Gillinane?
I don't know. That's
Not yet,
crazy.
but they found
Early
something else
access
worth
AAA
killing.
games?
One of her
Boo!
blighted dragons.
Do you, Mary? Are they excited for it?
Rook, you made it. Good.
Wouldn't miss it. We have unfinished
That is
business
sweet.
with that dragon.
We've tracked it to a ruined tower nearby.
That lair is a death trap.
We need to
That guy
lure
looked
her
dead.
out to have any chance.
Can confirm it is a death trap.
So we challenge her, draw the dragon out into the open, then attack. Just you and me now.
That's really cool, Barry.
Everyone, get ready.
It must be so hard
Ready, ballistas!
to work for a company and know a really big game's coming out and not say anything. So props to her for being able to keep quiet. Yeah, Dragon Age's not really my thing, but
Wait for it.
it's I bet it'll be fun.
Come on. Come on.
Does that scare anybody else? Oh my god, there's been so much controversy around that.
Second detachment.
The stupid people are coming out. That's all I can say about it. The idiots are coming out in droves. They're like, oh my god, you can have like what was it specifically? Just that it's more accessibility options for like all types of people. And the stupid idiots are like, no, just let me be male or female in this game. Don't let me do anything else. Yeah, that's all it is. But unfortunately, that's all I know about the game so far. This is the first time I've seen gameplay. Oh. They were just mad it had a character creator? Dude, that's so stupid. Alright, if you don't like a character creator, just press start. Like they give you random characters for a reason. If you don't want to spend time creating a character. This combat's definitely different from what I expected. Yeah, send it over. I want to see how stupid it is. I get a little bit of like Final Fantasy / Monster Hunter from this boss. Oh god, that menu, no thank you. I'll take a pass on that. Shocked. Really? Dude, I thought Dragon's Dogma 2 was wicked good. I need to go back to it, but... Yo, she's angry. No, totally. I think it's good to have your own opinions.
Press the attack! Bring that first one down!
That's your second time seeing the gameplay. Those are the same people that complain about non-gendered bathrooms when they all have one in their home. Right. Yeah, it's just the idiots. It's the idiots either looking for clout or stupid. And it's nice because then you can just ban them, or not ban them, block them. Because then they're just, you know who's an idiot. Not their bones! That thing's crazy looking. She's got arms on her hips. Dragon Age. Well, you can still block, right? I saw that there were tweets going around that they like might get rid of blocking, or is it gone already? Because that would be crazy.
Time in Bright Falls.
Bright Falls. Oh, Alan Wake too?
FBC's research department set up a facility.
Is this the other DLC? The Control DLC?
If I had any clue what was waiting for us in there,
Lights off for this.
I would have just kept on driving.
I can't see. Wow, I can't believe they're already getting this DLC out. Well, we'll see the release date. Alan Wake 2 was so freaking good. When, though? October? What do you mean October? Next month? That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, I don't think he gave up the firearm. I don't think so. Is this Hitman? Hitman looks cool in VR. Yeah, Peach, you do. They're making it so that blocked people can still see your tweets. Oh, see, that's so weird. What's the point of blocking then? I guess so you don't interact with them. But a block should be a block. It should just be like, you can't look at me, you can't interact with me, you can't do any of that. Yo, Hitman, so it's funny, Hitman VR is already out. So I don't know if this is like a new Hitman VR or if it's the same one just coming to PSVR 2. But that, again, that is a really cool game to put in VR. I think, actually, could I play it? I think I could play it. Oh, that guy got wrecked. Yeah, okay. So just the PSVR 2. Yeah, I expected a lot of PSVR 2 content. They're still pushing it.
Few know the truth. I stood with
There it
Cain
is.
and
Legacy
my
of Cain,
brothers
baby.
Until I had the honor.
The Soul Reaver.
For my transgression,
I'm very excited.
I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
Not agony. Ah!
The fate of this world was
Oh, it is a remaster. That's cool. I'm in. I'm sold. Yeah, Sonic X Shadow Generations is going way beyond what I expected to. I thought seriously it would be like a couple stages, but it looks like it's going to be almost 2 games in one.
Lay beyond this threshold.
At least the amount of content. I hope the Shadow stuff's not just like an hour or 2. Like, it almost seems like a Shadow game with the Sonic Generations attached to it, because they're not showing any Generation stuff.
Always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
Yeah, this is cool. Soul Reaver. But now we need the Legacy of Kain games, so you can know Kain's
Legacy
story.
of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered arrives December 10th, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the first game's release.
That's sick. Long time coming for that.
Are you sure we can't just do the same?
Games from the original PlayStation era also inspired Fear the Spotlight from Blumhouse Games.
Ah.
It brings atmospheric polygonal
I'm excited for
scares
this
to
game.
PS5 and PS4 on October 22nd.
Oh, October game. It's actually kind of wild this is getting a state of play showcase.
I'm happy here.
We played the demo a long time ago.
So happy.
That's great though. That looks
we
cool.
returned to our ancestral land.
What's this game?
Gaspa.
Build
Yo, you get a
villages and
donkey!
nurture vast ecosystems in Towers of Agazba.
Towers of Agazba. Oh, they lost me. Planting,
This
gardening. Get out
colorful
of
world
here.
includes unique creatures, a peculiar cast of characters,
Ugh.
and
What
also
did you just
allows
say to
you
me?
to invite other players to visit your island.
Kind of expected it to be like Mario 3D World. Yeah, hey,
Towers
that's a
of
good way to put
Agazba
it.
launches into early access this November.
And I would not be upset.
Up next, Epic Games brings a split screen
No.
mode to LEGO Fortnite this October.
Split screen to Lego Fortnite?
This feature enables friends and family to explore the world
Yay.
and build villages together while playing on the same PS5 or PS4.
Cool.
And in other Fortnite news, the new Fortnite Limited
Oh.
Edition DualSense wireless controller arrives later this year, with pre-orders starting October 3rd.
Is it bad? I kind of want that. I
Visit
really like the
PlayStation
color.
blog
It
for
looks.
more details.
Maybe I don't like the graffiti on it though.
Next, it's 1 versus 1,000 in Dynasty Warriors Origins. And Koei Tecmo Games is ready to share the
Do we
release
see this
date.
before? I
Let's
feel
take
like
a
we saw
look.
this before. I didn't think Fortnite would have lasted. Fortnite's killing it. Now you and Mama Tim can play Fortnite. It's my island! My island!
You must adapt.
Honestly, not the worst. No. No, I've seen worse for sure.
So choose your path wisely.
Does Dynasty Warriors need like an origin game?
To be a hero.
I've played Dynasty Warriors for quite some time.
You claim to strive for justice, but have no way to achieve it. Tearing down the system without providing an alternative is mere wanton destruction.
Looks cool though. All you need to know about these games is you just have to watch out for Lu Bu. The great and almighty Lu Bu! He's a threat. He's a god. And you just run. That's the story. Sometimes you get to play as him. We have, okay. I was gonna say this seemed familiar.
All that remains is to see this through.
Yeah. Yep. Because I thought there was another Dynasty Warriors coming out, but it might have been this one. All true, though. Yeah. I expect that to be on Game Pass. January, right before my birthday. Wow. Dynasty Warriors always come out in January.
I was still hoping that I imagined the whole thing.
Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. I just want my Weird Warriors games like that. Oh, the Gundam one was so good. I really liked it. 1 and 2.
So, Captain, what's your team been getting up to?
Yeah, those are the more interesting ones
special
to me.
assignments to some
Hyrule
of the other
Warriors,
units from the expedition.
Fire Emblem.
Mine included.
Wow. This forest is amazing.
Oh. Yo, who's ready for Gen Z Hunter Wilds?
This kind of weather.
That's causing the water currents to surge too.
Actually, Gen Z Hunter sounds like a bad title for a game. Maybe we should call it something else.
This is its territory. And we're intruders.
No. Gen Z. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was there a joke? Did I make a joke? Cool. I don't see what's happening in chat. Sometimes I miss things, so. Barry, thank you for erasing whatever was there. Oh, Collection Revolution Warriors when? I hope soon. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, the chat box I have currently doesn't show me if like things get banned or stopped or whatever.
You respect.
Tanya, welcome in. Hey Barry, I bet it was a good joke though. Yeah, tell her. I mean, I'm still gonna play it. As a Capcom creator, I think I legally have to, but you know, Monster Hunter's Monster Hunter. I'm much more of a fan of other Capcom games. Devil May Cry, Mega Man, Resident Evil, Dead Rising. You can't love them all. But maybe this will turn me. Maybe this will be the game. I like it. I would say I have like a moderate appreciation of it.
It's real!
Ah.
Is that what we're after? The White Wraith.
No. Yo, there's a pirate ship?
It seems we must do a more thorough investigation.
What is that thing? An extinct species.
You're a hunter. You've got a weapon, and you do nothing?
Nothing?
Give it to me, and I'll...
There we go. Beta. January? Oh, February. I was like, January. When you mentioned Gen Z Hunter, it made me think of those videos of Boomer/Zen Xers reading scripts written by Z or Alpha. Yo, the Guild Knight set looks sick. Yeah, like the AI ones, you mean, or they're reading things? Like the boomers, the videos of Boomer/Gen X reading scripts. I don't know if I've seen what you're talking about. Hello.
Monster Hunter Wilds プロデューサーの仕事です。本作の
Tanya, we're doing good. We're watching the state of play right now. There's some cool announcements so far. February 28th. How are you? Are you doing good? There's your pre-order. Digital mini art book.
デジタルミニアートブックをご用意します。9月26日の23時からは
Capcom Online Program
カプコンオンラインプログラムを放送いたします。
Was that September 26th?
モンスターハンターワイルズの情報にご注目ください。
Sick.
またお会いしましょう。
They made posts about wanting to do a collab with Final Fantasy again and bringing Bahamut to Monster Hunter. That would be awesome. PlayStation Studio. Oh, Horizon.
Look at those chompers.
It's always freaking Horizon.
A hunter with
Look at like a Nintendo Direct.
her very
They got
heroic friend.
Barry, thank you for that link. I can't view it because this is live, but I will after. Hopefully it's still there. Or you can just send it out.
Join them as they explore, hunt,
Very proud of this title. How dare you spend time on things I'm not about. They are so excited. I don't think this. Well, I don't know if it'll be bad.
Costumes like the Shadow Stalwart.
Yeah, I think it's fun. It would be sweet if it's a return to form for like that.
That or that.
Yo, wait a minute, Astrobot, get out of here.
But look how much fun they're having.
You can be Ratchet and
Come
Rivet.
and join the party in Mother's Heart. Phew, got it all in.
In-game
Oh, I
unlocks.
forgot to mention the pre-order.
Yeah, it looks
Hi, everyone.
fun.
I'm Kristen Zatani. We are so excited for everyone to get their hands on LEGO Horizon Adventures.
Yeah.
It launches on November 14th.
Aw.
And Aloy has more good news on the horizon.
No, don't do it. Please, I don't want to go on Twitter after this. I can't. Not the remaster. We don't need
Aloy's
it.
original adventure,
No,
Horizon Zero Dawn,
they
is
did
being
it.
remastered for PS5 and PC.
They did
by
it.
Guerrilla
It's
and
over.
Aces. Horizon Zero Dawn
No.
Remastered includes more than 10 hours of re-recorded conversation mocap
No.
and countless graphical improvements
You
that
didn't
bring
have
the
to do
game
it,
to the
guys.
same visual fidelity as Horizon Forbidden West.
It's fine. You didn't have to do it. I like Horizon. Don't get me wrong. They're really good games, but stop it, Sony. Just stop it. Sure, it looks nice.
This new version of Horizon Zero Dawn will arrive October 31st, and anyone who owns the original PS4 version of the game will be able to upgrade to the new PS5 version for $9.99.
Ah, $10. They can't even give it to you for free.
Visit PlayStation Blog for more details and watch the full trailer to see all the enhancements. to
Horizon
Aloy's
showed
epic
this Skyrim
quest.
over time. It's been remastered. I don't know. Last of Us is pretty crazy.
New content
Stellar
is
Blade,
on
everyone,
the
shut up.
action-packed world of Stellar Blade.
What do we
A new
get?
photo mode lets players
Photo
set up
mode,
the
sure.
perfect picture with your
Sure,
choice
I'll
of
take
poses,
100
expressions,
million
and
billion photos. I love this game. I forget this. This is my game of the year, and Astrobot
And
didn't come
Stellar
out.
Blade's original soundtrack, featuring over 180 songs from the game, is available.
Oh,
on
you can
select
stream
streaming
it?
services starting
Sick.
today.
I want to buy the vinyl though.
But that's not all.
Come on, DLC. What? Okay, you can't. No, you can't do that.
Worlds collide in the Stellar Blade and Nier Automata collaboration.
It's
coming to
amazing.
Stellar Blade later this year.
But it's crazy because this game is just Nier Automata. Like they're so hand in hand. It's insane that that exists.
Now let's talk about what's ahead for PlayStation.
Sure. PlayStation Plus.
First, your monthly games for October
Oh.
are WWE 2K24, Dead Space, and WWE
Hey.
Literature Club.
Oh, Doki
These will be
Doki.
available to all PlayStation Plus
All right, not a bad
members starting
lineup.
October 1st.
I have them all except for WWE, but
Meanwhile,
I'll take
our
it.
library of PlayStation classics continues to grow.
Oh,
with
what do we
two
get?
more fan favorites from the original PlayStation arriving later this year.
What do we got? What do we got?
Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain.
Ah,
and
there they
Capcom's
are.
Dino Crisis.
Oh, a Dino Crisis.
Naughty Dog fans
That's
know
awesome.
September 26th
Stop.
is The Last of Us.
I don't
Day,
care
and
about
we're
Last of
celebrating
Us.
by adding the critically acclaimed PS5 hit The Last of Us Part 1 to
No.
the PlayStation Plus game catalog
Please.
this Thursday.
Please. Okay. Whatever. Maybe I shouldn't have come to Japan instead of spending all this money on these cool games. Twitter gonna go crazy over the photo mode. In Stellar Blade, I hope. 180 songs? That's a play. Yeah, that game has so much music in it. Ooh, that's a cool looking controller. I don't care about light because I got cheesy fingers. But which remaster? It's the PS5 remaster. The one that they did on the PS4 doesn't matter anymore. Well, there's remake and remaster. Yo, I want that chromium one. What do you call that thing? Chromium? I'm just putting a near level. It's actually insane. With how similar it is to Nier. Like even story beats. I don't really care for like getting new control. It is chroma. I knew the word. I do want that indigo chroma though. It's pretty cool.
Hi everyone.
Get out of
I'm
here.
Mark Cerny.
I don't want to listen to you,
we
Mark.
We recently revealed the newest addition to the PlayStation 5.
I don't want to listen to you.
PS5 Pro, alongside several games showcasing the superior frame rates and improved graphics that the new console makes possible. With PS5 Pro, developers have access to 3 key improvements.
What do we got?
An upgraded GPU, advanced ray tracing, and AI-driven upscaling.
Oh,
that
AI,
combine to
my
bring
favorite
developers
word.
Closer to realizing their unique vision. We're excited.
I'm pretty sure
for
Mark's
players to
AI.
get their hands on PlayStation 5 Pro.
He
when
doesn't
it launches
blink.
this November.
Oh, he blinked.
But in the meantime, here's a look at some of the games that are being enhanced for the new console, including a few titles that we're revealing for the very first time.
Whoa! Can't get the game cheap secondhand and then pay $10. If you've never played it before, I would recommend it. That's a cheap way to get into it. But it's just, you know. Let me guess. Oh, Final Fantasy. It looks the same. Oh, Horizon. Oh. Alan Wake 2. All right, Stellar Blade. I'm in. You know, the problem with this is, like, the trailer's not going to do it justice. Because it looks good, but you won't really know until you're on the right TV and you have the console plugged in. Metal Gear's gonna be great. Spoilers! We hate console stands and disk drives. Here's more what people don't care for. Dragon's Dogma. Oh, I hope we get another trailer for Metal Gear. I think that's coming out this year, right? The Metal Gear 3 remake. It's also crazy to me that they're offering a console that not every game on the market will be enhanced by it. Like, it's only the like main AAA games. Barry, you love soy? I don't think I've ever had soy before. Why are we talking about soy? Did I miss something? PS5 Super Pro Ultra Edition, only $4,000.
We are beyond the edge of Japan.
Okay. Not a... I don't know.
People come north to disappear.
Mount Yotai. Ghost of Tsushima 2?
But you are hunting.
I like it.
And now, every Ronin here is after you.
It kind of looks like Ghost of Tsushima 2, which is nutty if that's the case. Is that Jin? That looked like Jin.
You're the hunter.
Oh my god, it totally is. Hello? That can't be Jin right there, though. Who just died. Ooh. You play as a lady? No. If that was Jin and they just killed him in the trailer... Oh. Yo, that's a cool trailer. Yo, that's really cool how they did that. Yo, I'm ready. Inject all the Ghost of Tsushima right back into my veins. Oh, this is gonna look so good. That was a Sucker Punch, right? If it's him, that's insanity. Oh, I forgot the standoffs. Those were so cool. Man, this game was so good. Well, first one. And there's Wolf? Can you turn into a Wolfis? Nope. You must murder the Wolfis. You think you're... I wonder who you're playing as. I wonder who that is. Oh, you're one with the wolfies? Damn, listen to that music, too. I don't think so. Pick. I think she was a lot older. Maybe not a lot older, but older for sure. Oh! Ghost of Yotai? Yoti? Oh, next year? That's exciting. That's very exciting. Yo, next year? Okay, that felt like a show ender. And we are about to hit 40 minutes, so. The lake house? That was fun. That was fun. That was, you know, nothing like insane. The new Ghost of Tsushima game's awesome. Next year's very soon. Good. That was solid. I was in Hogwarts Legacy. Why is that at the bottom? That's the only Marvel Hogwarts Legacy and Gran Turismo. Huh. Yeah, totally solid. Totally solid state of play. Nothing like mind-warpingly insane, but very good. Very good. I think the Horizon remaster might be a little messy, but well, yeah, and to play the DLC. I recommend everyone do not sleep on the DLC for Ghost of Tsushima, because that was it was a very good DLC. Very good DLC. Let me get caught up. That's my first reaction to this. By Suave Prinkler. Yo, I want to keep up just for his name. Suave Sprinkler. That's my favorite guy ever. Will only look good on the PS5 Pro Enhanced Edition. I'm curious. I saw a bunch of people turning once the PS5 Pro Anniversary Edition got announced. People are like, "Whoa, this looks sick! I'm gonna get 20." It looks cool, but still. Can I pet the pup? Good question. Wolf is friend-shaped. I just hope they don't really kill Jin. Dang, still got to play that DLC. Yeah, that DLC is super good. I went through it this year, last year, maybe the end of last year, because they brought it to PlayStation 5, like the enhanced version. Well, the PS5 version, if you will. So it came with the DLC, and I was like, heck yeah, because I didn't play it originally. I don't even need a PS5. All I need is PS5 controller, and bam, console experience. Okay, I think I'm caught up. But yeah, pretty solid. The Astrobot stuff's cool. I can't wait till we see Croc. This game's cool. I'm sad it's PSVR. PSVR exclusive. It does put PS5 here, but I think that means PS5, like, you need PlayStation VR 2 to play it. But this one did look really cool. This little stop motion. And I also think it's two different play styles. That you play as the little guy there, but it's first person. Because when you get attacked, you'll see, like, their hands come up and stuff. Not that. There's motion, I swear. Yeah, like that. That kind of felt like it was gameplay, but I don't know. But it could fully be third person. But right there, that's first person. That looks like. But then that, I don't know. What else? Oh, this game looked kind of cool. I don't know what to expect from it. It's very Souls-like. Neat, though. Hell is Us. What else? Deep Solar. Oh, the Metro VR game looks cool. A lot of these look cool. Nothing I'm like, heck yeah, I'm gonna play you the second you come out. This one, I like the movement in it. I like how the camera works. It feels very dynamic. And the things you're fighting, dope. What else? Pal World. Yeah, Pal World, kind of rough. Kind of rough trailer, kind of poor timing on it. But, you know, sometimes you gotta make bad decisions to make good ones. Like Lunar. So this is one game I've always wanted to play. I've heard nothing but great things. And I know there's... So, my only thing with this is there is a... whatchamacallit? A PS1 version and a PS2 version? Or, I'm sorry, a Sega Saturn version. Also, let me check to make sure my chat didn't stop. Because sometimes it freezes and I don't know. So, 2 seconds. I'll go over here. No, I'm caught up. Okay. Just want to make sure I wasn't ignoring anybody. But yeah, this looks... Tim, oh yeah, we should check out the link to the video too. Because we're wrapping up stream after this. I've been going for almost 7 hours, so... but yeah, Lunar's very cool. Very cool. Looks beautiful. Tim, I'm sorry, Pixie! I'm sorry, I see you now. I see you now. Yeah, yep, Ghost of Tsushima is definitely day one. Oh yeah, and this Shadow DLC. So, it has a level based on Sonic 3. And also the Shadow skin, the like hyper-realistic Shadow movie skin. He's like, why am I fuzzy?
And yes, you heard right. Keanu Reeves is joining Sonic X Shadow Generations as part of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3
Like, is this a level based on the movie?
This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie and arrives December 12th. The Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack is included in the Digital Deluxe Edition, which lets you play the game 3
and it comes out in December.
days ahead of its October 25th release date.
Okay. That's cool. They're doing a lot with this game, which is awesome. I just came in. Pixie! Well, I'm glad you made it in. You made it in right now. Right here for us. Gotta get ready to head out. I'll catch you later. Hick, you have a great day. Enjoy Japan for how many days did you say? 39 or something like that? Dude, you have a great time. Great time in Japan. Shadow DLC? You mean Keanu DLC? I'm all for Keanu's video game renaissance, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's... I really liked him in Cyberpunk. Is there anything else worth talking about? Dragon Age looks cool. We got a long trailer for that one. Can't wait for the Alan Wake DLC. Recommend that game wholeheartedly. That game was amazing. Hitman looks cool. Soul Reaver I'm very excited for. That comes out when? December 10th. Oh, months? I gotta wait months? Disgusting. The Spotlight game looks cool. Fortnite skin. Dynasty Warriors, don't really care about. Monster Hunter, fine. Horizon. Lego Horizon could be cool. Lego Horizon. And then Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. That is, it's fine. It's fine. The thing with these remasters, though, is it just feels like unnecessary. Especially when we have, like, up-res versions that come out to the console. So, like, So just for reference here, they had the normal version of Horizon Zero Dawn. You get that. Then they came out with the Ultimate Edition, which came out with all the DLC, also on PS4. And then they brought it to PS5 as a digital version of the Ultimate Edition. But that is also up-res. When you bring it to the console, it increases, it gives you like a static 60 frame rate if the game has it, and a updated visual. So you already have a good-looking version of it. This is just more of a, like, more fine-tuned, I guess. So I would say if you've never played it before, that's where it's exciting. Otherwise, it's kind of like, ugh. Like, it just seems like, why, I guess. But they look really good. I mean, I won't deny that. And only for $10 for the upgrade's cool too, but it's like, it's not a game I'm going to play more than once. I played it once, I'm good. But maybe it's not for me. That's the other thing I had to consider, is they're probably trying to get new people into it. And some people are visual snobs, texture snobs, and maybe not snobs, but they want the best version, and there might be a market for it. Plus, they can sell this game for $60, $70 new for many people. Even if they have the old one, people will pay it. So it's a smart move. I don't know how much it costs to make, but Pixie, yes, yep. This is we just finished the second one. There was a Sonic one this morning at 11:30, and then I've been streaming ever since until now. And this one just finished. So. Too many versions, right? Too many versions. Too many. And then Stellar Blade, upgrade, free games. This came kind of quick. So the monthly games. Yeah, like, that's a great point. If Animal Crossing came out with a huge update, an updated version, everyone would buy it 100 times.
These will be available to all PlayStation
Plus
members.
That is, oh my god. People will take anything Animal Crossing.
Meanwhile,
so this is cool.
This year. Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain,
Blood Omen,
Capcom's Dino Crisis.
Dino Crisis is so sick. Not that it's going to be like a new remake or anything, but the fact that you can play it on your PS5 now is dope. And I think I own both of these on my PS3, so I should also own them when they come out, which is dope. Because then I'll actually go through Legacy of Kain, and Dino Crisis could always play that. So cool. And I think that's about it. PS5.
Naughty Dog fans know
then,
September
the
26th is The Last of Us Day.
Coming out next year.
We're celebrating by adding.
I'll hear the name officially. Ghost of What was it? I was gonna say yokai. That's not right. Yotai. Yote. Yoki. So PS5 can play all PlayStation games. So PlayStation 5 can play PS4 and PS5 games. The rest have to be played digitally, but they are releasing those games like steadily over time. So, and also Barry, I'm going to start up Discord so I can look at that video. But yeah, they are, so you can play PlayStation 1 games, but through an emulator, but they're usually pretty cheap. They're usually like 10, 15 bucks. PlayStation 2 games got a little more expensive. I think, what did they come out with? I think it was a Tomb Raider game. That was like 15, 20 bucks, a little more than it should be. But look at that. I know. We're sponsored by She until, I'll give them until Friday. I think the deal was for a week, and if you also !She to bring up their link tree, and yeah, so that's here till Friday because I skipped a stream last week, so I'll give them a bonus day. But yeah, it was for a week. So, but yeah, if you wanna check out our good friend Lord Bale's band, there it is. There he paid for this logo here, so there it is. I'm so bright today. Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, Pixie, you were saying you were going to get a PS5, right? Yeah, so there's a good library on there. All the PS4 games, which you can get for real cheap, too. I want to pay for a logo. You can. You can. It's, what I say, 20 bucks for a week, and you can put whatever you want there. You can fill it up with whatever you want. 20 bucks. Just for Genshin. You can do it for whatever you want. I won't stop you. I won't stop you. But we also realized that this here... the logo's not on here, so I had to figure out a place to put it. I could put it tiny up there. Just a picture of a butt pixie. It's true. It's true. $20 ad space. 20 bucks, and you can have this on stream. On my stream. You can be sponsored. Oops. What am I doing here? Barry, you sent it. You put it in monkey business? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Main character energy. Brat, sick, ick. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, logo needs to be there. What, the Genshin logo? Please, GX Corner, get out of here. Where is it? Close. Okay, you know, screw it. What's this? Do I need to? No, I don't care about my privacy. I mean, I do, but so what is this? Main character energy. We all know social media. How have I not seen this video? Oh, I'm Barry. I'm trying to find it. Okay, hold on. It took me to TikTok.
Northumberland Zoo hits different.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go full screen. So Barry just shared. So we were talking earlier about like old people doing Gen Z stuff. I assume you guys can hear it.
Northumberland Zoo hits different. It's popping.
That. It's quiet.
Main character energy.
Queen.
No, not the donkey.
Ick.
Big ick.
Springs understands the assignment.
What is this?
Slay.
Slay.
If you're having a mentee bee, Riverwalk.
Goat.
Please.
It's giving Amazon rainforest.
They're trying with some of these.
Small. See how he's eating. Very cutesy, very mindful, very demure.
I don't think it's any of those.
We're amped for you to visit.
Well, I mean, that's certainly one way to get people to go. That got me interested. So, Barry, your link was talking about, is this just talking about zoo marketing blurb written by Gen Z staff goes viral? Yeah, I've seen a lot of TikToks like that where they get their older people to like say Gen Z stuff, like they're recording or whatever. Like they're recording the video and they're talking to them like that. But yeah, it's funny that a lot of the marketing is from younger people in general. Actually, I'll pay to make everyone see what you saw. Oh no, I don't think I can have that on my stream, Pixie. We're in the gutter together, Pixie. By accident, because our stupid Instagram group chats don't have images, so it only shows the last 2 active members. I don't know. Isn't the name of the group Sexy Besties? Is that not enough? Is that not enough? By accident, because they're student. No, I read that. Oh, I love this. I'd visit. So that one was one of the first from a zoo or whatever to go viral. It caused several copycats. Oh, I'll say that for money. But the other is cuties. Cuties. So wait, there's Sexy Besties and cuties. What? Huh? So wait, oh wait, you can't read. Never mind. I forgot, Pixie. You don't know how to read. So that makes it tough. You have to just guess on pictures. I get it now. Exactly. Sorry, it took me a minute. I forget that sometimes you can't read. But I'm glad you shared it with us because it led to a funny moment. And if anybody's lost, Pixie sent an image of this anime game she was playing. This guy was like, he was in like leather and his nipples were showing. It was weird. Anyways, well, not weird. It was funny. It's one of those, sexy anime games. So she sent it to the wrong group chat. And so I was on my phone at the time editing or whatever. I was like, oh, what's this? So yeah, send it in Discord. Put it in, I don't know, NSFW. It's not that sexy, but it was, I mean, it is, but it's not. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Streaming. Oh, it lets me know in Discord that I'm streaming. Guys, did you know I'm streaming? No, I'm just looking at Discord. Shoot. Well, that was a good day. That was a long day. We just hit a little under 7 hours. Little under 7 hours of streaming. We beat Astrobot. We watched Sonic Central, and then we finished the State of Play. So I feel like that's good. I'm hungry, so. And we were having internet issues, so if anybody was curious about YouTube, that's why I started on YouTube, and then I shut it off, and it fixed my internet issues. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. But 5 more hours to go. We're getting close. I still owe you guys a 15-hour stream. Oh, you a 15-hour stream and Sonic Riders. My leg's getting real close to being better. It's every day it's feeling a little bit better. Sometimes it's sore, but it's certainly I'm getting very close to feeling really good. But cooking stream? Who's doing a cooking stream? Who said what? Cooking stream? Yeah, you guys, I owe you guys a. That's what she said. Who? That's what she said? No, I wish I could do a cooking stream, but it is, I don't think it's an option anymore with my current, because, oh yeah, yeah, with how things are in my house currently, I don't know if I'll actually ever, it'll be a while till I can do a cooking stream again. I think there's too much action going on. I guess I could cook in my room. I'd have to bring stuff down, but, yeah, it's very active upstairs nowadays, so I don't get as much, I don't think I could do a long cooking stream. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. Have the butler bring it down. Cook out the backyard. Yeah, I could make stuff back there. We'll see though. We'll see. It's definitely a possibility. I'd have to figure out, like, it would take some planning. It would take some more planning than before. But either way, it no matter. We'll figure it out. That sounds sarcastic, Pixie. You're supposed to appreciate that one. What did Pixie say? Have the butler bring it down. What happened? What am I missing? Oh, KJ. Hey, good one. Well, but that's what she said. You said it's a cooking video and it's a lunchable pizza. Lunchable pizza. What are we talking about? What comes out to? Oh, I see. I got it. Yeah, like I'm saying, oh, it's a cooking video, and then it's just, I make the most simple, like, Hot Pockets in the microwave, and I just bring up the camera to the microwave and just sits there while it cooks. Yeah, we could do that. Welcome to my cooking stream. Guys, also, let me tell you, and I feel so stupid. We have adopted a new dog. We got it, like, I don't know, almost a month and a half ago, and I haven't said it once on stream or social media or anything like that. I have a new dog. I've had a new dog for a little over a month and a half. His name's Paddington. He is a golden doodle. We're still trying to get him to come to my room. He just started coming down to my room like a week ago. We got him down like once or twice before, and he didn't really like coming down here, and he has recently. So I'll try to get him down on stream one day. Yeah, I'll get some pictures. I've been so like just focused on so many things that it didn't even cross my mind. I didn't tell anybody, I didn't share it, but we've had him, for almost 2 months now. We can see, I do like burnt corn dogs. Yeah, but I will definitely try to get him on stream. He's very picky. He's very tall. He's got a really long neck. I know. I wish he was down here. I was hoping someday he'd bust in and I'd be like, oh yeah. But it's just something that I thought about the other day that I was like, I don't think I've actually said I have a dog. Paddington is his name, Paddington. He doesn't sound cute. He looks like a dog or a man in a dog suit. Golden doodles are weird. Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's got a really long neck. I really did. He is a giraffe, guys. When you see him, you're going to be like, what the hell am I looking at here? What is this? What is this creature? Yeah, I will go get a picture of him. He just got groomed today. He was very fluffy and crazy before, but he got a grooming today. Cuz they cut all of his hair beforehand when we got him. And so we didn't see what he looks like, but now he's groomed. Yeah, it definitely is a giraffe. It definitely is. So, we're going to raid, and it's perfect because Kit Kat Ginger is on right now, and they're playing The Sims, and we're going to raid into them because we're going to be doing a stream with her in UK on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing a podcast on UK's channel. So I highly recommend you guys check that out. I won't be streaming that day. You don't come to me. Only go to UK's page. So yeah, we're going to raid into Kat, because again, she is playing, they, I don't want to misgender. They, I'm trying to be better with that. They are playing Sims, and, they're having a good time. So we're going to go over. See everyone. Now that's what I call podcasting. Yeah. So that's on Thursday. So make sure you're loud, crazy, awesome, and Kit Kat Ginger's great too. They do lots of Sims, some Fortnite, and I'm not sure what else actually. Sims and Fortnite. That's what I've seen them play the most. But time to kick back with Kit Kat. Yo, Pixie, that is a fantastic raid message. I love it. Also, someone in their chat named Sketty Sandwich. If that's not the greatest place to raid into, who wants a Sketty? I think I'm actually having Sketty for dinner. I think there might be some Sketty up there for me. So it's going to be a good time. But I appreciate everyone being here. So I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing Funko Fusion for a couple hours. I only did a couple hours because I'm not sure how much I'll like it or dislike it, or maybe it'll be the greatest game ever. I don't know. But we're going to be playing that, and then we're going to be wrapping up Goemon, the Sega or the Super Nintendo game we were playing 2 weeks ago. So another kind of foolish day, and maybe if we're loving Funko Fusion, we'll keep going with it. But I appreciate everyone being here, being awesome. Thursday's podcast, Friday Pokemon, Sunday Sonic Sunday. It's a full week, and I gotta post content. Hi and bye I appreciate it, Mystic. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you, Pixie and Blast and Barry and KJ, and I mean the list goes on and on. Whoever else was here, you're all incredible. But yeah, again, be loud, be crazy, and don't forget, we're all just one step away from being your grandmother. Okay, bye. Da 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 da.
She put my toddler's plate away.